Chapter 206. If he made a decision now, he might not be able to leave this underground world for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. The scarlet-crowned snake was getting closer and closer to the flowing light marigold tree. There was not much time left for Xiao Qin to think. I'll risk it. Xiao Qin made up his mind. The silver warship flew out from his right eye and enlarged. Xiao Qin pushed off with his feet and leaped onto the bow of the warship. Then, he sped towards the flowing light marigold tree. Life bestowal spell. Pooh! 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 The 5 engravings in the air grew larger. When they landed, they were already the size of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. This was the first time Xiao Qin controlled 5 spirit beasts at the same time. The instant the spirit beasts formed, he felt a quarter of the surging essence in his body disappear. He also entered a momentary daze and felt a little dizzy. Looks like before the purple thunder divine incantation rises to the 4th layer, controlling 5 spirit beasts at the same time is too much, Xiao Qin thought to himself after calming himself. Without thinking, the 5 ice apes would not be able to stop the scarlet-crowned snake. After a while, Xiao Qin jumped off the warship and quickly descended towards the flowing light marigold tree. Hoo! Hoo! The wind blew past his ears. Faster! 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 Xiao Qin kept saying in his heart. There had never been a moment where Xiao Qin felt that he would take so long to land. With a bang, an ice ape was directly swallowed by the scarlet-crowned snake. Shwa shwa, shwa. With a flick of its tail, another 2 ice apes were crushed into a pile of sawdust by the scarlet-crowned snake's huge strength. There are still 3 more seconds before I can land, Xiao Qin thought anxiously. If he did not land before the ice ape was destroyed, he would become a live target in the air, unable to borrow any force. A rank 5 spirit beast was nothing in front of the scarlet-crowned snake. Even though it was severely injured, the scarlet-crowned snake could easily destroy an ice ape in one strike. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin made hand gestures and shouted, "Explode, rank 5 ice ape." Boom, boom. The 2 rank 5 ice apes frantically absorbed the surrounding ice-attributed spiritual energy. Specks of cold light appeared in the air as Xiao Qin spoke. Kacha, kacha, kacha. With 2 crisp sounds, it was as if the ice had been shattered. The temperature of the air suddenly dropped by a few hundred degrees. The 2 ice apes turned into cold stars, covering the ground with a layer of frost. The scarlet-crowned snake's huge body was instantly covered with frost chi. Its body that was like a small mountain turned into a cold ice mountain, not moving at all. The self-destruction of the 2 ice apes exhausted Xiao Qin's strength. Xiao Qin swallowed an essence chi pill and used this opportunity to land firmly on the ground. The glowing flowing light flower was as resplendent as gold. Now that it was right in front of him, the dense fragrance of the flower assaulted his nostrils. Immediately, Xiao Qin felt refreshed, and his nervous heart relaxed. If I am going to play, I will play big. As he stood in front of the flowing light flower, Xiao Qin's ambition grew. 1 flowing light flower was nothing. If he could bring away the entire flowing light marigold, it would be worth it. Xiao Qin took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. With a flash of saber light, he chopped the flowing light marigold in half. This was an immortal grade natural treasure. As long as it was not uprooted, it could grow again. The glow of the flowing light flower faded at a visible rate. Xiao Qin quickly placed the flowing light flower and the lunar shadow saber into the universe ring. Ka ka ka, the ice sealing the scarlet-crowned snake started to slowly shatter. Xiao Qin turned his head to take a look and saw a gust of strong wind blowing at him, causing his hair to flutter. He squinted his eyes slightly. Holy Beast Martial Spirit, Blue Dragon Dragon Chi, Feng Yan Acupoint, Laogong Acupoint, Daling Acupoint, Neguan Acupoint, open. A dangerous aura assaulted him. Xiao Qin did not have time to think. He faced the strong wind and shouted. The 6 acupoints on his right arm instantly opened. 6 rays of azure light appeared and turned into a blue dragon circling around Xiao Chen's arm. The feeling of boundless energy assaulted him once again. His entire right arm felt like it was going to explode. Bang! The blue dragon did not fly out. Instead, it clashed heavily with the snake tail. A huge force was transmitted, causing the qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body to churn. He flew backwards in the air. Under the full-powered attack of a peak martial king, Xiao Chen was able to retreat unscathed. Xiao Chen thought to himself, how lucky. He vomited a mouthful of blood and dispersed the churning qi and blood. Shua! With a thought, a silver bolt of lightning quickly flew over and caught Xiao Chen, who was about to land. Xiao Chen stood on the bow of the warship. Before he could catch his breath, another strong wind blew. Another gust of wind blew. This time, the scarlet crown snake's huge tail was even faster than before. In an instant, it struck the silver warship. Under the huge force, Xiao Chen was sent flying. He was like a sandbag in the air, flipping around continuously. He did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Ka ca, the silver warship cracked continuously. After a while, it shattered into countless silver motes of light and flew into Xiao Chen's right eye. The scarlet crown snake's attack had actually shattered Xiao Chen's secret treasure. Xiao Chen did not have the time to deal with the sudden turn of events. After he landed, the huge snake tail struck down continuously, causing the ground to tremble. Every step was filled with killing intent. It did not give Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath. Xiao Chen ran for his life. In the time it took for him to land, he covered tens of meters. The potential of his body was completely stimulated. Shockwaves surged behind him. There were a few times when the snake tail was already above his head, but he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. At this moment, Xiao Chen forgot all about movement techniques, essence, and martial techniques. There was no time for him to circulate his qi. He could only rely on his physical body to run for his life. The huge tail chased after Xiao Chen and struck down continuously. The surging shockwaves struck his back, nearly sending him flying a few times. However, Xiao Chen managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. This is not a solution. I do not even have time to circulate my qi. What should I do? Xiao Chen ran frantically as he thought anxiously. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that after he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would have no problem escaping. However, the current situation did not give him any chance to circulate his qi. If he paused for even a moment, he would be smashed into meat paste by the huge force. I can't keep running like this. I have to find an opportunity to catch my breath. Otherwise, it will chase me to death. How should I find an opportunity? The scarlet crown snake was clearly in a berserk state. He had already used the blue dragon qi once. He could not use it again in a short period of time. With the strength of his physical body, he would not be able to fight against it. As Xiao Chen ran forward quickly, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Since he could not clash head-on, could he make use of the force to retreat? After that, he executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, completely breaking away from the scarlet crown snake. Using his strength to escape was something Xiao Chen had not learned before. He could only rely on himself to find the right opportunity. If he wanted to successfully use his strength, timing was the most important. If he could not find the right opportunity, he would be smashed to death by the scarlet crown snake. After dodging a few more attacks from the scarlet crown snake, Xiao Chen carefully felt the direction of the wind, as well as the timing of the huge snake's tail. Rumble. The huge snake's tail smashed down, causing the ground to tremble. Then, it quickly whipped up. Its upper body was already standing upright. A cold light flickered in its eyes. Its scarlet tongue flickered continuously as it watched Xiao Chen dodge again. The scarlet crown snake hissed a few times in anger. It twisted its waist and its tail created a strong wind as it smashed down again. Xiao Chen could feel the direction of the wind. Now was the time. He did not hesitate to turn around and lean to the right. Just as the huge snake tail was about to land, he smashed his palm against the side of the snake tail. Xiaochen did not use any force in this palm strike. He only slid his palm to the side of the snake's tail the instant he touched it. Who? Xiaochen's body immediately flew to the right. He felt joy in his heart. He succeeded. Although there was still a small portion of the snake's strength that was not completely dissipated, it was still very horrifying. However, it was already within the acceptable range. Xiaochen smiled gently and took advantage of the opportunity to execute the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, 9 figures appeared in the sky. When the 9 figures merged together and landed, Xiaochen had already leaped a long distance. Pa! Pa! When the scarlet-crowned snake saw Xiaochen fling himself away, it slammed its huge tail on the ground. Its huge body soared into the air, covering the sky. It was not slow at all. Xiaochen turned his head around and saw a huge mouth above his head. Its red tongue was spitting out a cold light. The black hole looked like it was going to swallow Xiaochen up in the next moment. A faint smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he stopped. He was not startled, but happy. You chased me for so long. Now that you have delivered yourself to me, I will let you suffer a little. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! A fierce flame burned in Xiaochen's right eye. After a while, it condensed into a fire dragon and shot towards the scarlet crown snake's mouth. Boom! The fire dragon instantly drilled into the scarlet crown snake. The huge body of the scarlet crown snake trembled and rolled on the ground. Xiaochen ignored it. He took advantage of this opportunity and quickly headed for the exit of the underground world. He knew that such a small amount of fire would not be able to kill it. After an hour, Xiaochen felt the exit of the underground world. When he arrived at the pitch-black hole, he did not hesitate and walked out with large strides. When Xiaochen passed through the hole, the initial feeling of being in a trance attacked him again. This time, Xiaochen paid attention. He could clearly feel that feeling of being in a trance. It was like he had passed through a different world. When Xiaochen turned his head around, he saw an inconceivable scene. There was no underground world behind him. It was pitch black and he could not see anything clearly. Xiaochen was astonished. He was flabbergasted as he muttered, "How can this be? I clearly just came out from there. How did it disappear in an instant?" Xiaochen could not believe what he saw. He rushed forward frantically. The pitch-black hole did not take him long before he bumped into the wall. Other than soil, there was nothing else. Could it be that everything I experienced in the past month was fake? Xiaochen scratched his head and said in confusion, "Everything was just a dream." Xiaochen took out the flowing light marigold from the universe ring. Only then did he slowly calm down. He still had his energy and the medial-grade spirit stones in his ring had not decreased. Chapter 207. This meant that that world definitely existed. Xiaochen thought about it carefully. What was the difference between the first time he came here and now? There had to be a reason for the current situation. After a while, a light flashed in Xiaochen's mind. He said, "When I first came here, there was no spiritual energy in my body. Now, my body is filled with spiritual energy. That is the biggest difference. That underground world should be a small world created by a senior. Only those who reached the sage realm and became one with the world could enter. Or perhaps, only ordinary people without spiritual energy could enter. Furthermore, it was very likely that this was the small world created by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor, the Saber Emperor. Now, Xiaochen had stumbled into it by chance. If he had not lost all his essence, if he had not been swept here by the underground river, he would not have been able to reach this place. There were many reasons for this. This was probably the so-called fortuitous encounter. Thinking about it, it was a pity. Originally, Xiaochen was prepared to explore the entire underground world when he had the chance. It looked like he could not enter before he became a martial sage. Xiao Chen shook his head and recollected his thoughts. Since he had already come out, there was no need to think about this problem. What he had to think about now was how to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chen arrived at the underground river, he slowly stopped at the riverbank where he had climbed up in a sorry state. Everything that had happened that day was still vivid in his mind. His essence had disappeared, his internal injuries were severe, his stamina was weak, and the undercurrents were all very dangerous. In the end, he had encountered all of them. However, the conviction in his heart did not extinguish. He had climbed up in the end. He still had many important things to do, he could not die so early. He had not rescued Ao Jiao from the lunar shadow saber. He had not dealt with the noble clans in the Dongming province. He had not figured out why he was chased out of the Shao clan. There were too many enemies that he had not defeated yet. He had not even opened the door to becoming a cultivator. On the path of cultivation, it would be a pity if he died just like that. Looking at his reflection in the water, Xiao Chen thought of something. He had to change his appearance. Otherwise, no one would recognize him. Xiao Chen's face suddenly turned blurry as soon as he used the shape-shifting technique. He recalled Yi Chen's appearance in his mind, and the bones in his face began to move rapidly. On the surface of the water, Yi Chen's rather ordinary face appeared. It completely changed Xiao Chen's sharp and unrestrained temperament. Xiao Chen looked at the surface of the water and smiled in satisfaction. He leaped up and stood on the surface of the water. He went against the current and walked on the waves. If he wanted to go back, there was no other way aside from going back. The only way Xiao Chen could think of was to return to the place where the Demon King was suppressed. Once he found Yuan, he would be able to leave. The tip of Xiao Chen's feet tapped lightly on the surface of the water as if he was running on flat ground. He dashed forward at an extremely fast speed. After a while, a mountain wall appeared in front of Xiao Chen, and the river under his feet flowed down from the mountain wall. Thump! Since the river could flow down, it meant that there was a path ahead. Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and dove to the bottom of the river. Then, he swam against the undercurrent. After swimming for a long time, Xiao Chen felt the mountain wall above him disappear. He floated up again and walked on the surface of the water. After walking for a long time, he discovered that the river under his feet was just a tributary. The further he walked, the more astonished Xiao Chen was. There were many tributaries in this underground river, they were dense and wide. Along the way, Xiao Chen had already come across more than 10 tributaries. Some places even had 4 tributaries. The water flowed downwards. Fortunately, there was only one main tributary upstream. As long as Xiao Chen kept going upstream, he would eventually find the cave where the Demon King was suppressed. 2 days later, Xiao Chen was in a river. Before he surfaced, he felt a familiar feeling. This was because the rotten smell of the dried corpse in the river had yet to dissipate. Have I finally found my way back? The moment Xiao Chen surfaced, he saw Yuan sitting at a wooden table on the shore, smiling at him. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not expect to run into this person the moment he came up. He used his essence to disperse all the water droplets on his body. Immediately, hot air surrounded Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen stepped on the water surface and slowly walked out of the fog. When he arrived in front of Yuan, the water vapor on his body had already evaporated. His clothes and hair were extremely dry. When Yuan saw all this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He poured a cup of wine and handed it to Xiao Chen. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like you had a fortuitous encounter. Not only did your cultivation not get crippled, it even improved greatly. I can no longer see through you." Xiao Chen received the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. When he saw Yuan, he originally thought he had a lot to say. However, when he saw Yuan so calm, he did not know what to say. How is Biyun Peak's Song K now? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. Yuan drank by himself and drank another cup of wine. He said casually, "I crippled one of his arms, but he is still a peak master. However, Don't worry, ancestral martial ancestor Shen already warned him. If you go out, he will not dare to cause trouble for you. You crippled one of his arms. Xiao Chen looked at Yuan in astonishment. It was not that he did not think Yuan did not have the strength to do so. It was just that he did not expect Yuan to offend a peak master for him. Furthermore, looking at Yuan's calm manner, it was as though he did not care about it at all. It was as though this was a small matter and there was no need for him to care about it. Yuan stood up and said, "Let's go, there is no need to make a fuss about nothing. I'll bring you out." Yuan slowly put away the wine cups on the table. After he spoke, he took the lead and walked out. He looked at Xiao Chen behind him and said, "You are really lucky. That girl, Lu Ryue, even came down personally to look for you not long ago." "Elder sister Ryue came to look for me?" Xiao Chen was startled. He said, "Then what did you say to her? Did you tell her the truth? Am I stupid? Do you think I do not know her character? If I told her the truth, she would immediately go to Biyun Peak and risk her life," Yuan said indifferently. Xiao Chen was rendered speechless by Yuan's words. Not long after, Yuan asked again, "What is your relationship with Leng Liusu?" "Leng Liusu? There shouldn't be any relationship. I am not familiar with her," Xiao Chen said suspiciously. He did not know why Yuan would ask such a question. Yuan said, "That is strange. She used her identity as the young pavilion master and went through the elders' assembly to send people to look for you a few times. Leng Liusu also came to look for him." Xiao Chen could not understand what was going on. He wanted to ask Yuan what was going on. However, when he saw Yuan's expression, he swallowed his words. Yuan brought Xiao Chen along and led him to a small transportation formation. When the people guarding the formation saw Yuan, they said respectfully, "Elder Yi, are you here to send someone off?" Yuan nodded and said to Xiao Chen, "Go up. Once you go up, you will be able to leave this damned place. I have already helped you settle your mission. Just go and hand it in." Before Xiao Chen stepped onto the transportation formation, he turned around and asked, "Did you not pay any price for chopping off Song Kei's arm?" After all, Song Kei was a peak master. Xiao Chen could not understand how Yuan could be so calm. Yuan smiled gently, "The price is that I have to stay in this place for another 10 years. Now that I see that you are so lively, I feel that it is not worth it. Alright, stop speaking nonsense. Scram. Pooh." Yuan suddenly kicked out and kicked Xiao Chen's butt. Xiao Chen fell forward and landed in front of the transportation formation. A light appeared on the ground. Countless talisman scripts flashed and Xiao Chen's body disappeared with a shwa sound. Everything was hazy and pitch black. Xiao Chen felt that his body seemed to be stretched infinitely. After that, spots of light appeared. After a while, he regained control of his body. Where is this? Xiao Chen looked at his surroundings and discovered that he was in a small room. There were no traces of formations on the floor. This should be a one-way transportation formation. Xiao Chen gently pushed open the door and walked out. He happened to see the counter in the Hall of Contributions. When the old man behind the counter saw Xiao Chen, he was mildly startled. The old man waved his hand and the wooden token at Xiao Chen's waist quickly flew into his hand. It turned out that he had returned to the Hall of Contributions. The old man looked at the number on the wooden token and smiled gently at Xiao Chen. "Yi Chen, congratulations on completing your mission. These are your contribution points." The old man took out some black copper coins from under the counter and handed them to Xiao Chen. After counting them, Yuan rated you as outstanding. There is a total of 1,000 contribution points. Xiao Chen received the black copper coins. There was a total of 10 of them. They were completely black, round on the outside and square on the inside. They contained a strange aura that could not be faked. The old man continued to explain. Contribution points had a total of 3 colors. The white ones represented 1 contribution point, the red ones represented 1 contribution point, and the black ones represented 100 contribution points. Xiao Qin had lived in the underground world for close to 2 months. At this moment, he was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak and report his safety to Lu Riyue. Hence, he did not have the patience to listen to the old man's words and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, don't leave yet. This is your first time completing a high-level mission. There is something I have to tell you, the old man called out to Xiao Qin and walked out. The old man revealed a faint smile on his aged face. Young man, don't be too anxious. This matter is the best reward for you. Xiao Qin did not understand. He slowly calmed down and followed the old man. The old man led Xiao Qin to the back of the first floor of the Hall of Contributions. Along the way, many people saw the old man personally leading the way for Xiao Qin. They all started to guess Xiao Qin's identity. The managing elder of the Hall of Contributions is actually personally leading the way for someone. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Even the true inheritors do not receive such treatment. I have never seen him before either. What is his background? Could he be even more noble than the true inheritors? It's him. Look at the identity token on his waist. He is that disciple from Qingyun Peak. He is Yi Chen, someone with sharp eyes in the crowd immediately said when he saw the silver identity token on Xiao Chen's waist. Currently, there were only 2 men in Qingyun Peak. One was Lu Suifeng, and the other was Yi Chen. Everyone knew Lu Suifeng. Since he was not Lu Suifeng, then Yi Chen's identity was obvious. So, it really is him. He disappeared for 2 months and actually appeared again. The people from Wanren Peak have been searching for him for a long time. Chapter 208. I heard that the second strongest core disciple of Wanren Peak, Quick Saber Lin Feng, has already said that as long as he appears, he will look for him to settle the score. I saw a few Wanren Peak disciples leave earlier. They should be going to inform Lin Feng. There will be a good show to watch later. When Xiao Qin heard all this, he did not pay too much attention to it. As long as it was not a senior making a move, he was confident that he could deal with any core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The so-called hindrance was just to increase his combat experience. However, Xiao Qin did not expect this old man's identity to be so deep. He was not as ordinary as he looked. The old man's expression was like an ancient well, there were no ripples at all. After they arrived at a large hall, he said indifferently, "We have arrived. This is the ranking hall. You can find your seat up there." The area of the large hall was very wide. There were 10 wooden walls in the middle. There was a group of people surrounding each wooden wall. They were either shaking their heads and sighing, or they had an impassioned expression. Everyone had a different expression. The old man brought Xiao Qin to the wooden wall at the very back. When the crowd saw the old man, they immediately opened up a path. Xiao Qin also discovered that the cultivators gathered in front of this wooden wall all had dispirited expressions. There is a total of 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The number has always been fixed. These 5,000 disciples are all ranked. The one you are looking at is the bottom 500 inner disciples. After the ranking war at the end of the year, the last 500 disciples will be stripped of their inner disciple status, the old man explained to Xiao Qin. So that's how it is. No wonder the inner disciples gathered here all had ugly expressions. It turns out that the elimination system of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was so strict. Every year, they would eliminate 500 disciples. Xiao Qin looked at the wooden wall. There were 10 rows of wooden walls. Each row had 100 small wooden tablets. Every wooden tablet represented the identity of an inner disciple. On it was written the person's name, cultivation realm, peak, and other basic information. Xiao Qin looked around for a while and found his own wooden tablet. It was very eye-catching, it was ranked last in the 10th row. That was the last of the 5,000 inner disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On it was written, Qingyun Peaks Yi Chen, Inferior Grade Martial Grand Master. The outer sect deacon of the Hall of Contributions took down the wooden plaque representing Xiao Qin. All the wooden plaques on the wooden wall started to move like a jigsaw puzzle. Everyone's name on the wooden wall started to move back by one rank. The old man held Xiao Chen's wooden tablet and walked to the wooden tablet in front. He placed Xiao Chen's wooden tablet in the 10th row. In an instant, Xiao Chen's rank rose by 500. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. They had never seen anyone raise their rank by 500 before. This isn't fair. I've been working so hard to complete the sect's missions and accumulate my strength. Yet, I can't even advance by 10 ranks in a month. How could he advance by 500? This is... There was no change in the old man's expression. Tian, Sect Master, Tian, Chen, and Chen, Chen, and the... There was no change in the old man's expression. He slowly turned around and looked at the crowd. The noisy chatter immediately stopped, it was incomparably quiet. If you are in the bottom 500 and complete a high-level sect mission for the first time and obtain an outstanding evaluation, you can also break away from the bottom 500. Only now did the crowd remember that the ranking hall did have such a rule. However, they were not able to accept high-level missions. The ones they could accept were all extremely dangerous high-level missions. It would be very difficult for them to obtain an outstanding evaluation. Thus, for a very long time, no one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion used such a method to raise their ranking. That was why everyone was excited. Xiao Chen did not care about all this. To him, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. After he learned listening to the sword and communicating with it, he would leave. He did not have any plans to stay here for long. The Tianwu continent was very big. Xiao Chen had set his sights on the entire continent long ago. Perhaps the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a very strong power in the Great Qin nation. However, when compared to the entire continent, or even the entire world, outside of the Tianwu continent was the Boundless Sea. After crossing the Boundless Sea, he heard that there were countless islands. There were also countless experts there. Thinking about it this way, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was nothing. Thus, Xiao Chen did not care much about his status as an inner disciple. Alright, I still have things to do, so I will take my leave first. As for the other rules, you will slowly come to understand them in the future, the old man said indifferently. After that, the old man gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look. He said, finally, I will give you some words of advice. Young man, don't be too sharp. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't set your sights too far. For the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to exist, it is not as simple as you think. The so-called geniuses are the cheapest things here. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Take a good look at this peak, it is far more exciting than you imagine. Xiao Chen revealed an extremely shocked expression. This old man had only taken a quick glance, and it seemed like he had seen through Xiao Chen's thoughts. The old man's words caused Xiao Chen to enter deep thought. Don't keep your heart suspended in the air. Sink down and merge with it. Is he saying that I am arrogant? Never mind, I will take a look first. Since I am already here, Xiao Chen did not intend to leave immediately. He strode forward and arrived at the first wooden wall. That was the ranking of the top 500 disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The wooden wall was the same as the other wooden walls. There were 10 rows of 50 people in each row. However, the background behind it was different. There was a faint layer of gold paint on it. It looked like a glory roll. However, being in the top 500 was also worthy of this glory. When one saw their name on it, they would feel proud. Survival of the fittest. This was a very good competitive system. It was able to retain the most outstanding talents. Not bad, Xiao Chen admired this ranking system. When he looked up, the first 10 names were as red as blood. They were very eye-catching among the black words. What made Xiao Chen feel strange was that these 10 people were not core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chen did not know which peak they belonged to or what their cultivation realm was. There was only one name on the information board. The rest were all unknown, it was very mysterious. Could it be that the strongest disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not the true inheritors? Xiaochen thought to himself. He carefully counted to the back. He only saw the first true inheritor's name after 50. The true inheritor of Wanren Peak, Wang Qinian, was an inferior grade martial saint. Unexpectedly, he was only in the 50s. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to look at the ranking of the so-called Quick Saber, Lin Feng. As he continued looking down, Xiaochen saw Lin Feng's name in the third row. Wanren Peak Core Disciple, Superior Grade Martial Saint. Wanren Peak's second strongest core disciple, but he was only in the 100th rank. How exactly is the ranking on the wooden board divided? Why does it feel like it is not accurate? Xiaochen started to doubt himself. Yi Chen. Just as Xiaochen was deep in thought, someone called out his name from behind. When he turned his head to look, he discovered it was Ma Chen, who had gone to the spirit mine with him on a mission. When Ma Chen saw Xiaochen turn around, he quickly walked over. He said in pleasant surprise, "It really is you. Junior brother Yi Chen, I have not seen you for a month. I thought something happened to you." When Xiaochen saw this, he felt somewhat apologetic. He explained that he had no choice but to knock him out, he did not have any malicious intent. Ma Chen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say it, I understand. Speaking of which, your background is not small. Even the young pavilion master personally sent people to look for you." Xiaochen felt it was strange, so he asked, "You know about this as well? Does anyone else know?" Ma Chen shook his head and said, "There should not be anyone else who knows. I only came up half a month ago. I do not know what happened in the spirit mine. It has been under lockdown for a long time." The two of them chatted for a while. Xiaochen understood a little about what happened after he left from Ma Chen. The things that happened in the spirit mine were not spread out. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was as peaceful as it was in the past. No one outside knew that the shocking change that happened a month ago could turn into something that could threaten the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochen remembered that Ma Chen had been here longer than him. He should know what was going on with the ranking. So he asked about his doubts. Ma Chen smiled and said, "This is very normal. The true inheritors of the 7 peaks are all passed down by the bloodline of the Peak Master. It is not a matter of talent. Sometimes, a true inheritor is not even as strong as an ordinary inner disciple." Xiaochen was astonished. Would anyone be willing to become a Peak Master? If a Peak Master was not even as strong as a core elder, it was hard for Xiaochen to imagine how such a person would be able to manage such a large peak. They would not. After all, such people are the minority. Furthermore, every peak has their own methods of passing down their cultivation. Before the old Peak Master died, he could pass down his cultivation to his descendants, Ma Chen continued to explain. As for the top 10 people, they are the strongest 10. They spend most of their time training outside and rarely return. So it is normal that we do not know their cultivation. I have seen the ranking competition at the end of last year. These 10 people are very strong, they definitely live up to their reputation. A few of them are able to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, their cultivation methods are different from the orthodox inner disciples. They are all aiming for the divine saber camp. So that was the case. No wonder the old man told Xiaochen that geniuses were the cheapest thing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the top 20 were all the people that Ma Chen mentioned, then the old man's words were not exaggerated. What kind of genius could be more talented than someone who could defeat opponents of a higher cultivation realm? After Ma Chen answered Xiaochen's question, he told him about the changes in the rankings. Aside from doing some refinement missions, one could also challenge an opponent in the same row as them. That was to say, one could challenge an inner disciple who was ranked 49 above them. Everyone had a chance to challenge them once a month. The person being challenged could choose not to accept the challenge. However, on the 15th of every month, if someone challenged you, you had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, you would automatically forfeit and be automatically defeated. Of course, the most crucial thing was the ranking competition at the end of the year. At that time, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion would engage in a grand battle among the inner disciples. The points obtained in the battle were the most important factors in determining one's ranking. Of course, one's previous ranking was also very important. The points obtained were the same. However, if one's ranking was too far behind, it would be useless. Chapter 209. Ma Chen's explanation was very detailed. Xiaochen understood the moment he heard it. Now, he somewhat understood the meaning of the old man's words. The so-called sink in and blend in should be for him to participate in this competitive game. Xiaochen thought for a while, I can accept other people's challenges. However, I will not take the initiative to challenge myself, I do not have the time. After all, I am no longer in the bottom 500. As long as I hold my ground, I will not have to worry about being kicked out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the end of the year. It was getting late. Xiaochen was in a rush to return to Qingyun Peak. He did not continue chatting with Ma Chen. After he took his leave, he immediately left the Hall of Contributions. The heaven viewing platform was as bustling as when he arrived. It was bustling with activity, there was a huge flow of people. Just as Xiaochen stepped out of the Hall of Contributions, he felt a few killing qi directed at him. He could not help but stop. On the path leading to the Hall of Contributions, a group of people slowly walked over. They were wearing the uniform of Wanren Peak. Their faces were covered in frost, and their gazes were cold. When they were 10 meters in front of Xiaochen, they stopped. Xiaochen saw Yang Qi's figure in the crowd. He looked at Xiaochen coldly and whispered something into the ear of a person beside him. That person had a squarish face, he looked very ordinary. However, a bright light flashed in his eyes occasionally, causing people to tremble in fear. He was an inferior grade martial saint. There is indeed a good show to watch. That is Wanren Peak's quick saber master, Lin Feng. He is ranked 106th on the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's strength ranking list. He is the second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. He already said that he wanted to help Yang Qi get back at him. Looks like this Yi Chen will not be able to escape easily today. It is hard to say. Since Yi Chen could defeat Yang Qi that day, he might be able to defeat Lin Feng today. Furthermore, Yi Chen is now a superior grade martial grand master. I think their top core disciple, Luo Kadi, will have to come. If what you said was 2 months ago, it might be possible. However, Lin Feng is now an inferior grade martial saint. Martial saint and martial grand master are two completely different realms, the difference is too great. 2 months ago, Yi Chen might not have stood a chance. Lin Feng is known as the #1 swift saber of Wanren Peak, and his reputation is not undeserved. At most, he would have lost slightly more elegantly. Now, I reckon that Yi Chen would not be able to block even one move. Lin Feng's appearance had immediately attracted the attention of all the elite disciples who were surrounding the Achievement Palace. They all wanted to see what was going on. Xiaochen's facial expression didn't change. His heart was as calm as still water, there wasn't a single ripple in his heart. He was looking at Lin Feng without the slightest fear. Lin Feng took a few steps forwards and arrived in front of Xiaochen. He then said in an ice-cold tone, 2 months ago, were you the one who injured many of my disciples? That's right. Xiaochen said calmly. Lin Feng slowly put his right hand on the hilt of his blade. His qi was unceasingly condensing. He was fixedly staring at Xiaochen and said, I will give you a chance to explain yourself. If I am not satisfied with your explanation, I will make them suffer 10 times over. There's no need to explain when your skills are inferior. As Xiaochen spoke, he took a step forward without anyone noticing. Kacha! When Xiaochen finished speaking, Lin Feng unsheathed his long blade. A cold light appeared. The crowd could only see a blurry shadow of the blade. They couldn't even see the blade clearly. Bang! However, something unexpected happened. Originally, they thought that Xiaochen would be struck by the lightning-fast blade and his blood would flow like a river. He would be defeated immediately. But the reality was that Lin Feng vomited a mouthful of blood. A crisp sound could be heard from his chest and he fell to the ground. The long blade in his hand swayed and flew out of his hand. Xiao Chen immediately stomped on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. Then, he stomped heavily on Lin Feng, who was struggling to stand up. There was another crunching sound as a few more of Lin Feng's ribs broke. Lin Feng groaned in pain. He pointed his finger at Xiao Chen and said unwillingly, "You." The situation had suddenly changed. Lin Feng, who was originally aggressive, was knocked down by Xiao Chen with one punch. The crowd could not even react to what was going on. Everything was too unimaginable. In their eyes, Lin Feng had obviously attacked first. Furthermore, his speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. But why was he the first to be hit? Xiao Chen, quickly let go of him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When Yang Qi saw Lin Feng fall to the ground, he became very anxious. He quickly led the other core disciples of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak and surrounded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. He hooked his right foot and kicked Lin Feng's body away like a sandbag. Yang Qi hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch Lin Feng. However, the strength behind Lin Feng's kick was far beyond his imagination. After the people of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak caught Lin Feng, Xiao Chen had already used the blue dragon cloud soaring technique and disappeared without a trace. In a distant pavilion, two young disciples wearing the uniform of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak were quietly watching the scene in the Hall of Contributions. One of them shook his head and said, "Junior brother Lin lost too unjustly. If he did not give that person a chance to speak and went up, he would have executed the startling wind saber technique. With his current cultivation level, he would have defeated that person in 10 moves." The other person smiled indifferently, "A loss is a loss. There is nothing much to say. Lin Feng is a proud person. It is good for him to suffer some setbacks. Junior brother Luo, what do you think of Yi Chen?" So these two people were the true inheritor of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Wang Qinian, and the #1 core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi thought for a while and said, rational, calm, and good at grasping his opponent's weakness. The strength of his physical body is extremely terrifying. That punch earlier should have contained 4,000 kilograms of force. However, the strength of his physical body is mediocre. The higher his cultivation level, the smaller the advantage he has. He is not a match for us, so there is no need to worry too much about it. Wang Qinian smiled gently and said, "This person is much stronger than we imagined. If you fought with him, you would only have a 50% chance of winning if you did not use your best moves." "Why do you say that?" Wang Qinian said indifferently, "You only paid attention to the speed and strength of his punch. You did not see anything else. That is where he is brilliant." When he answered Lin Feng's question, he took 2 steps forward. This distance was the furthest the tip of Lin Feng's saber could reach after he drew it. Furthermore, he did not attack after he finished speaking. He used sound and speed to create an illusion. It gave people the impression that after he spoke, he and Lin Feng attacked at the same time. Actually, he had already attacked when he said the last 2 words. As for Lin Feng, he only attacked after he heard the sound. Therefore, it is not that Yi Chen is faster than Lin Feng but that he attacked first. Luo Kadi felt that his mind was in a mess. After thinking carefully for a while, he revealed a doubtful expression and said, "That is impossible. How can the speed of sound be faster than what the naked eye can see? No matter how fast he is, even if he surpasses the speed of sound, it is impossible for him to surpass the speed of light. What the naked eye can see is that he attacked first." These words were very tongue-twisting and could easily make people dizzy. Actually, it was not difficult to explain. Within a short distance, when a person made a punching motion, the sound and movement would definitely be heard at the same time. However, if this person's speed surpassed the speed of sound, people would see an extremely strange scene. The opponent would only be able to hear the sound slowly after he was sent flying far away. The faster you were, the slower it would be for others to hear the sound. However, no matter what, your actions would be seen immediately. Hence, Luo Kadi felt that Wang Qinyan's words were contradictory. How could Xiaochen go against common sense and let others hear the sound first before seeing the action? Wang Qinyan smiled faintly and said, "The sound you heard might not have come from his mouth." "You mean?" His voice was transmitted into people's ears using other methods. Luo Kadi seemed to have understood something as he looked at Wang Qinyan in shock. Wang Qinyan nodded and said, "That's right." However, it was not transmitted into the ears but directly into the brain. This is because when he said the last two words, his lips did not move at all. This is a kind of use of soul energy. I once saw an expert using soul energy in the ancient desolate land. That person was even more powerful than Yichen. Not only could he imitate sounds, he could even imprint images into the mind of others. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Qingyun Peak. Xiaochen looked at the familiar peak and could not help but sigh in his heart. It had only been 2 months since he last came, but he actually started to miss it. Looking into the distance, there was a group of people standing at the foot of the mountain, looking into the distance. Xiaochen's vision was very good. He discovered Lu Riyue, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Meng standing there. "Brother Yi, you are finally back." When Lu Suifeng saw Xiaochen, he went forward and hammered Xiaochen. "Big brother Yi. Are you alright?" Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng welcomed him with smiles. Xiaochen greeted them one by one. When he saw everyone's enthusiastic expressions, he felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Riyue revealed a faint smile on her charming face. She stood quietly at the side. After consuming the beauty-nourishing pill that Xiaochen gave her, she looked even more beautiful than before. No one dared to look her in the eye. Lu Riyue's aura was withdrawn. Compared to the past, it was less sharp. However, it was even more unfathomable. After absorbing the essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave her, she was only a step away from Martial King. "Elder sister Riyue, I made you worry." Xiaochen walked over and said sincerely. Lu Riyue had personally gone down to the mine for him. No matter what, he had to thank her. Lu Riyue carefully sized up Xiaochen. After a while, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Are you a superior grade martial grand master?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, he could not help but be startled. He carefully sized up Xiaochen. He felt that his aura was flourishing, and he could not see through him. Before Xiaochen went to do the mission, he was only a peak inferior grade martial grand master. In just 2 months, he had become a superior grade martial grand master. This speed was not inferior to a cultivator with an inherited heavenly vein martial spirit. When Lu Riyue saw Xiaochen nod his head in acknowledgement, she said, "That's great. In half a month, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be holding the core disciple exam. It looks like you will be able to make it in time. Rest for a while first. Tomorrow, I will officially teach you listening to the sword and communicating with it." After Lu Riyue spoke, she turned around and left. She did not ask much about what happened to Xiaochen underground. Xiaochen also heaved a sigh of relief. It would be troublesome to explain his fortuitous encounter in the underground. If Lu Riyue asked, he would not know how to answer. Chapter 210. Who? A white figure quickly rushed to the foot of the mountain peak. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. The white figure was Bai. This little fellow was very playful. After it left with Xiao Meng, it rarely returned. It ran all over Qingyun Peak. Xiaochen knew that it liked to stay in the forest. Furthermore, the mission was dangerous, so he left it behind. When Bai saw Xiaochen's figure, it was very excited. Its snow-white fur gave off a faint glow under the sunlight. Its body swayed as it pounced over Pu Tong. Originally, Bai wanted to jump onto Xiaochen's body. However, when it was only half a meter away from Xiaochen, it fell with a pu tong sound. After it got up, it was still in a daze. Its little head shook left and right, it did not understand what was going on. Xiao Chen was greatly astonished. He walked forward and picked it up. Instantly, the fragrance of wine wafted over. He could not help but say in astonishment, "What a strong wine smell. Could it be that it drank wine?" Xiao Meng walked over awkwardly and said, "Elder brother Yi Chen, after you left, by accidentally drank Xiao Yang's wine. After that, it became addicted to it. It often gets drunk. No matter where the wine is hidden, its nose can smell it." Xiao Yang also walked over and said embarrassedly, "Elder brother Yi Chen, I am really sorry. I was already very wary of it. However, its nose is too sensitive. I don't even dare to drink anymore." It even ran to the top of the mountain to ask for wine from the elders. Xiao Chen sweated in his heart. It really drank wine. Furthermore, it got drunk. After not seeing it for 2 months, Bai actually developed such a bad habit. Never mind, I will keep an eye on it for the next 2 days. Furthermore, drinking wine is not a bad thing. Xiao Chen could only blame Bai for being mischievous. Furthermore, a rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial king. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were just ordinary people. It was normal for them to not be able to keep an eye on it. Bai seemed to know that it had made a mistake. It drooped its ears and did not dare to move around in Xiao Chen's embrace. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and placed it in the spirit blood jade. Seeing Lu Suifeng at the side, Xiao Chen thought of something. He took out 5 black contribution coins and handed them to Lu Suifeng. "Suifeng, when you go to Jade Maiden Peak tomorrow, help me return them to Martial Grand Uncle Shen." Lu Suifeng waved his hand and did not take the contribution coins that Xiao Chen handed over. He smiled and said, "My sister already helped you repay the debt you owe the Hall of Contributions. She knew that you owed the Hall of Contributions because you wanted to refine the beauty-nourishing pill. She even scolded me." Xiao Chen put away the contribution coins. As he watched Lu Ryue disappear into the mountain peak, his gratitude towards her increased. At night, stars filled the sky and the moon hung high in the branches. Xiao Chen went to his own courtyard and took out the flowing light marigold tree, which gave off a golden light. The flowing light marigold on the treetop gave off a dense fragrance, its spiritual energy was overwhelming. The flowing light marigold had a total of 5 petals. There was not much difference between eating 1 and eating 5. Everyone only had 1 chance to increase their comprehension ability. How much they could increase actually depended on luck. Who knew, after eating it, they might be able to open up their spiritual acupoints and obtain a photographic memory. They might even be able to learn any martial technique after seeing it once. Although everything was possible, the flowing light marigold was an immortal grade spirit herb. After consuming it, it could increase a cultivator's comprehension ability by at least 20%. The effects were very obvious. Of the 5 petals, he would eat 1 and find an opportunity to give the other 2 to Lu Ryue and her brother. Xiao Yang and his brother did not have martial spirits, so they would not be considered. As for the remaining 2, Xiao Chen could give 1 to Bai. As for the last one, he would give it to cousin Yulan. In the future, when they met again, he would give it to her. After allocating the 5 petals of the flowing light marigold in his heart, Xiao Chen plucked a golden petal and placed it in his mouth, chewing it gently. A dense and refreshing fragrance filled his entire mouth. The petal turned into an ice-cold liquid and flowed into the meridians of his body. After a while, it permeated into all the pores of Xiao Chen's body. An indescribable carefree feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel carefree and relaxed. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and immersed himself in this comfortable feeling, forgetting himself. After a while, his mind seemed to explode. Countless information poured in. Battle Sage Origins, Changing Character Formula, Clear Wind Chop, Dragon Seizing Hand, Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Flight on Wings, Rushing Thunder Chop, all the martial techniques that Xiao Chen had learned appeared in his mind. Some of the problems that he could not figure out in the past suddenly became clear, he was suddenly enlightened. Xiao Chen's thoughts were incomparably clear. He was able to draw inferences about other things from one instance. The changes of the various martial techniques in battle were all sorted out. Shao Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were clear like an ancient well, deep and tranquil, making it hard for others to understand. Clear wind chop, blue dragon tail whip. Shao Chen shouted and a cool breeze blew in the courtyard. The leaves on the ground were picked up by the cool breeze, dancing in the air continuously, making shwa 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 sounds. The high-level technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, blue dragon tail whip, was executed at the same time as the secret technique of Qingyun Peak, the clear wind chop. Shao Chen's figure moved in an elegant arc in the air. Who? Something strange happened. Shao Chen, who was hidden in the cool breeze, suddenly disappeared. The saber light and the human figure disappeared in an instant, nothing could be seen. Only the cool breeze and the rustling of leaves remained in the huge courtyard. It was incomparably quiet. Ka Xie. Shao Chen landed in front of Shao Chen. The lunar shadow saber in his hand returned to its scabbard with a huang dang sound. He revealed a joyful expression. I have finally practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. Right after Shao Chen spoke, the cool breeze behind him suddenly stopped. The leaves in the air rustled and fell. Every leaf was divided into two into four into 8, and then into countless fragments. Shao Chen was not sure how much his comprehension ability had increased. However, he felt that compared to before, his comprehension ability had increased by at least 50%, which was half. After Shao Chen consumed the flowing light flower, he immediately comprehended the clear wind chop, which was only one step away from the spirit gate. He even managed to combine it with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Shao Chen raised the clear wind chop to an unimaginable level. Not only did it reach the state where one could only see the cool breeze but not the saber, even one's figure was hidden in the wind. Even Lu Riyue and Yuan had not reached such a state. As for whether there was anyone else in history who had reached such a state, Shao Chen did not know. While he was in a daze, Shao Chen felt that he was in a very strange state. His mind was very agile. This did not seem to be a simple increase in comprehension ability. Rather, it was a state that could only be encountered and not sought. It was similar to the comprehension he had in Evil Wind Valley. At this moment, he felt that no matter what martial technique he practiced, he would be able to make a breakthrough immediately. This feeling was very miraculous. It could only be sensed but not described. It should be a strange effect brought about by the flowing light flower. Shao Chen felt that the duration of this state was decreasing rapidly. After a period of time, it would definitely disappear. Shao Chen's thoughts raced. This opportunity would not come again. What he needed to consider now was which martial technique he should upgrade in this limited time. Rushing Thunder Chop. No way. I have already comprehended the rushing thunder chop to a very high level. Furthermore, I am very familiar with it. Even if I do not have this opportunity, a breakthrough in the future is just around the corner. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. No way, this is a movement technique. I have already practiced it to small perfection. If I want to raise it to medial perfection, I will have to rely on my own cultivation. After I become a martial saint, I should be able to reach medial perfection. Battle Sage Origins Changing Character Formula. No way, this cultivation technique is too strange. Until now, I have only comprehended a small portion of it. I should need a fortuitous encounter to make a breakthrough. If I use this opportunity on this, it would be too unfortunate if I fail. Sword Technique, Flight on Wings. This is even worse. This is a martial technique imitated by the changing character formula. I have not practiced it before, it is not worth it. Time was tight, Shao Chen thought about it but he did not know how to make a decision. Suddenly, he thought of a martial technique, Great Dragon Tiger Fist. He revealed a smile and said, I will practice the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. I have no idea what the second move, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, is. Furthermore, this cultivation technique has great potential. If I can make use of this opportunity to comprehend it, my combat prowess will immediately increase. After he made up his mind, Xiaoqin stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground with the scabbard. He circulated his energy and got into a stance, starting to practice the great dragon tiger fist. A ferocious tiger image appeared behind Xiaoqin. His entire body was like a ferocious tiger. His qi and blood burned, the king of beasts descending. The king's aura of 100 beasts surged out into the surroundings from Xiaoqin's body. Xiaoqin let out a long roar, it was deafening like rolling thunder. A small tree in the courtyard broke with a ka-ca sound from this roar. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. Xiaoqin bent his body and took a heavy step forward with his right foot. His entire body flew forward and punched out ferociously. The tiger image behind him let out another long roar. Xiaoqin felt an explosive force in his right hand. When he punched the air, it gave off a resounding explosion. The air was blasted apart by this punch, and ripples spread out. Dust particles that could not be seen by the naked eye kept exploding in the air. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. I did not expect that under such a wondrous state, the might of my ferocious tiger leaving the mountains punch would increase significantly. After this punch, Xiaoqin circulated his energy for the next crouching tiger hidden dragon fist. Immediately, some strange information appeared in his mind. It was unknown where this information came from, but it suddenly imprinted itself in Xiaoqin's mind. It was all an explanation of the crouching tiger hidden dragon. Xiaoqin closed his eyes and did his best to absorb this information. After a while, he opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in his unchanging eyes. So, this was the meaning of the crouching tiger hidden dragon. The second move of the great dragon tiger fist was not used for offense. Instead, it was an extremely strong and firm defensive move. It required the practitioner to materialize the aura of a dragon and tiger. With the dragon and tiger on the body, one's aura would be withdrawn and would not be able to unleash it. With the strength of the dragon and tiger, one would be able to withstand the 5 mountains, and rivers. At the same time, it would store up energy for the next move, the dragon hissing tiger roar. If Xiaoqin did not practice this move to great perfection, he would never be able to practice the next move. His left hand turned into a dragon, piercing through the sky. His right hand turned into a tiger, 100 beasts surged. With the dragon and tiger on the body, the mountains and rivers did not fear. Xiaoqin's heart was clear. Relying on this wondrous state, he materialized the aura of a dragon and tiger on his arms. His entire person became extremely calm. The surrounding air seemed to condense without any fluctuations. Chapter 211. Kill. Xiaoqin stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He crossed his arms in front of him. Instantly, a tiger and a dragon intersected, merging with Xiaoqin's body. A faint golden glow appeared on his body. A tiger and a dragon moved around the surface of his body. Xiaoqin withdrew his aura, waiting to unleash it. A horrifying force was accumulating. Xiaoqin felt all the muscles in his body swell up. There was a strong force that seemed like it would gush out at any moment. However, this horrifying force was not unleashed in the end. It slowly disappeared. Xiaoqin knew why he had not successfully executed the dragon hissing tiger roar in this wondrous state. It was because this great dragon tiger fist used the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as its foundation. If he had not cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, the dragon roar piercing the heavens, he would not be able to materialize the true might of the azure dragon. In order to balance the might of the azure dragon, the ferocious tiger could only lower its own aura. Thus, the crouching tiger hidden dragon would not be able to reach great perfection. Shua. After Xiaoqin executed the crouching tiger hidden dragon, that wondrous state immediately disappeared. He thought to himself, what a pity. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, I would not have been able to do so. If I had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to the 4th layer, I might have been able to completely comprehend the great dragon tiger fist in one go. Although the state disappeared, the comprehension ability that the flowing light flower gave him did not decrease. It would accompany Xiao Chen for the rest of his life, giving him boundless benefits. Xiao Chen plucked another flowing light flower petal and released Bai from the spirit blood jade. At this moment, Bai had already sobered up. It looked angrily at Xiao Chen, blaming Xiao Chen for locking it up. Xiao Chen took out a golden petal and wanted to give it to Bai to eat. Who knew that the little fellow would ignore him no matter what he said, as though it was really angry. Don't be angry, little fellow. Here's something good to eat. After you eat it, I will not lock you up again. Xiao Chen was like a wolf grandmother tempting it with a smile. Bai lay on the ground and pretended not to hear what Xiao Chen said. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. This fellow really couldn't do anything about it. For the sake of this flowing light marigold flower, the scarlet-crowned snake had waited bitterly for God knows how many years. On the other hand, the flowing light flower had a much stronger effect on spirit beasts than on humans. Under certain circumstances, it could even allow spirit beasts to transform in advance. Therefore, the flowing light flower must be given to Bai. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Xiao Chen walked over and called out a few more times. The little guy just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead, ignoring him. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could only use his trump card. He took out a bottle of Liushang Pavilion's wine from his universe ring. Squatting on the ground, Zhang Xian opened the bottle cap and shook it a few times. A rich aroma of wine immediately drifted out. Boom! A white figure flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was like a white specter. Strangely, it could not move at all. It pounced towards the wine bottle in Xiao Chen's hand. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was prepared. With a schwa sound, he switched the wine bottle to his other hand. Otherwise, it might really be snatched away by Bai's sudden leap. You have really become a little drunkard. Eat this flower petal first, then I will give you the wine. Otherwise, there is no way, Xiao Chen said as he patted Bai's head. Bai looked at Xiao Chen with a wronged expression. Its cute eyes were misty, it looked very pitiful. It stood up straight and used its white claws to hook onto the wine bottle in Xiao Chen's hand. When Xiao Chen saw how pitiful it was, his heart softened. He said, I'm afraid of you. You are really a little ancestor. I can't hit you or scold you. I even have to provide you with good food and drinks. Bai gulped down a big mouthful of wine. Its little face revealed a blush. Then, it suddenly snatched away the flowing light flower petal in Xiao Chen's hand. It made a face at Xiao Chen and slipped away. Xiao Chen revealed a smile. He used his spiritual sense to chase after it. When he discovered that it had not gone far, he relaxed. After leaving Mo City, Bai had been following him everywhere. There were a few times when they met with danger, and Bai had saved him more than once. Xiao Chen had long forgotten his purpose in capturing Bai. Now, in his eyes, Bai was no longer a pet but his best companion. Although Bai cultivated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation and grew very quickly, its current combat prowess was no weaker than a regular martial saint's. However, Xiao Chen had never thought of asking it to help him in battle. There were a few times when Bai wanted to run out and help him. However, he blocked it in the mixed blood cloud, not letting it out. It was fine as long as it could live happily. If it got injured in battle or got into an accident, it would be too late for regrets. Early the next morning, the first ray of sunlight from the east shone through the window and onto Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and let out a drawn-out breath. He slowly got up and stretched his body. After a night of cultivation, he was filled with vigor. He was full of energy, qi, and spirit. He was filled with energy. After washing up, Xiao Chen rushed to the dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak. Lu Riyue had already agreed to teach him listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiao Chen finally had a clear idea of his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could not help but be filled with anticipation. He quickened his pace. Pooh! Just as Xiao Chen walked out of the courtyard, a white figure leaped out. Its glossy body reflected a faint glow. It nimbly jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. To Xiao Chen, Xiao Bai's petite body was almost negligible. It did not put any pressure on him at all when it sat on his shoulder. Xiao Chen did not know what difference the flowing light flower made to Bai. He was curious. He could not help but gently pull Bai from his shoulder into his embrace and observe it carefully. Bai's eyes flickered with an intelligent glow. When Xiao Chen looked into its eyes, he felt that it was more intelligent than usual. He could see a trace of shyness in the depths of its eyes. Shyness? I must have seen wrongly. It does not make sense for such a human-like gaze to appear in Bai's eyes. Xiao Chen composed himself and looked again. That shyness had already disappeared. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had indeed seen wrongly. Xiao Chen placed Bai back on his shoulder. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Qingyun Peak's dueling plaza. It was unknown when Lu Riyue had arrived. She was currently guiding Lu Suifeng in martial techniques. The expression on her face was very stern, and there was some disappointment in her eyes. You failed the exam last year. Your bone age is already 19. If you fail again, you will never be able to become a core disciple. Don't go to Jade Maiden Peak for now. I have already helped you apply for leave, Lu Riyue said with a sullen expression. Lu Suifeng said with a bitter expression, that can't be. Sis, I have an appointment with Miss Xinyun in the afternoon. We are going to do a mission together. Dong! Lu Riyue smacked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently, you are useless. She is already a core disciple of Jade Maiden Peak. She might even be a true inheritor. Look at you. You are still acting like trash. In this Tianwu continent, if you do not have strong strength, how can you protect the people you love? You are not even as strong as a girl and you still have the cheek to chase after her. I feel ashamed for you. Lu Suifeng rubbed his head and said, Sis, you can't say that. Then wouldn't a strong and ferocious woman like you have to spend the rest of your life alone? You are asking for a beating. Lu Suifeng nimbly dodged to the side and continued, Haha, sis, I am not wrong. Look at the great Qin nation, which man can defeat you? It would be difficult to find one. You still dare to talk back. You will stay in Qingyun Peak until the end of the month. Lu Riyue glared at Lu Suifeng and said fiercely. When she heard Xiao Chen's footsteps, Lu Riyue could not be bothered with Lu Suifeng. When Lu Riyue saw Bai on Xiao Chen's shoulder, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over and felt it was strange. She said, this little fellow, why does it seem like he has more spiritual energy than yesterday? Xiao Bai seemed to understand Lu Riyue's words. A happy expression appeared on her face as she blinked at Lu Riyue a few times. After a while, he cheered and jumped down energetically. He grabbed onto Xiao Chen's leg and shook it continuously. Xiao Chen knew what it meant. He took out a bottle of wine from the universe ring. Bai held the wine and immediately ran to the side happily. Lu Riyue revealed a rare warm smile on her face. She said, this little fellow will be fine after drinking too much, right? Xiao Chen joked, let him be, he is fine after drinking a little. As long as he doesn't go crazy, he will be fine. Lu Riyue withdrew her smile. She did not forget what she was here for today. She said, come with me. Knowing what Lu Riyue was going to teach him, Xiao Chen felt excited in his heart. He quickly followed. Lu Riyue brought Xiao Chen to a weapon rack and stopped. There were all sorts of sabers on the weapon rack. Lu Riyue drew the small saber in her hand with a huang dang sound. The entire weapon rack could not help but shake. All the sabers on the weapon rack flew into the air with a ka-cie sound. Dang! Dang! Lu Riyue shouted softly and all the sabers stabbed into the ground 2 meters deep. They were incomparably neat and densely packed around the two of them. There were at least 500 weapons around them. Xiao Chen was startled. This gentle and quiet communicating with spirit was truly impressive. When fighting with others, if one could control their opponent's weapon, they would already have won half the battle. Before the battle even started, they would already be halfway to victory. After losing their weapons, unless they were people who practiced close combat, their combat prowess would be greatly reduced. Lu Ryue stood across from Xiao Chen. She had a calm expression on her face as she sheathed her saber. She said indifferently, listening to the sword and communicating with spirit is split into 4 realms. From the lowest to the highest, they are listening to the sword, controlling the sword, sword heart, and communicating with the spirit. Up until now, I have only reached the stage of controlling the sword. The technique I just executed is what I can achieve after I reach great perfection in controlling the sword. Xiao Chen listened carefully. When he saw Lu Ryue stop, he asked, "Actually, I have a question. Why is listening to the sword and communicating with spirit called listening to the sword and not listening to the saber and communicating with spirit? Why is it known for the sword?" Lu Ryue explained, the saber did not exist in the beginning. A long time ago, there was only one type of weapon in the continent, the sword. There were all sorts of swords. The saber was derived from the shape of the sword. Listening to the sword and communicating with spirit was originally a state of the sword. This state could be applied to the saber. After people got used to it, they were too lazy to change it. Chapter 212. So, there was such a principle. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. However, did this prove that the sword was the most orthodox of all weapons? Lu Ryue continued, there are many states in the sword that cannot be applied to the saber. Of course, there are many unique states in saber techniques. However, these are too far away for us. There is no need to consider them for now. There were other states in the saber. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard of this. However, what Lu Ryue said was right. He did not even have a clue about listening to the sword and communicating with it. Thinking about his own state was indeed too far away. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I understand the principle behind this. Elder Sister Ryue, let's begin. How do I enter the first state? Lu Ryue smiled somewhat helplessly. She looked very charming as she said, actually, I do not know how to enter it either. Back then, when I was practicing with the saber, I entered that state. Such experience will not be of much help to you. That is why when you suggested teaching you listening to the sword and communicating with it, I had no way of teaching you. These days, I have been thinking about how to teach you, how to let you learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiao Chen felt depressed in his heart. After spending so much effort, could it be that in the end, she would just say that she comprehended it on her own? That would be as good as not having it at all. Fortunately, Lu Ryue's next words dispelled his suspicions. This allowed him to not feel too depressed. Since ancient times, states have always been comprehended by oneself. There has never been a precedent of someone trying to achieve it with the help of others. I have thought of some methods, but I am not very confident. You have to be mentally prepared. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, it does not matter. Having little confidence is better than having no confidence at all. It is better to do it. If it is not possible, I will not force it. Lu Ryue heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, in that case, I can rest assured. The girl in the lunar shadow saber should be very important to you. Otherwise, you would not be willing to delay your cultivation to wake her up. Ao Jiao's appearance appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He remembered the promise he made to the Thunder King. Xiao Chen said very seriously, it is very important, very important. Elder Sister Ryue, you woke her up previously. Can this method still be used? The last time they fought against Song Ke, Lu Ryue had successfully awakened Ao Jiao. If she really had a way to completely make Ao Jiao fantasize, then Xiao Chen would not have to worry about it. Lu Ryue smiled and said, that won't do. After all, that is not my saber. Furthermore, I only managed to achieve this effect after I forcefully used spirit communication. If you want to truly awaken it, you will have to rely on yourself. In the training field of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He did not use any essence and just sat there quietly. His mind was blank and he did not think about anything. Around him, 500 long sabers were inserted into the ground in a circle around him. Faintly, a faint light was flickering on each of the long sabers. From time to time, they would spit out a cold glint. When one blinked, an illusion of 10,000 horses galloping and 1,000 soldiers roaring appeared in their minds. It was very majestic, as though it was happening right before their eyes. These 500 sabers all had their own origins. The lunar shadow saber, still in its scabbard, lay quietly beside Xiao Qian. Among the 500 sabers, it looked very ordinary, not eye-catching at all. Lu Riyue stood quietly at the side and looked at Xiao Qian, who was sitting cross-legged. She revealed a gentle smile and muttered to herself, "I hope it will be of some use." "Sis, can you comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it by stabbing 500 broken sabers into the ground and letting your imagination run wild? I think it is very mysterious," Lu Suifeng said as he ran behind Lu Riyue at some point in time. Lu Riyue's expression was as calm as water, there were no fluctuations in her expression. She said indifferently, "Broken sabers? Go and find 500 of these broken sabers for me to take a look." Every saber here was obtained from the ancient saber formation. Although they are not of high rank, they have existed for more than 10,000 years and possess a trace of Tao. You actually call them broken sabers? I can't be bothered to say anything more. The full name of the saber formation in Saber City was the Ancient Absolute Saber Formation. It had existed since the ancient era and had operated for more than 10,000 years. Even now, there were no signs of its might weakening. No one knew the origins of the saber formation. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, no one had entered the center of the saber formation to see what was supporting the operation of the ancient absolute saber formation. What made the saber formation famous was that as long as one could escape unscathed from the saber formation, they would be able to obtain a treasured saber. The longer one lasted in the saber formation, the more valuable the treasured saber would be. However, the saber formation was very dangerous. It was already very difficult for a martial saint to last for an hour. Even someone as strong as a martial monarch would not last more than half a day. If one wanted to obtain a treasured saber with a trace of Tao that had existed for more than 10,000 years, the chances were very small. It was clear how difficult it was for Lu Riyue to obtain 500 of such treasured sabers in one go. Lu Suifeng revealed an astonished expression, "Sis, 500 of such sabers, you probably moved half of the stock in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. How did you do it?" Lu Riyue said softly, "Lu Chen owes me a favor. Coincidentally, his old man is in charge of these tools. So I borrowed them. After all, I have to return them after using them." So he agreed. Lu Suifeng's expression was exaggerated. He pretended to be hurt as he said, "Sis, I am starting to suspect if you are my biological sister. Why don't I receive such treatment? This is too hurtful." Lu Riyue looked at Lu Suifeng resentfully. She said, "Before you were 13 years old, did I not put in enough effort on you? I laid such a good foundation for you. Now, you have wasted it all. You still have the cheek to say that?" Lu Suifeng laughed out loud, "Sis, I discovered that you are not calm, like you are hiding something. Have you fallen in love? Actually, I can help you matchmake. Look at Brother Yi. His future is boundless. He will not have any problems with the core disciple exam this time. Furthermore, he is already a superior grade martial grand master at the age of 16. His cultivation talent is not much weaker than yours. He is completely worthy of you. The most important thing is that Brother Yi does not seem to have anyone he likes. You can take advantage of this and, bang! Before Lu Suifeng could finish jabbering on, he heard a gust of wind. A slender leg appeared in front of him and kicked him heavily in the chest. There was a loud boom, and his body flew back rapidly like a sandbag. He cried out in pain in the air. He flew far away and crashed into the wall of the dueling grounds before falling to the ground. Lu Suifeng got up and felt his entire body aching. He could not help but groan in pain. This is really not an ordinary kind of pain. Ha ha. However, it seems like the result is good. There is hope, aha. When the somewhat drunk Bai saw Lu Suifeng suddenly land beside him, his face turned red. He cried out excitedly and sent out a palm strike. Whoo! A huge shockwave was created. The shockwave turned into a violent gale, sweeping Lu Suifeng's body into the air. When the gale returned, Lu Suifeng's body landed heavily on the ground once again. This time, he fell even harder than before, his bones nearly broke. When Lu Suifeng saw the drunk Bai crying out with a slightly red face, he was startled. Damn! This little thing is getting drunk again. Quickly run. In the days when Xiaoqin was not around, every time Bai got drunk, he would occasionally get drunk. Furthermore, he especially liked to use Lu Suifeng as a target. This had already left a deep impression on him. Because they were afraid of Xiaoqin blaming them, they did not tell Xiaoqin about this. Lu Suifeng circulated his essence and dashed out of the dueling grounds. Bai turned into a white phantom. His speed was much faster than Lu Suifeng's. He cried out and chased after him. Lu Riyue saw all this but did not care. This was not the first time Lu Suifeng had been chased by Bai. Although Bai was mischievous, he would not really injure Lu Suifeng. In Lu Riyue's opinion, this was a good way to train Lu Suifeng's reaction speed and ability to resist attacks. On the other hand, Xiaoqin sat on the ground, focusing his mind on the spiritual pedestal. His mind was clear, and he did not think of anything as he sat there quietly. At the start, when Lu Riyue told him her first method, he felt it was strange, just like Lu Suifeng. However, since he chose to believe in Lu Riyue, he had to keep believing in her. He had to open his heart and trust her unreservedly. After an unknown amount of time, the world in front of Xiaoqin suddenly changed. He discovered he was in a pitch-black space. There was nothing around him. His surroundings were completely silent, there was no sound at all. Huang dang dang. The 500 sabers on the ground suddenly started shaking non-stop. The shaking became more and more intense. The entire dueling grounds trembled slightly. Lu Riyue revealed an extremely joyful expression. She looked at Xiaoqin on the ground and said, "The ancient saber intents have merged into one. Now, it is up to you whether you can catch them or not. Do not disappoint me." The pitch-black space was like the galaxy outside, it was filled with boundless darkness. Suddenly, 10,000 spots of light appeared. It was like 10,000 lanterns slowly lighting up. In the dazzling space, it was extremely beautiful. Xiaoqin was startled as he said, "What is this? Where exactly is this place? Wasn't I in Qingyun Peak's dueling grounds? How did I end up here?" Shua! Shua! Just as Xiaoqin was feeling suspicious, the 10,000 spots of light filled the sky and flew over. When they got close, Xiaoqin discovered that these spots of light were actually sabers glowing with light. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! Countless sabers glowed with light as they flew around in front of Xiaoqin. They had long flaming tails behind them. In this pitch-black space, they displayed a different kind of splendor. Faster! 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 An urgent voice kept ringing in Xiaoqin's heart, urging him to hurry up. It was urging him to find a saber that belonged to him in this space. Who? A saber quickly flew towards Xiaoqin like a meteor. Xiaoqin was startled. If he was struck by this saber, he would die on the spot. He quickly dodged to the side. Shua! Shua! A few more sabers continuously flew at Xiaoqin, they were as fast as meteors. Xiaoqin felt very anxious. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and moved around continuously in this pitch-black space. Chapter 213. However, the more he dodged, the more sabers flew at him from the sky. In the end, it became very strenuous for him. Wounds of varying depths started to appear on his body, and blood dripped down. What exactly is this? Lu Suifeng, elder sister Ryue, can you hear me? Xiao Qin shouted anxiously. However, aside from the whistling of saber lights, there was nothing else in this space. Quick! Quick! Find your saber. Find your saber. That urgent voice resounded in Xiao Chen's heart once again. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, 1,000 soldiers crossing the border. Urgent! 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 Xiao Chen looked around. Aside from saber lights, there were only saber lights. Where was his saber? He tried calling out to the universe ring in his hand a few times, but he could not open it. His saber was not here at all. Damn it! Where exactly is this place? Xiao Chen roared and stopped dodging. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated rapidly. The bones in his body crackled as he executed the great dragon tiger fist continuously. The saber lights flying at him were shattered by the force of 6,000 kilograms of force. They turned into motes of starlight and disappeared into the boundless void. However, these saber lights seemed to be boundless, they were uncountable. No matter how many he shattered, there were still millions of saber lights flying at him. The dueling grounds of Qingyun Peak trembled continuously. Xiao Chen, who was sitting on the ground, frowned. His forehead was covered in sweat and his eyes were tightly shut. He revealed a pained expression, as though he was in a nightmare. Lu Ryue's expression turned grave. She muttered, "Am I too anxious?" "Yi Chen, you can do it. Once you find your saber, you can come out. You can definitely do it." Lu Ryue intertwined her hands together, twisting them continuously. Unknowingly, her hands had already turned purple. However, Lu Ryue did not notice it. It was clear that she was feeling very conflicted. "Elder sister, what's wrong?" The commotion in the training grounds was too big. When Lu Suifeng, who had been chased out by Bai, saw the commotion, he immediately rushed back. When Bai, who was following behind Lu Suifeng, saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, he seemed to be able to feel the anxiety in Xiao Chen's heart. His drunken state immediately disappeared. With a low roar, he turned into a white phantom and pounced towards Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the ancient treasured saber. However, just as he pounced forward, a horrifying shockwave rose from the 500 sabers and sent Bai flying. He landed heavily on the ground and bounced a long distance. "Ao!" Bai's cute face suddenly revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Its black eyes turned blood red. It let out a long roar, and a monstrous aura spread out from its small body. Lu Ryue pushed off with her feet and teleported behind Bai. Her palm turned into a saber and struck Bai's neck, knocking it out before it went berserk. Rumble. On the spacious martial arts field, a strong wind blew. The bright space became dim and the ground trembled even more violently. The 500 sabers fluttered and flickered non-stop. The clanging of the sabers reverberated in the training grounds. Lu Suifeng did not understand what was going on. He became even more anxious. "Elder sister, what is going on? What is going on?" Lu Ryue gently hugged the unconscious Bai and said, "I used these 500 sabers and the magic crystal stones under the training grounds to merge the ancient saber intent into a small ancient absolute saber formation." Lu Suifeng turned pale with fright. "Ancient absolute saber formation. Yi Chen is at the center of the formation. Will he be fine?" Lu Ryue's charming face was calm as she said, "Compared to the true ancient absolute saber formation, the might of this formation is much weaker. If you want to forcefully obtain the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, you have to take some risks. It is impossible. However, you should have told him in advance. He was not mentally prepared at all. I was afraid he would not be able to walk out of it." The worry on Lu Suifeng's face did not lessen. Lu Ryue said unhurriedly, "There are some things that are meaningless if you know them in advance. As long as he can find his own saber, this ancient absolute saber formation will break on its own. At that time, he will forcefully comprehend the first state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, listening to the sword. Boundless saber lights shot out in all directions in the dark space. Xiao Chen's body was like a tiger and a dragon. He relied on the huge strength of his physical body to shatter the sabers flying at him. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, reverberating in this boundless darkness. Although he would be fine for the time being, Xiao Chen became increasingly anxious. No matter how ferocious his strength was, there would come a time when it would run out. At that time, 10,000 sabers would pierce his heart and he would have no chance of surviving. Quick, quick, draw your saber. Draw your saber. The anxious voice rang out incessantly again, lingering in Xiao Chen's ears. Bastard, you only know how to shout. You are bare-handed, where did the saber come from? There is no reaction from the universe ring. Even if you shout 10,000 times, the saber will not come out. Xiao Chen could not help but curse loudly. However, no one answered his question. That anxious voice continued to ring out incessantly. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Chen did his best to calm his emotions. At this moment of life and death, his mind slowly cleared up. It seemed like ever since he entered this world, he had been in a state of anxiety, disrupting his normal thinking. Xiao Chen would not normally be this anxious. There was only one reason for this. It was the voice ringing out incessantly in his heart. That anxious figure, which was like 10,000 galloping horses, caused Xiao Chen's heart to be filled with anxiety, disrupting his thinking. If Xiao Chen wanted to leave this strange space and resolve this crisis, there was only one way. He had to find out where the voice was coming from and draw the saber it spoke of. Quick, quick, draw your saber, the anxious voice rang out again like a demonic voice. Xiao Chen focused and did his best to maintain a clear mind, not getting infected by the frenzy in the voice. So that's how it is. After a while, Xiao Chen understood. He revealed a calm smile on his face. Where the saber is, the voice will be. Where the saber is, the voice will be. In other words, where the voice is, the saber will be. A look of determination flashed on Xiao Chen's face. Where the voice is, isn't the voice in my heart? Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Xiao Chen shouted and materialized the might of a tiger and dragon. He crossed his arms in front of him. With the tiger and dragon in his body, he could instantly block the force of tens of thousands of kilograms, fearless of mountains and rivers. Dang! 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 The countless saber lights flying at him were blocked by a barrier of light. They trembled continuously. Xiao Chen pushed his arms forward and blocked all the saber lights. Pu-ci. Taking advantage of the fact that the saber lights could not reach him for a short period of time, Xiao Chen stabbed his 5 fingers into his heart like a sharp knife. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain, flowing out continuously. Since that anxious voice came from his heart, naturally, the saber was in his heart as well. This place was definitely not a normal space. He should be in a mental illusion somewhere. However, even if it was a mental illusion, if one died, there was a high chance that one's real body would die as well. However, Xiao Chen had no other choice but to take a gamble. Who? Suddenly, a resplendent light came out from his chest. The pained expression on Xiao Chen's face eased significantly. Then, he slowly withdrew his right hand. A girl made of light followed Xiao Chen's right hand and slowly flew out from his chest. When the girl's body completely left, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest quickly healed. Is this the saber hidden in my heart? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the girl's appearance. He revealed an astonished expression. Qingyun Peak, Dueling Grounds, within the saber formation, the lunar shadow saber that Xiao Chen placed beside him suddenly trembled non-stop. With a huang dang sound, it automatically came out of its scabbard and danced in the air. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the entire miniature ancient absolute saber formation stopped trembling. Shua! Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, grabbing the lunar shadow saber that was dancing non-stop. Xiao Qin had a solemn expression as he grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. He held the index and middle fingers of his left hand together and slowly slid them from the bottom of the lunar shadow saber to the tip. As Xiao Qian's fingers slid across the saber lit up with a resplendent light. When his fingers slid across the tip of the saber, the light on the saber was already very resplendent and dazzling. After the light faded, the pitch-black lunar shadow saber turned completely white. The saber flickered with a cold light, it was even sharper than before. When Xiao Qin felt the energy in the lunar shadow saber, he revealed a smile. He said, "The seal is finally broken a little. The lunar shadow saber is now a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. It has officially advanced to an inferior grade earth ranked spirit weapon." When Lu Riyue saw the lunar shadow saber transform successfully, her anxious face finally relaxed. She gently released Bai from her embrace. Wang! 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 The frenzied shaking of the dueling grounds finally stopped. The 500 ancient treasured sabers containing Daos on the ground all left the ground and returned to their scabbards. Xiao Qin slowly landed on the ground. He stretched out his hand and the scabbard flew into his grasp. He sheathed his saber and revealed a faint smile on his face as he walked over to Lu Riyue. "Did you find the saber? Can you feel the saber's breathing and pulse?" Lu Riyue asked Xiao Qin softly. Xiao Qin shook his head and said helplessly, "I did find it, but I did not feel anything special. The lunar shadow saber is different from what I imagined." In that pitch-black space, just as Xiao Qin was about to see the appearance of the girl, she suddenly turned into countless figures of light. The entire space disappeared and he returned to reality. Lu Riyue revealed a doubtful expression, she could not understand. She said, "I clearly found my saber in that space, but why did I not enter the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it?" Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, "Maybe the method is wrong. I will try another method tomorrow. That's all we can do." Lu Riyue nodded before saying, "That's right, there is still half a month before the core disciple exam begins. You can go and make some preparations. Use your contribution points to exchange for martial techniques in Qingyun Peak's library. Tomorrow, I will get Suifeng to bring you to the library. You should go back and rest first. At the same time, think about what martial techniques you want to exchange for." Chapter 214. Xiao Qin nodded and carried the unconscious Bai into his embrace. He asked, "What's wrong with Bai?" Lu Suifeng said, "It wanted to go berserk to save you, but my sis knocked it out first." Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a spirit beast, going berserk would have a huge repercussions. This was especially so for Bai, which was still in its infancy state. The repercussions from going berserk would be even stronger. "That's right, Brother Yi, you should make Bai drink less in the future," Lu Suifeng said gravely when he thought about how Bai had chased him all over the mountain. Xiao Qin felt suspicious and asked, "Why?" "This is a little complicated to explain. Actually, that..." Lu Suifeng spoke incoherently for a long time, but he was still too embarrassed to say that Bai had chased him all over the place. It was night, the waning moon hung high in the sky, and the stars were dim. Xiao Qin stood in his own courtyard, holding the lunar shadow saber in his right hand. He held 2 fingers on his left hand and moved them around the saber. The light on the snow-white saber became increasingly resplendent. As the friction intensified, the essence in Xiao Qian's body was driven, pouring into the saber in an endless stream. In the next moment, streams of sharp saber chi spewed out from the saber, dancing wildly in the air. These saber chi were different from the saber chi of a regular cultivator. The sharp saber chi contained the power of thunder. Electricity danced along with the saber chi, filling the entire sky of the courtyard. Xiao Qin released his fingers, and the saber chi in the air instantly disappeared. After the electricity flickered for a while, it also disappeared without a trace. After coming out from that pitch-black space, although Xiao Qin did not comprehend the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, he seemed to have comprehended another unknown state. This allowed him to unleash saber chi with electricity at the martial Grand Master realm. The might of this saber chi was even stronger than the saber chi of some inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, its potential was far from being developed. Xiaoqin collected his thoughts and looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber in his hand. He was filled with doubts. This was the first time he realized that he could not understand this saber at all. Everything in that pitch-black space was very strange. After that, Xiaoqin learned from Lu Riyue that it was a spiritual space formed by the ancient saber intent. It could trigger the saber intent hidden in the depths of a cultivator's heart. After Xiaoqin understood this, he became even more confused. The saber intent of the lunar shadow saber was actually that of an unfamiliar girl. Although he did not see her appearance clearly, Xiaoqin was sure that it was not Ao Jiao. The next morning, sunlight shone through the window onto Xiaoqin's face. Xiaoqin opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. When he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Lu Suifeng waiting for him. "Suifeng, sorry to keep you waiting." Xiaoqin greeted. Lu Suifeng smiled gently, "It's fine, I just arrived as well. I did not wait for long. Let's go, I'll bring you to the library." The two of them chatted happily as they walked to the top of the mountain. Along the way, Bai appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto Xiaoqin's shoulder, startling Lu Suifeng. "What's wrong?" Xiaoqin asked when he saw Lu Suifeng's shocked expression. Lu Suifeng smiled awkwardly, "Nothing, let's continue on our way." "That's right, how many contribution points do you have? What martial technique do you intend to exchange for?" Xiaoqin had already thought of what martial technique to exchange for. He did not need a cultivation technique for now. Although he was not clear on the rank of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, based on Xiaoqian's slow cultivation speed, he knew that this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would be sufficient for him to cultivate for a long time. He also did not need a fist technique or a movement technique. Thinking about it, Qingyun Peak did not have any martial techniques that surpassed the Great Dragon Tiger Fist and the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. There was no need to consider them. The only thing Xiaoqin lacked was a good saber technique. After Xiaoqian's improvements, the Rushing Thunder Saber technique had already reached the inferior grade Earth ranked. However, it was too straightforward, there was no room for maneuver. If he met one or two enemies, it would be fine. However, if he met a group of enemies with similar cultivation realms, it would be very difficult to deal with them. He could only use the changing character formula to simulate a martial technique. However, the changing character formula could simulate a martial technique. Before he made a breakthrough in his Battle Sage origins, the martial techniques that he copied would be very different from the martial techniques that he cultivated. Thus, Xiaoqin urgently needed a saber technique. It would be best if it was an Earth ranked 1 or above. Profound ranked and yellow ranked ones were useless, they were just a waste of time. There was no need to consider it. However, he did not know if Qingyun Peak had any martial techniques above Earth ranked. Thinking of this, Xiaoqin asked, "There are martial techniques above Earth ranked in Qingyun Peak's library. I have 1,000 contribution points, is that enough?" A cocky smile appeared on Lu Suifeng's handsome face. He said, "If you were in the other peaks, you would have to go through a lot of trouble to obtain an Earth-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it would require a lot of contribution points. There would be very few Earth-ranked martial techniques to choose from. However, this is not a problem in Qingyun Peak. Qingyun Peak was once the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Among the 7 peaks, it has the most complete martial techniques. There are 15 Earth-ranked martial techniques, second only to the main hall's library. In a situation where Heaven-ranked martial techniques did not appear, Earth-ranked martial techniques were already the peak martial techniques in the continent. Any large clan that possessed an Earth-ranked martial technique would be able to prosper for several hundred years. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was truly worthy of being a great sect with 10,000 years of inheritance. Just a random peak already had 15 Earth-ranked martial techniques. Their accumulations were truly shocking. I only have 1,000 contribution points, is that enough? Xiaoqin asked worriedly. After all, this was the first time he was using contribution points to exchange for a martial technique. He did not know how much contribution points were worth. Lu Suifeng blushed with shame. Can you not use such a tone? What do you mean by I only have 1,000 contribution points? You speak as though 1,000 contribution points are nothing. How can I, a person who cannot even earn 500 contribution points in half a year, endure this? Xiaoqin smiled faintly. I don't understand this. Just tell me if I can exchange for it or not. I can tell you with certainty that I can. You are not really going to exchange for it. You are just borrowing a handwritten copy. It is more than enough, there is no need to worry, Lu Suifeng said seriously. Hearing this, Xiaoqin relaxed. If that was the case, he had underestimated the purchasing power of contribution points. Who knows, he might be able to borrow a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. The two of them continued towards the top of the mountain. The mountain path was rugged, but with their cultivations, it was like walking on flat ground. They advanced very quickly and before long, they saw a group of majestic pavilions and terraces. However, there was still a long way to go before they could reach their destination. The distance was not short. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng, who was walking in front, stopped. He asked Xiaoqin, Brother Yi, what do you think of my elder sister? The power of this question was very strong. When Xiaoqin heard this, he was stunned. He stopped moving quickly. Bai, who was on his shoulder, nearly fell off. He glared fiercely at Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng ignored Bai, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He continued to smile and asked, What do you think of my elder sister? Xiaoqin said carefully, This depends on what I am talking about. Your question is too general. Lu Suifeng smiled gently and continued, In that case, I will ask in more detail. Do you think my elder sister is pretty? She is very flirtatious, absolutely beautiful, Xiaoqin said honestly after thinking for a while. Lu Suifeng laughed loudly and continued, What do you think of my elder sister's martial arts? She is very talented, a dragon among men. Then, does my elder sister treat you well? She spent a lot of effort to complete the ancient absolute saber formation yesterday, as well as all the other things in the past. And, I have nothing more to say. The smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He said, Say, a girl like her should be someone that people would fight over. She should be a rare resource, right? Xiaoqin continued to nod his head, and, that is indeed the case. In that case, how about I introduce my elder sister to you? Xiaoqin's mind buzzed. He thought he heard wrong. He asked doubtfully, What did you say? Say it again. Lu Suifeng laughed, Is it not clear enough? In that case, I will say it slowly. How about you become my brother-in-law? You see. Hu Qi. Bai, who was sitting on Xiaoqin's shoulder, leaped up and landed on top of Lu Suifeng's head. His snow-white claws scratched Lu Suifeng's head continuously. The sudden situation caught Lu Suifeng off guard. His hands kept pulling upwards as he said anxiously, Don't move. I just did my hair this morning. It hurts, it hurts, ah. In the end, the more he pulled, the more confused he became. Bai's speed was much faster than his. He could not keep up at all. In the confusion, he suddenly lost his balance and rolled down. Xiaoqin was distracted by Lu Suifeng's question. When he heard Lu Suifeng cry out miserably, he recovered his wits. However, he discovered that it was too late to help. Lu Suifeng had already rolled down far away. However, although the mountain path was rugged, it was not steep. With Lu Suifeng's physique, he would only suffer some superficial wounds at most. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly and turned around to continue walking up. Not long after, a gust of wind blew behind Xiaoqin. Lu Suifeng had Bai on his head. His complexion was pale, and his hair was disheveled. He walked over to Xiaoqin. Big brother Yi, put away this little ancestor. It is playing with me to death. Bai squatted on Lu Suifeng's head. There was a faint smile on his face. His snow-white hands occasionally patted Lu Suifeng's forehead. His intelligent eyes looked innocently at Xiao Chen. It was very moving. This little fellow did something bad, yet he still put on an innocent and cute appearance. It was impossible to get angry with him. Xiao Chen could only carry him down and place him on the mountain path. Lu Suifeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He brushed his hair back and continued to say to Xiao Chen, "Brother Yi, what do you think of my earlier words? You answered my earlier questions very quickly. Stop hesitating. Didn't you say that everything about my sister is good? What are you hesitating for? Don't you like her? Just say the word and I will do it for you. I'm leaving." A white figure flew towards Lu Suifeng again. This time, Lu Suifeng was prepared and dodged to the side. When Xiao Chen saw Bai was still messing around, he temporarily placed it in the spirit blood jade. Then he said to Lu Suifeng, "I do like her, but it is not that kind of like. Furthermore, I am not strong enough now. If there is someone I love, I will not be able to protect them. I can only focus on cultivation for now. Brother Lu, let's not talk about this anymore." Chapter 215. Lu Suifeng continued, You are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Being together will not affect your cultivation. Instead, you will improve together. There is no need to worry." When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled. He was truly amused by Lu Suifeng. "All right, you don't have to say any more. I know what you are thinking. You want me to distract your sister so that you can chase after Chu Xinyan in peace. But..." Xiao Chen withdrew his smile and said seriously, "Your sister is right. In this world where the strong rule, without sufficient strength, you cannot act rashly. You will understand this sooner or later." Lu Suifeng had lived under Lu Riyue's protection since he was young. He probably did not have many opportunities to go down the mountain. He did not understand this world as well as Xiao Chen. If this continued, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. However, Xiao Chen was about the same age as him, so he could not say it out loud. He could only shake his head in his heart. When Lu Suifeng saw that his trick was seen through, he laughed awkwardly. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time." After that, the two of them did not say anything. They hurried on their way. Soon, under Lu Suifeng's lead, Xiao Chen arrived at Qingyun Peak's library. More than 10 divine saber camp bladesmen stood on both sides expressionlessly. Even though they had withdrawn their killing qi, when they stood side by side, they still gave off a sense of pressure. Xiao Chen did not expect to meet people from the divine saber camp here. However, when he thought about it, he understood. The place where any sect or faction kept their secret manuals was a forbidden area. For the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to send people from the Divine Saber Camp to guard this place was reasonable. There were probably more hidden guards than the ones in front of him. Xiao Chen did not dare to casually extend out his spiritual sense. He followed behind Lu Suifeng and slowly walked towards the door of the library. After he handed over his identity token, the Divine Saber Camp bladesmen did not say anything and let him in. Behind the door of the library, there was a tall wooden table. It was similar to the counter of a restaurant. There was a black-robed old man behind the wooden table. Xiao Chen could not tell what cultivation realm he was at. He sipped tea and focused on reading. The old man felt Xiao Chen's gaze and gently put down the book in his hand. He smiled amiably at Xiao Chen. "Little brother, you are finally here." When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He did not seem to know this old man. When Lu Suifeng saw the situation, he stepped forward and explained, "This is my first uncle, Lu Qing. He was injured 20 years ago. The ice crystal flower you snatched back then saved my first uncle's life." Xiao Chen understood. So, that was the case. He was of the same generation as the previous peak master. That meant that his status was already very high. He did not dare to slight him. He stepped forward and said, Yichen greets Senior. In the end, I should be the one bowing to you. If it were not for you, I would have lost my life long ago. Xiaoqin could not figure out Lu Qing's cultivation. Furthermore, he was a senior. How could Xiaoqin dare to accept his bow? He quickly said, Senior is too serious. It was just a small matter. Sui Feng, bring him to the second floor. I will only charge half the contribution points for the secret manuals he chose today. Lu Qing nodded. He was very satisfied with Xiaoqian's humble attitude. Xiaoqian did not expect there to be such a benefit. He quickly thanked Lu Suifeng and followed Lu Suifeng, quickly heading to the second floor of Qingyun Peak's library. The library was split into 2 floors. The first floor was filled with yellow-ranked and profound-ranked secret manuals. There were no earth-ranked secret manuals. The second floor was filled with superior-grade profound-ranked secret manuals. Shah! Shah! When Xiaoqin arrived at the second floor, he heard the sound of pages flipping. It was very quiet on the second floor. Could there be other people here? When Xiaoqin looked carefully, there were indeed many people from the other peaks seriously choosing secret manuals. Lu Suifeng explained, don't find it strange. These are the core disciples of the sect. The core disciples have the right to go to the other peaks and choose secret manuals. Xiaoqin nodded and ignored them. After he found out where the secret manuals for saber techniques were kept, he immediately went over and started choosing. There were only 15 Earth-ranked secret manuals in Qingyun Peak's library. Ignoring cultivation techniques, palm techniques, and movement techniques, Xiaoqin only found 3 inferior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques and 1 medial-grade Earth-ranked saber technique. As for superior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques, there was not a single one. Medial-grade Earth-ranked saber technique, withered tree saber technique. There was a total of 18 moves. It was comprehended by an almighty senior in front of a 10,000-year-old withered tree. This saber technique was simple and condensed, it was calm and imposing. There were no extravagant or complicated moves. It did not require a high comprehension ability to practice it. However, it was easy to learn but hard to master. The essence of this saber technique required one to comprehend the longevity of the withered tree, enduring silently for 10,000 years. Only then would one be able to practice it to great perfection. Withered tree saber technique. Just from the name, one could tell the style of this saber technique. It was tenacious and heavy, it was a simple saber technique. It was good, but unfortunately, it did not suit Xiaoqian's style. Furthermore, Xiaoqian's spirit was not of the wood attribute. It would be difficult for him to reach great perfection. The only medial-grade Earth-ranked saber technique was not suitable for him. Xiaoqin felt it was unfortunate. Then, he looked at the remaining 3 inferior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques. Mountain-splitting saber technique, inferior-grade Earth-ranked saber technique. There was a total of 9 moves. It was large, ferocious, and tyrannical. When practiced to great perfection, it would be easy to split mountains. This was one of the more widespread inferior-grade Earth-ranked saber techniques in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Many people had practiced it before. When Xiaoqin was underground, he had seen Ma Qin use it. Its might was indeed extraordinary. There were no requirements for the attribute of the cultivator's martial spirit. It was a choice. Xiaoqin slowly placed it down. If there were no other choices, he would choose it. Xiaoqin continued looking. The remaining 2 saber techniques were the Wind and Thunder saber technique and the Lingyun saber technique. The Wind and Thunder saber technique was a superior-grade profound-ranked saber technique. However, it had very high requirements for practicing it. One had to have a dual-attributed martial spirit to practice it. There were very few people with such a physique. Hence, it was not very popular. Hence, it was demoted to inferior-grade profound-ranked. The Lingyun saber technique had a total of 18 moves. It was created by a senior of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the highest peak of the Lingyun mountain range. After cultivating it for 100 years, he suddenly comprehended it while looking at the majestic Lingyun mountain range. Unfortunately, this saber technique was not a complete saber technique. Xiaoqian did not know why, but he destroyed the final 3 moves of this saber technique. This resulted in this saber technique, which was originally comparable to a peak superior grade earth ranked saber technique, being demoted to inferior grade earth ranked. Because it was missing the final 3 moves, it was not a complete martial technique. Furthermore, it had very high requirements for comprehension. Hence, like the wind and thunder saber technique, very few people practiced it. Of the 4 saber techniques, the withered wood saber technique did not match. The wind and thunder saber technique had 2 high requirements. Xiaoqian could only choose from the mountain splitting saber technique and the Lingyun saber technique. The names of these 2 saber techniques were very interesting. One was named mountain splitting and the other was named mountain range. Xiaoqian did not know if the mountain splitting saber technique that he practiced to great perfection would be able to split the Lingyun mountain range that he practiced to great perfection. The 2 saber techniques had their own unique points. However, the Lingyun saber technique was on a higher level. However, because it had a higher requirement for comprehension and was missing the final 3 moves, there were not as many people practicing it as there were for the mountain splitting saber technique. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqian picked up the Lingyun saber technique. I'll choose this. Although the mountain splitting saber technique is the complete version, there are too many people practicing it in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It is too ordinary. The Lingyun saber technique was more suitable for him. Although it had a higher requirement for comprehension, Xiaoqian lacked a lot of things. However, he lacked comprehension. He was not afraid of not being able to practice this Lingyun saber technique well. Who knew, with his current comprehension, it might even be possible for him to comprehend the final 3 moves by himself. After making up his mind, Xiaoqian started to flip through the Lingyun saber technique. After flipping a few pages, he finished reading the introduction. However, he discovered that there were only blank pages. The meridian circulation routes, the mental cultivation method, the names of the moves, there was nothing. Xiaoqian flipped through the other secret manuals and discovered that they were the same. There were only rough introductions, and the rest were blank pages. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqian understood the crux of the matter. Most cultivators had very good memories. If all the cultivation techniques here were completely recorded, they would be able to memorize them in half a day. They could memorize a martial technique in half a day. Furthermore, there were geniuses with photographic memory. They would probably be able to memorize all the martial techniques in the Compendium Pavilion in a day. Given this, the rule of using contribution points to exchange for martial techniques would be useless. It would be more troublesome to obtain the secret manual than he imagined. After putting away the Lingyun saber technique, Xiaoqian did not see Lu Suifeng. He was not in a rush to return, so he started to wander around the 2nd floor. Xiaoqian started to wander around the bookshelves. Occasionally, he would flip through the various martial techniques. Looking at the introductions was a way to broaden his horizons. In the future, if he met an enemy who practiced this type of martial technique, he would be able to get a rough idea of it. As he wandered around, Xiaoqian discovered a strange martial technique in the corner of a bookshelf. There was a note behind the simplified 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation. This secret manual was still in the process of being theorized, it was not perfected yet. It was for reference only. 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation, isn't that one of the 3 great formations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Why is it here? Furthermore, it is a simplified version. Xiaoqian's interest was piqued. He quickly picked it up and flipped through it. Unfortunately, it was the same as the other martial techniques. The simplified version of the 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation only had a rough introduction. The detailed method of operation was not written in it. Yi Chen, have you chosen your martial technique? Lu Suifeng asked as he strolled over from behind. Xiaoqian carefully put away the simplified martial technique. When he saw the secret manual in Lu Suifeng's hands, he could not help but be astonished. The one in your hand seems to be an Earth-ranked secret manual. Lu Suifeng nodded and said, it is an inferior grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique. This is the contribution points that I earned from working as a caretaker at Jade Maiden Peak for the past half a year. This time, I can use it before the core disciple exam. After the two of them spoke, they headed down the stairs. At the top of the stairs, there was a person in his 20s. He was wearing the gray robes of the Gongyu Peak cultivators. He had a rather handsome face, but he gave off a sinister aura. When Lu Suifeng saw this person, his expression changed. He said in surprise, "Wang Rong, when did you come back?" When Wang Rong saw Lu Suifeng's appearance, he smiled gently. He revealed an expression of disdain, "I just came back. After a year, you have not changed at all. No, you have become even weaker than before. Move aside." Wang Rong casually pushed Lu Suifeng's shoulder with his palm. He did not seem to use much strength, but Lu Suifeng's body was pushed back uncontrollably. Chapter 216. Who? Xiaochen took a step forward and placed his right hand on Lu Suifeng's back, neutralizing the force. Only then did Lu Suifeng slowly stabilize himself. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he thanked Xiaochen in a soft voice. Wang Rong smiled faintly and revealed a trace of mockery in his eyes. He said, "You are even weaker than I thought. You cannot even withstand a single blow. Don't go overboard." "Wang Rong, this is Qingyun Peak," Lu Suifeng said angrily. Wang Rong smiled faintly and said, "Did I do anything? I was just letting you go. There is no need to use Qingyun Peak's name to suppress me. You are not even a core disciple, you are not worthy." Wang Rong. Xiaochen repeated this name a few times in his heart. He felt like he had heard this name before. However, he could not recall it and could not be bothered to. Wang Rong snorted coldly and walked past Lu Suifeng. When he reached Xiaochen's side, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head back and mocked, "I forgot, you do not care about the status of a core disciple. After all, you have a powerful elder sister protecting you. No matter how much your ranking falls, you will not be chased off the mountain." When Xiaochen heard the words, ranking, he finally remembered who Wang Rong was. He was a ruthless person ranked 20th in the Hall of Contributions. Xiaochen had only caught a glimpse of him that day, so he did not have much of an impression of him. He did not immediately remember him. However, Xiaochen did not know what grudge Lu Suifeng had with this person. It seemed like something serious happened between the two of them. The moment they met, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Lu Suifeng's complexion turned pale. He clenched his right fist tightly and veins bulged on his forehead. He wanted to say something to refute, but in the end, he did not say anything. When Wang Rong saw that Lu Suifeng did not say anything, he felt bored. He snorted coldly and walked forward without turning his head back. Boom! In the quiet pavilion, there was an explosion. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the entire pavilion to tremble. The image of a ferocious tiger merged with Xiaochen's body. All the bones in his body crackled. There was a loud roar as he punched at Wang Rong's back. The instant the clap of thunder rang out, Wang Rong immediately felt the murderous intent and the terrifying fist wind. Without any time to think, Zhang Xian swiftly turned around, clenched his right hand, and punched out. Bang! Wang Rong felt his arm go numb and extremely sore. His body flew backward, and the qi and blood in his body surged. His figure landed on the second floor. Xiaochen's punch came without any warning. Furthermore, he did not hold back at all. 6,000 kilograms of force combined with the elementary grade earth-ranked fist technique transformed into a ferocious tiger leaving the mountain. In the narrow corridor, Wang Rong did not have a chance to pull out the long saber at his waist. Furthermore, he had underestimated the strength of Xiaochen's fleshly body. He had charged head-on and suffered a great loss in an instant. Rumble. Wang Rong stomped on the ground ferociously, deflecting Xiao Chen's horrifying force. Instantly, all the bookshelves on the second floor shook non-stop. The secret manuals on the shelves fell to the ground. That is Wang Rong, ranked 20th on the wind cloud list. He spends most of his time cultivating outside. Why is he back? Furthermore, he is fighting with someone. Who is so bold to challenge Wang Rong? In the ranking war last year, Wang Rong's methods were the cruelest. He did not care about being in the same sect. He even killed someone. If it were not for his talent being too high, he would have been chased off the mountain long ago. It must be someone in the top 20 on the wind cloud list. Otherwise, no one would dare to take the initiative to provoke him. Furthermore, he caused such a huge commotion. The quiet second floor immediately became noisy. The people who were choosing secret manuals all came out. When they saw Wang Rong's appearance, they were all incomparably astonished. The so-called wind cloud list was the signboard with golden lacquer on the background of the ranking hall. The competition for the 500 spots was the most intense in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Those who were able to leave their names on it were all geniuses. Outside of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, such a person could become an overlord of an area and shake the world. Hence, this ranking was also known as the Wind Cloud List. Those who were able to enter the top 20 were geniuses among geniuses. They could be called demonic geniuses. Wang Rong was such a demonic genius. Who exactly is fighting with Wang Rong? Everyone was very curious. They all looked towards the staircase. They wanted to know who the person below was and where he got his confidence from. Ta! 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 Xiao Chen slowly walked up. His figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw Xiao Chen's appearance, they did not expect him to be the one challenging Wang Rong. Qing Yun peeks Yi Chen. It is actually him. Everyone was astonished. A person who had entered the inner sect less than half a year ago actually challenged Wang Rong, who was in the top 20 of the wind cloud list. Wang Rong's face was filled with rage. Just as he was about to draw his saber, he discovered that his right hand was not listening to him. After he checked it, he was startled. Tiny beads of blood flowed out of the pores on his right arm. In a short period of time, there was no chance for his right hand to recover. Wang Rong cursed in his heart. Damn it, he was too careless. Just how much strength did this guy have in his punch? His entire right hand didn't listen to him. Wang Rong was most proficient in saber techniques. He had never trained his physical body before. There was no way for him to gather more essence into his right arm in a short period of time. Hence, he was not a match for Xiao Chen in terms of strength. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? I will make you pay the price. Wang Rong's face was filled with rage as he shouted at Xiao Chen. Before Wang Rong returned to the mountain, he had already reached peak inferior grade martial saint. Although he noticed Xiao Chen, he saw that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial grand master, so he did not care about him at all. He did not expect this person to sneak attack him. Furthermore, his strength was so strong that he was able to cripple his right arm. Yi Chen, don't injure him. You are not a match for him. Lu Suifeng ran over and blocked Xiao Chen. He said, his cultivation is much higher than yours. Even if you suffer now, you will not be able to handle him in the future if he comes looking for trouble with you. When Xiao Chen saw Lu Suifeng's worried expression, he sighed in his heart. He is too naive. Now that I have injured him, a grudge has already been formed. Could it be that if I let him go, Wang Rong will not come looking for trouble with me in the future? Given Wang Rong's character, would he not take revenge? In this world, if one had to be overcautious in everything they did, afraid of this and that, living would be too stifling. From the moment Xiao Chen decided to make a move, he did not think too much. This person had insulted his friend in front of him and even made a move to mock him. If there was no chance of victory, Xiao Chen would choose to endure silently. However, Now that there was a chance to defeat the other party, if he did not make a move, he would be going against his own conscience. As for revenge in the future, by the time he thought about it, his opponent would already be on the second floor. If he wanted to make a move, there would be no chance. He could only regret it. Xiao Qin had always been a decisive person. Once he decided on something, he would not hesitate to make a move. He would use his lightning-fast strength to defeat his opponent. Do you want to live in the shadow of this person for the rest of your life? Xiao Qin stared at Wang Rong. He did not intend to give up. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was stunned. He had a complicated expression on his face, however, you and I are not a match for him. He is the only person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who practiced the Wind and Thunder Saber technique to great perfection in the past few years. Dang! 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 A few figures appeared from somewhere. Lu Qing's figure slowly descended. He looked coldly at Wang Rong and said, "Go, don't appear in Qingyun Peak again." When Wang Rong heard Lu Qing's words, he felt as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. He leaped up a few times and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. He had clearly seen the ruthlessness in Xiao Chen's eyes earlier. Wang Rong, who had wandered around, was very familiar with that gaze. The great bandits he had seen in the past all had the same gaze. They were cold and emotionless, decisive in killing. Wang Rong believed that even if Lu Suifeng were here, he would not be able to stop this person. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Wang Rong would not dare to kill him. However, he would be able to make him bedridden for a few months. I cannot leave such a person alive. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. I have to find an opportunity to kill him after he goes down the mountain. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Rong's eyes as he thought to himself resolutely. Seeing Wang Rong leave, Xiao Qin felt it was a pity. He was very clear on what kind of person Wang Rong was. Originally, he was prepared to injure him and make him bedridden for a few months. However, since Lu Qing had spoken, it was not appropriate for Xiao Qin to make a move. He could only be more careful in the future and guard against Wang Rong's revenge. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng went down to the first floor and handed the secret manuals they had chosen to Lu Qing. Lu Qing wanted to deal with Lu Suifeng first before receiving the secret manuals that Xiao Chen handed over. When Lu Qing saw the first secret manual, he had a slightly startled expression. He said, "Lingyun Saber Technique, this is an incomplete Earth-ranked saber technique. Furthermore, it has a high requirement for comprehension ability. Little brother, are you sure you want this?" Xiao Chen nodded, "Senior, there is no need to worry. I made this decision after careful consideration." Seeing that Xiao Chen was so certain, Lu Qing did not try to persuade him. He looked for Xiao Chen and asked for 400 contribution points. After that, Xiao Chen took out the Lingyun Saber Technique secret manual and a jade strip. "Drip a drop of blood on it and repeat after me. Then, this secret manual will be yours." Xiao Chen did as he was told. Then, he repeated after Xiao Chen, "Xiao Chen, swear to my heart demon that I will never teach the Lingyun Saber Technique that I learned to others. If I go back on this oath, I will suffer a backlash from my heart demon. I will break my meridians and die." Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. What a vicious oath. So, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion uses such a method to prevent the secret manuals from being taught to others. I wonder if there will be such an effect if I teach it to others. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, Xiao Chen would not try it easily. That jade strip was a little strange. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the oath came true, there would be no chance for regrets. After Lu Qing swore to his heart demon, he handed the Lingyun Saber Technique secret manual to Xiao Chen. Then, she received the second secret manual from Xiao Chen and looked at the name of the secret manual. Lu Qing could not help but reveal a smile. "Little friend, why did you choose this? This does not seem to be a martial technique, right?" Xiao Chen nodded, I know. I just want to study it. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 3 great saber formations are famous throughout the world. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend something by analogy. Chapter 217. Lu Qing shook his head and smiled. If that is the case, then I will have to disappoint you. Although this book is called the simplified version of the Nine-Saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation, it has nothing to do with it. This book is based on the Nine-Saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation. Although it is very powerful, it requires 9 cultivators of similar cultivation to cooperate strictly. The requirements are very high, and it only exists in theory. Aside from the person in charge of the formation, the other 8 people need to be like this person's arm. They need to move freely and naturally, without any hesitation or pause. If there is any disharmony, the formation will immediately fail and cause a backlash. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He said, "Old senior, how do you know so clearly?" Lu Qing smiled faintly and said, "I am not talented, but I was the one who wrote this book. So that's how it is." No wonder he is so familiar with it and knows it so clearly. Xiao Chen said, "In that case, I will listen to senior and not look at this book." Wait a moment. Lu Qing stopped Xiao Chen and handed him a complete simplified version of the Nine-Saber Heavenly Exterminating Formation. It is fine to look at it sometimes. Who knows, you might be able to find a solution in the future. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. After he received it and thanked Lu Qing, he immediately left the library. Outside the library, Lu Suifeng sat alone on the stone steps. His expression was very lonely. He was probably still thinking about Wang Rong's return. Xiao Chen walked over to his side. He was not sure what kind of grudge Lu Suifeng had with Wang Rong, so he did not know how to console him. Sometimes, it was fine to suffer a setback or setback. It was fine as long as one could learn from the humiliation and move forward bravely. However, Xiao Chen did not know if Lu Suifeng could figure it out. If he was unable to recover from this setback, he would only develop a heart demon, and his cultivation would come to a halt. "Brother Yi, did you obtain the secret manual? Let's go down the mountain. Thank you for helping me earlier." When Lu Suifeng heard Yi Chen's footsteps, he got up and forced a smile. Xiao Chen patted his shoulder and said, "We are friends. It is only right for me to help you." On the way down, Lu Suifeng was silent. He was not as happy as he was when he first came up the mountain. The two of them walked down the mountain in silence. Wait. After the two of them walked for a while, a voice suddenly appeared in their minds. They stopped and exchanged glances. They could see a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Lu Suifeng closed his eyes as though he was communicating with the voice. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Xiao Chen, "My old man wants you to go to the summit. He wants to see you." Lu Suifeng's father, the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, the person who controlled the divine weapon and lived at the peak. 2. Xiao Chen was. He actually wanted to. He. Xiao Chen to ask. He, Xiao Chen, to. He. Saber. Lu. Chen, Xiao. Chen. Chen nodded to. With to with. 2. Xiao Chen nodded. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and dashed on the mountain path. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled a few hundred meters. Lu Suifeng watched as Xiao Chen disappeared. He muttered, "I really don't understand. A few months ago, his strength was about the same as mine. Now, I can't see through him at all. He might even be able to fight against Wang Rong." When Lu Suifeng thought of Wang Rong, he revealed an expression of hatred and helplessness. Qingyun Peak was 4,000 or 5,000 meters tall. The higher one went, the steeper the path became. In the end, there was no longer a complete path. There was only a precipitous mountain. Clouds lingered at the top of the mountain. A strong wind blew, making people's clothes flutter. Xiao Chen looked around. The cliff was smooth and there was still a kilometer of height. He could not find a suitable place to borrow strength from. The small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art was unable to fly. Xiaoqin could only use the gravity spell and fly to the top of the mountain. Using the gravity spell at a height of several thousand meters exhausted a lot of essence. Furthermore, the strong wind blew. This last part of the journey was very slow. Xiaoqin felt like he was ascending to the heavens. He did not know how Lu Suifeng managed to get up there in the past. After making it to the top of the mountain, Xiaoqin landed firmly on the ground. At the top of the mountain, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression did not change at all, it was like he was one with the rock. Beside the rock was the divine weapon that could destroy the world. It was placed quietly in a wooden box, looking very ordinary. Xiaoqin had always been curious about the old man's identity. He had an uncertain guess. Now that he saw the old man, he sized him up carefully. However, he discovered that the old man was different from the person in his memory. After coming to such a conclusion, for some reason, Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief. The old man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoqin. He smiled faintly and said, "I did not expect us to meet again so soon. Successor of the Thunder King, is the scabbard I gave you useful?" When Xiaoqin heard this, he was startled. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the old man and said, "So, it really is you." The identity of the Thunder King's successor was Xiaoqian's most sensitive identity. When he heard this person mention it again, he quickly placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He gathered his aura and prepared to make a move at any moment. The old man smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I would not have given you this scabbard that day. Otherwise, the people from the Elders' Assembly would have sensed the aura of the Thunderwood Sword long ago and killed you on the spot." Although Xiaoqin said that, he did not lower his guard at all. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands made him very uncomfortable. If Xiaoqin understood the old man in another way, if the old man wanted to harm him, all he had to do was announce Xiaoqian's identity and he would face a calamity. Xiaoqin said sullenly, "In that case, why did you call me here? It can't be that you just want to meet me, right?" The old man did not answer Xiaoqian's question directly. He said, "Although I cannot leave the coiling mountain rock under my feet, everything that happens in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot be hidden from my eyes." "Cannot leave the rock I'm sitting on?" Xiaoqin extended out his spiritual sense and looked carefully at the rock the old man was sitting on. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, something that could not be seen with the naked eye appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. On the coiling mountain rock, there were black tentacles wrapped around the old man's body like vines. The tentacles were extremely horrifying, they gave off a black demonic qi. Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense and looked again. However, he discovered that everything was normal, he did not see anything. So that was the case. Back then, when Biyun Peak's Song Ke came to kill his way here, the old man was unable to help. The reason was probably these black tentacles. The feeling the tentacles gave Xiaoqin was similar to the Corpse King imprint that appeared in his body before. When the old man felt Xiaoqian's spiritual sense, there was some astonishment in his eyes. What a strong soul energy! It is already as strong as mine. Furthermore, it seems like he is even more proficient in using it than me. Xiaoqin withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "What you can see is none of my business. I came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as a private person. I only came to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. I will not cause any trouble in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Senior, please do not mention my identity as the Thunder King's inheritor." The old man's expression did not change. He smiled gently and said, "Nothing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion can be hidden from my eyes." After saying that, the old man paused for a while. He gave Xiaoqin a deep look before continuing, "This includes everything that happened in the Spirit Vein realm, which is the herb field." This time, Xiaoqin was completely astonished. He did not expect such a secret to be discovered by this person in the underground world. Doesn't that mean that everything that happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is under the control of this person? The old man continued, "Don't overthink this. Although I can see everything in the heavenly saber pavilion, I will not keep an eye on a person for no reason. That would exhaust a lot of energy. Most of my attention is focused on the spatial crack in the heavenly saber pavilion. I do not have time to care about you. The reason I noticed you in the spirit vein realm was because I had to deal with the heavenly wolf race's fiend king. So, I split some of my soul energy. Xiaoqin felt more at ease. However, he still did not understand. You have been talking for so long. You still have not told me why you are looking for me. Young man, don't be impatient. There are some things that cannot be explained with just a few words. The old man's expression did not change. He said indifferently, since you have received benefits from a senior of my heavenly saber pavilion and my daughter taught you listening to the sword and communicating with it, can I ask you for a favor? Help? Xiaoqin did not hesitate to ask this question. After receiving a favor, he had to repay it. This made perfect sense. He cupped his hands and said, as long as it is within my capabilities, I am willing to help. However, the heavenly saber pavilion is filled with talents. What kind of favor do they need a pawn like me to help? This was the question that Xiaoqin was truly puzzled about. Xiaoqin was not that arrogant. With his current strength, there were too many people stronger than him in the heavenly saber pavilion. He could not understand why the old man would ask him for help. Thus, Xiaoqin kept an eye out. He would only help if it was within his capabilities. If it was beyond his capabilities, he would not be able to help even if he wanted to. Naturally, it is within your capabilities. Furthermore, this is something that only you can do. Remember your promise today. What exactly did the old man want Xiaoqin to help with? When Xiaoqin left the summit, he did not know. The old man only said to remember today's promise. Making a promise for no reason at all, Xiaoqin felt somewhat depressed. However, time was of the essence. When he arrived at the dueling grounds, he started to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it anxiously with Lu Ryue's help. There was no time to be depressed. When he returned to his courtyard at night, he started to cultivate anxiously, learning the Lingyun saber technique. Time passed very quickly every day. There was almost no time for him to relax. Aside from cultivating, there was more cultivating. At the same time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's annual core disciple exam entered a countdown. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion entered a state of bitter cultivation. Even some of the core disciples did not dare to relax. This was because, according to the rules, the low-ranked core disciples would have to fight with the ordinary disciples taking the exam. If they fought, they would lose their core disciple status. Such a rule was a form of motivation for them. They did not dare to be negligent. Chapter 218. Lingyun Mountain Range, Tianyue Peak. In a forest, a young disciple wearing Tianyue Peak's uniform was practicing his saber. His saber whistled and gave off a bright light, creating a strong wind. In one moment, this person was like a butterfly spreading its wings, agile and graceful. In the next moment, he was like a soaring eagle, looking down on everything. Everywhere the saber light passed, grass was destroyed, tree trunks bent, leaves danced on the ground, and petals fell. Everlasting startling cloud. Suddenly, the young man shouted and chopped out with his saber. The saber light on the saber condensed into a thin line and shot out with a xiao sound. The thin line of saber chi slowly thinned until it was so thin that it could not be seen with the naked eye, as though it had disappeared. However, the young man revealed a satisfied smile. He sheathed his saber with a huang dang sound. The instant the saber entered the scabbard, boom. In a straight line 500 meters in front of this person, all the trees were chopped in half. The trees fell down continuously. This was not over yet. Suddenly, a thin line of saber chi appeared in front of him. It was the saber light that he thought disappeared earlier. The instant all the trees fell, it spread out with a schwa sound. Like an unfolding curtain of water, it created a layer of ripples in the air. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding trees were directly annihilated into powder, turning into dust that filled the sky and danced with the wind. Great Saber Technique. An old man wearing gray robes slowly walked out from the forest. He was the third elder in charge of teaching martial techniques on Tianhua Peak. When the young man saw the old man, he quickly said respectfully, "Third elder, you are too polite." The third elder revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Zhang Lai, I am not being polite. In the past few hundred years, you are the first person to be able to practice the Lingyun Saber technique to great perfection and comprehend the 16th move on your own. Although you joined my Tianhua Peak midway, in my opinion, your comprehension ability and talent rank within the top 10 in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, you did not slack off in your daily cultivation, you did not waste your talent." This person was Zhang Lai, the son of the Yunyang city's Zhang family head, who had taken over Xiao Chen's spot. Hearing the elder's praise, Zhang Lai's face also revealed a smile, but his tone was still humble. "Third elder is too kind, I still have many areas that I need to improve in." The third elder nodded his head in satisfaction. He said, "It is good to be humble. However, a cultivator can be arrogant, but they must have a lofty character. I want you to help my Tianhua Peak obtain first place in this core disciple exam. Can you do it?" Zhang Lai said in a deep voice, "This disciple will definitely accomplish his mission and obtain this honor for Tianhua Peak." "Very good. There is still room for improvement in this everlasting startling cloud. There are still 7 days left before the assessment. You don't have to participate in the daily special training at Tianhua Peak. Focus on comprehending the everlasting startling cloud to the great accomplishment realm. At that time, no one in the same realm as you will be your match," the third elder said as he looked at Zhang Lai. Hearing this, Zhang Lai's face revealed a joyful expression. He had only comprehended the everlasting startling cloud for a short period of time. If he wanted to master it, he would still need some time. Right now, it could be said that the third elder had helped him greatly. "Many thanks, third elder. When the time comes, I will not disappoint you." In a dense forest in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin sheathed his saber with a huang dang sound. All the trees in a straight line a kilometer in front of him were all chopped in half. A water-like curtain of light spread out, and the surrounding trees were all crushed into powder, which danced in the air with a howl. The Lingyun Saber technique is indeed worthy of being a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. Its might is not much weaker than a heaven-ranked saber technique. If I can comprehend the last 2 moves, I wonder how strong it will be. As Xiaoqin looked at the scene in the forest, he felt deeply moved. After consuming the flowing light flower, the increase in comprehension far surpassed what Xiaoqin had imagined. This Lingyun Saber technique had a very high requirement for comprehension. Xiaoqin had only used a week to learn the first 15 moves. Tonight, he had unintentionally comprehended the 16th move of the Lingyun Saber technique, Everlasting Startling Cloud. The so-called Everlasting Startling Cloud was to retract the energy of a cultivator into a line and stretch it out endlessly. Then, it would explode out violently. In that case, what was the next move, Twisting Road Around Peak, meant? Xiaoqin leaned against a tree and entered deep thought. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lingyun Mountain Range, Beichen Peak, in a stone forest, a burly youth with bare arms revealed his well-built body. He was barehanded as he practiced the 8 moves of the saber technique in the stone forest. Beside him, an old man looked on expressionlessly. He did not have a saber in his hand, but he practiced the 8 moves of the saber technique: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, chop, and pierce. It was as though he was a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, radiating a sharp light and revealing a murderous intent. Xiao. He took a step forward and used his palm as a saber. Then, he hacked at a 2-meter-tall rock in front of him. Shwa. There was no rumbling sound. The rock was like tofu, and a corner was shaved off. Xiao. After a few more moves, his palms moved so fast that even their shadows could not be seen. Then, he retracted his palms and gently blew out a gust of wind. The 2-meter-tall boulder immediately scattered and turned into countless tiny stones, swaying as they fell to the ground. When the old man at the side saw all this, he revealed a smile on his expressionless face. He said, "Using your body as a saber, cultivating for 10 years like a day. Now, you have finally stabilized your cultivation at small perfection. Not bad." The expression on the youth's squarish face did not change. There was no joy or sorrow, he was like a block of wood. "Unfortunately, my cultivation realm is too slow. Even at the age of 19 this year, I am only an inferior grade martial Grand Master." Reaching the realm of inferior grade martial Grand Master at the age of 19. In the world below the mountain, such a talent would be considered a genius no matter where he went. However, in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, where geniuses filled the mountain, such talent was very poor. Furthermore, there was the danger of being expelled from the sect. According to the rules of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, if one was not able to reach the realm of inferior grade martial saint by the age of 25, they would be expelled from the inner sect. If one wanted to continue cultivating in the Lingyun mountain range, they would have to pay a certain amount of spirit stones every month. The old man said, "Mu Heng, from the day you chose this path, you should have known which path you chose. You have to endure the loneliness of ordinary people. If you can accomplish something before the age of 30, you should be thankful. The first half of your life is destined to be a nobody." The person called Mu Heng chose a different path from most cultivators. He turned himself into a saber, using his body to prove his Tao. He almost completely gave up on cultivating his essence. Instead, he continuously cultivated the strength of his physical body, polishing himself into a treasured saber with an exceptional sharpness. There were many ways to reach the peak of martial cultivation. Most cultivators chose to prove their Tao by using weapons or by relying on their fists. They cultivated all sorts of saber techniques, sword techniques, and fist techniques. They used all sorts of cultivation techniques to increase their strength. They relied on their comprehension of weapons and fists to climb to the peak of martial cultivation. There were also a few people who could not condense a martial spirit. They completely gave up on cultivating their essence and did their best to temper their physical body, using their physical body to prove their Tao. As for the path that Mu Heng chose, he used his body to prove his Tao and his weapon to prove his Tao. The path he chose was much more difficult than the other two. However, once he succeeded, his name would shake the world. There was a saying, "If you don't cry, you will shock the world with a single brilliant feat. If you don't fly, you will soar into the sky with a single leap." This was the principle of the Saber Emperor taking this path back then. Mu Heng took out a set of clothes that he had placed on a rock. He said softly to the old man, "Father, I want to participate in the core disciple exam this time." The old man revealed a bewildered expression. "You want to participate in the core disciple exam? With my status as the Beichin Peak's Peak Master, there is no need for you to participate in the exam. The status of a core disciple is not essential to you." Mu Heng said indifferently, "I just want to prove myself. All these years, I have heard too many rumors. Aren't they all saying that you raised a trash son? I will take the first rank in this exam and show them." The old man smiled faintly and said casually, "There is no need to care about the words of a vile person. You just have to cultivate properly. Your future accomplishments will be so great that the entire Great Qin nation will not be able to contain your footsteps." After the Beichin Peak's Peak Master spoke, he turned around and left. Mu Heng was somewhat dissatisfied. He called out, "Father, I have to prove my worth. I want to have a big battle to understand my true strength." The old man stopped and entered deep thought. After a while, a voice came out, "Let me think about it." As the date of the annual core disciple exam approached, the atmosphere in the entire Lingyun mountain range became increasingly heavy. The days slowly went by. Soon, there were only 3 days left before the exam. Qingyun Peak, Dueling Grounds, Lu Ryue frowned slightly and asked, "Failed again?" Shao Qin slowly walked out of the ancient absolute saber formation. He smiled bitterly and said, "I managed to touch the edge. However, I am still unable to open the door." For close to half a month, Lu Riyue had used all sorts of methods, trying to forcefully help Xiaoqin comprehend the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, all of them ended in failure. There was no effect at all. The only thing that had any effect was the ancient absolute saber formation. The other state of thunder that Xiaoqin comprehended improved significantly. As he continued to comprehend this state of thunder, Xiaoqin vaguely felt that he had touched the edge of listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, he could not be sure. Thus, he kept this method to himself. When Lu Riyue heard this, she was somewhat dispirited. She said, "Since ancient times, I have never heard of someone comprehending listening to the sword and communicating with it with an external force. Maybe I was too optimistic at the start, or maybe I am too useless." When Xiaoqin saw the situation, he quickly consoled her, "Elder sister Riyue, you have already done enough. Don't say that. Otherwise, I will feel bad." When Lu Riyue heard this, she revealed a bitter smile. She said, "There are still 3 more days to the core disciple exam. Go and prepare. Don't try to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it for the next few days. I will make use of this time to think of other methods." When Xiaoqin heard this, he nodded. The day of the core disciple exam was approaching. It was time for him to settle down and summarize what he had learned in the past few days. "Yi Chen, did you fail again?" Lu Suifeng slowly walked over while holding a saber in his hand. Chapter 219. After Lu Suifeng came down from the top of the mountain that day, it was clear that he was working harder than usual. He had not left Qingyun Peak for the past half a month. Lu Riyue felt that this sudden change was strange. She asked Xiaoqin what was going on. Xiaoqin thought that Lu Suifeng did not want his sister to know about this, so he could only say that he did not know. Xiaoqin nodded helplessly. He thought of something and took out a flowing light flower from his universe ring and handed it to Lu Suifeng. "This is for you. Before the exam, it should be able to help you." Lu Suifeng received the flowing light flower that was glowing with a golden light. He asked suspiciously, "What flower is this? What a dense fragrance." A dense fragrance spread out and immediately attracted Lu Riyue's attention. When she saw the flowing light flower in Lu Suifeng's hands, she revealed an astonished expression. She walked over and asked in astonishment, "Flowing light flower? Yi Chen, where did you get it?" "Hey, this is not an ordinary flowing light flower. It is a natural treasure close to immortal grade." Lu Riyue paused for a while. The expression on her face turned from astonishment to shock. She snatched the flowing light flower from Lu Suifeng's hands and handed it to Xiaoqin. "Yi Chen, this flowing light flower is too precious. Suifeng cannot accept it from you." Flowing light flower. Lu Suifeng's expression changed, the legendary flowing light flower that can increase one's comprehension ability, allowing one to be reborn. Xiaoqin waved his hand and took out another flowing light flower. "I obtained this in the fortuitous encounter underground. I have already consumed one, there is no point in continuing to consume it. There is still one left for elder sister Riyue to break through to Martial King. I will give it to you now as well." Lu Riyue had never been a pretentious person. After she heard the whole story, she received it and gratefully said to Xiaoqin, "We siblings owe you a favor." Lu Suifeng's expression turned serious. He clenched his right fist and punched Xiaoqin. "Brother, I will remember this favor. With this flowing light flower, I should be able to break through to Martial Saint by the end of the year without any problems. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend something in these 3 days. I might be able to practice the mountain-splitting saber technique to great perfection and pass the exam to become a core disciple." 3 days later, in the back mountain of Qingyun Peak. Twists and turns. Within the forest, Xiaoqin remained in his original position. He turned around and quickly dashed forward. The saber in his hand drew an arc and a strong shockwave appeared in the surroundings, extending towards the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber. The aura on Xiaoqian's body condensed continuously. After a while, a small mountain peak appeared behind Xiaoqin. His aura suddenly rose to the peak, as if he was standing on the peak of the mountain. That's not right. The concept of the twisting road around peak is not like this. Xiaoqin suddenly shook his head in his heart. The twisting road around peak refers to when the situation has reached a dead end and an unexpected ending suddenly appears. But the concept I'm executing now is simply one that has arrived at a hopeless situation. Instead, its imposing aura is ferocious, and it's advancing triumphantly. In this way, how could there possibly be any room to turn back? Doubts arose in Xiao Chen's heart, and the aura that he had gathered also leaked out. The small mountain behind him also instantly disappeared into nothingness. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. His complexion was somewhat pale. This was the backlash of failing to execute the move. Never mind, it looks like it is not time yet. This is just a core disciple exam. With my strength, even if I did not comprehend the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique, it is more than enough for me to pass, Xiaoqin said after he adjusted the chaotic essence in his body. Early the next morning, Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng had already arrived at Xiao Chen's courtyard. A green bird landed quietly beside the two of them. Let's go, I will not be accompanying you to the core disciple exam. Suifeng already knows the location. I wish you all good luck. Lu Riyue smiled faintly at Xiao Chen, who had just come out. Xiao Chen nodded and leaped onto the green bird that Lu Suifeng was riding. The green bird flapped its wings ferociously, creating a huge shockwave as it soared into the sky. It welcomed the rising sun and flew towards the east. As the wind blew past Lu Suifeng's ears, Xiao Chen stood behind him. He could feel that Lu Suifeng's aura was much stronger than it was 3 days ago. He said, "Congratulations, your strength should have increased significantly in these 3 days." Lu Suifeng revealed a satisfied smile, "And, it is all thanks to the flowing light flower that you gave me. I have already practiced the mountain-splitting saber technique to small perfection in 3 days. With this earth-ranked saber technique, I am confident that I can become a core disciple this year." Is the core disciple exam very difficult? Why do I feel that the strength of the core disciples is not that great? Xiao Chen asked as he stood behind Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng's expression sank. He nodded and said, "It is very difficult. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, there are less than 5,000 inner disciples. With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to become a core disciple. As for why you have not met any strong core disciples, it is because they are out on experiential training. They will not return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion until the end of the year." Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Heaven Viewing Platform, on a drill ground, the spectator stands of the drill ground were already filled with inner disciples. These were all here to watch the excitement of the annual core disciple exam. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this was only second to the ranking war at the end of the year. Most people would put down what they were doing on this day. Even if they did not participate in the exam, they would come to watch the excitement. There were 10 elders seated on the tall platform. These were all people from the elders' assembly of the main hall. They were the ones who truly held power in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The 7 peak masters sat quietly at the side. They all had calm expressions on their faces. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Core disciples were a scarce resource in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the peak masters of each peak could not directly appoint them. In order to become a core disciple, one had to pass the test set by the main hall. There was a very intuitive way to judge which peak was the strongest. Whichever peak had the most core disciples would be the strongest. Currently, of the 7 peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the strongest was naturally Tianyue Peak. Of the 500 core disciple slots, Tianyue Peak occupied half of them, more than 200. Aside from Qingyun Peak, which only existed in name, and Jade Maiden Peak, which only had female disciples, the strength of the other 5 peaks was about the same, there was not much of a difference. Song Ke, who was left with only one arm, did not have much color in his eyes. His arm had been chopped off. He had already given up on his ambition to become the pavilion master. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and looked at the incomparably calm Tianyue Peak's peak master, Ling Tianzheng. He smiled and said, I'm afraid senior brother Leng will take the top spot in this core disciple exam. I wonder how many Tianyue Peak disciples are participating in the exam this time. Leng Tianzheng looked at Song Ke and smiled coldly in his heart. He revealed a gentle smile on his face and said indifferently, about 100, I'm not too sure. When the other peak masters heard this, their expressions changed slightly. There were only 50 slots for the core disciple exam every year. Unless there were exceptional talents, there would not be any more slots. The inner disciples who wanted to participate in the exam had to become a superior grade martial grand master before the age of 19. The other peaks had at most 20-odd disciples who could meet this requirement. Compared to the number of Tianyue Peak, they were not worth mentioning. If they were to compete, they would not be able to win. It seemed that Tianyue Peak would take at least half of the core disciple slots this time. The stipend and treatment that a core disciple received was more than twice that of an ordinary inner disciple. Their cultivation speed was also much faster. If all the slots were taken by Tianyue Peak, then for a long time in the future, the strength of their peaks would not be able to surpass Tianyue Peak. They could only be suppressed. Thinking of this, the peak masters of the other peaks exchanged glances. They could see a helpless expression in each other's eyes. A cold look flashed in Song Ke's eyes. He casually glanced at Lu Riyue and said, however, I'm afraid no one from senior brother Leng's Tianyue Peak will be able to obtain the first rank. The Wanren Peak's peak master, Wan Feng, asked in confusion, why? The first rank for the past few years seems to be from Tianyue Peak. Song Ke looked coldly at Lu Riyue and smiled, it looks like junior brother Wan is not aware of some things. Your peak's core disciple, Yang Qi, was already defeated by peak master Lu's new disciple in the Hall of Contributions. Furthermore, he did not even use 100 moves. There is also that quick saber Lin Feng. He is even more laughable. He was defeated with one punch. Wan Feng revealed a suspicious expression. He had been in closed-door cultivation all year round. If it were not for the core disciple exam being an important matter, he would not have come out. Hence, he did not understand what was going on in the mountains. Wan Feng tilted his head slightly and asked an elder of Wanren Peak behind him, Elder Su, is there such a thing? Elder Su's expression was somewhat unsightly. However, he still told Wan Feng everything he knew in full detail. After he heard everything, Wan Feng's expression turned sullen. He looked at Lu Riyue and said, I have not come out for some time. I did not expect Qingyun Peak to have a successor. Lu Riyue was expressionless. She knew that Song Ke was trying to sow discord. She looked at Song Ke coldly and said indifferently, you only have one hand left, yet you are still so vicious. Be careful of biting your tongue. Just as Song Ke was about to say something, Leng Tianzheng looked at him in disgust, junior brother Song, it is best that you worry about your own matters. Don't bother with other people's matters. At this moment, the Jade Maiden Peak's peak master, who had been silent all this while, said, senior brother Song, there is no need to be so decisive. Yang Qi's strength is not considered top-notch among the core disciples. It is not a big deal for him to be defeated by an inner disciple. Such things happen every year in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the process of how he defeated Lin Feng with one punch is worth discussing. There is no need to be too shocked. The most important thing is that I heard that a new disciple appeared in Tianyue Peak recently. He managed to practice the Lingyun Saber technique to great perfection, which no one in the past 100 years has managed to practice to great perfection. He actually practiced the Lingyun Saber technique to great perfection. When the others heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions. This was equivalent to a peak earth-ranked saber technique. If he could practice it to great perfection, no one in the same cultivation realm would be his match. Chapter 220. Leng Tianzheng smiled faintly, and looked meaningfully at the Beichen Peak's lord, who was like a block of wood. He said, Junior Sister Chu's news is as fast as ever. However, the core disciple competition this time is more exciting than before. You'll know once you continue watching. Whether Zhang Lai will be able to take first place is still unknown. Everyone did not understand what Ling Tianjing meant. Could it be that with a peak Earth-ranked saber technique, he would not be able to obtain the first rank? A black warship slowly flew over from the horizon. With a so sound, it landed on the drill grounds. The people from Tianyue Peak are here. Indeed, Tianyue Peak is still as strong as before. There are actually more than 100 inner disciples participating in the exam. Looks like the first rank will be taken away by Tianyue Peak again. There is another warship flying over from that direction. The people from Beichin Peak are coming. The people from Jade Maiden Peak are here as well. There are so many female disciples. Soon, aside from Qingyun Peak's Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng, the disciples of the other 5 peaks all disembarked on their warships. They stood at the side and formed 5 formations. Of the 5 formations, Tianyue Peak had the most people. These Tianyue Peak inner disciples looked at the disciples of the other peaks with arrogance on their faces. They seemed very pleased with themselves, as though the core disciple exam was already in their bag. Zhang Lai, who was in the crowd, had a calm expression on his face. He swept his gaze across all the participants of the inner disciple exam, observing the situation of his competitors. With one glance, most of these people were early inferior grade martial grand masters. A small portion of them were middle inferior grade martial grand masters. Only a few of them were peak martial grand masters. These people were worthy of his attention. However, when cultivators were of the same cultivation realm, they would compete on martial techniques and actual combat experience. Zhang Lai's combat experience was already very plentiful even before he ascended the mountain. In the vicinity of Yunyang City, if not 100 cultivators had died at his hands, there were at least dozens. In the battles between the big clans in the city, Zhang Lai often fought on the front lines. In terms of combat experience, he definitely had more than these Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples. He had a clear advantage. If it was a competition of martial techniques, his advantage was even more obvious. The Lingyun saber technique was originally a top-notch earth-tier saber technique. However, because it was difficult to learn and lacked 3 moves, it was demoted to an earth-tier saber technique. Now that he had cultivated it to the greater mastery stage, and had even comprehended the 16th move, he had an overwhelming advantage over these people. Seems like there's no pressure on me to get first place this time, Zhang Lai thought to himself. But at this moment, he felt a blazing gaze, as sharp as the edge of a blade, piercing through the air and shooting towards him. Zhang Lai looked in the direction of that gaze and saw an ordinary-looking cultivator. When he used his perception to check, he could not help but be astonished. How could a person with such an intense gaze only be an inferior grade martial grand master? How could an inferior grade martial grand master appear in the core disciple exam? Zhang Lai thought suspiciously in his heart. At this moment of doubt, when he raised his head to look for the owner of the Dao gaze, he could not find him. Mu Heng, who was in the crowd, withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. His aura was completely gone. His squarish, ordinary face was no different from a passerby in the crowd. It was very ordinary, without any fluctuations. That gaze seemed to have never appeared at all. Zhang Lai looked around, trying to find the owner of that gaze. The gaze came from the Beichin Peak disciples. There was a total of 20 Beichin Peak disciples participating in the core disciple exam. Logically speaking, if he had seen that person before, he should have been able to find that person among these 20 people easily with his memory. However, the current situation was very strange. He counted the 20 people one by one, but he could not find the Beichin Peak disciple who was only an inferior grade martial grand master. Could I be hallucinating? After a long time, Zhang Lai could not help but suspect that it was his own doing. His emotions became restless for a moment. Junior brother Zhang, are you all right? When a Tianyue Peak senior brother saw that Zhang Lai was distracted, he asked out of goodwill, "Don't lose your composure before the big battle." Zhang Lai recovered his wits and thought to himself, I was indeed overly concerned. Who cares what gaze it is? When the time comes, we will meet again. I just have to keep an eye on it. Thank you, senior brother. That's right, Senior brother Wu Bing, you have participated in the core disciple exam before. Can you tell me how the exam will be conducted later? Zhang Lai cupped his hands in thanks and changed the topic. Although Zhang Lai was a newly promoted inner disciple of Tianyue Peak, his talent and strength were not to be underestimated. His future would be limitless. Wu Bing had interjected because he wanted to befriend Zhang Lai. When he heard the question, he immediately told him what he knew. The core disciple exam is split into the foundational stage and the arena battles. The foundational stage is different every year, so I do not know what will be tested in the foundational stage. The arena battles have not changed every year. The cultivators who passed the foundational stage will fight against each other, leaving only the top 50 inner disciples. I heard that the sect will reward the top 10 inner disciples. In the end, there is one more battle. It is between the last 50 inner disciples. Everyone has to choose a person to fight against. If they lose, they will lose their core disciple status. Zhang Lai nodded, so that's how it is. I wonder what will be tested in the foundational stage this year. For some reason, the chief examiner sent by the main hall had not come down yet. The group of people had been standing under the scorching sun for a long time. Gradually, they started to get impatient. What's going on? Why isn't it starting yet? The sun is making me dizzy. Ha, I am fine. I cultivate a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The longer I stay under the sun, the more boring it is to wait. What exactly is going on? Do you guys know? Not everyone is here yet. If not, the chief examiner will not come. Who is so troublesome? He is putting on airs. He actually wants so many of us to wait for him. It seems like the people from Qingyun Peak are not here yet. I heard that Qingyun Peak recently accepted a very powerful inner disciple. He defeated Quick Saber Lin Feng in one move. Is that true? Lin Feng's strength is within the top 10 of all the core disciples. As the group of people spoke, a black dot appeared in the eastern sky. The black dot slowly grew larger. When everyone saw it clearly, they discovered that it was a huge green bird. Lu Suifeng was very bad at piloting the green bird. Xiao Chen was not prepared at all. After he flew for a long time, he realized that he was flying in the wrong direction. Lu Suifeng looked at the drill grounds on the ground and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled, Brother Yi, we are definitely right this time. Look at the expressions of the people on the ground when they look at us. You can see how excited they are. Yi Chen extended out his spiritual sense and immediately heard what the group of people on the ground said. He was speechless, they are very excited. However, they are very excited when they scold us. Xiao. The green bird flapped its wings and slowly landed on the flat ground of the drill grounds. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng immediately jumped down. The two of them were rather thick-skinned. They ignored the gazes of the crowd. Bang! 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 Not long after Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng landed, 3 gray-robed old men jumped down from a tall platform in the distance. They created 3 shockwaves in the air and glided for a few hundred meters before landing firmly on the ground. A middle-aged man with a square face walked out from the 3 of them. He was a peak martial saint and had a flourishing aura. The light in his eyes was withdrawn as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone felt a slight pressure. I am your chief examiner. This year's exam is the same as the previous years. It will be split into the foundational stage and the arena battles, the middle-aged man with a square face said in a deep voice. His voice was very loud, everyone could hear him clearly. Dang! Dang dang! The chief examiner waved his hand and the 2 people beside him took out black rocks that were as tall as a person from their spatial rings. Soon, a stone forest appeared in the drill grounds. There were no patterns on the surface of the rocks, it gave off a calm and grand atmosphere. The first stage will test your strength. You need to use your saber to break apart one of these rocks. Remember, you only have one chance. If you fail, you will be eliminated, the chief examiner said expressionlessly to the crowd. After that, the two deputy examiners at the side started to hand out numbers to the rest of the people. They lined up according to the order of their numbers and began the exam. Xiaoqun received his number and looked at it. Number 240. It was one of the last numbers. In the entire drill grounds, there were only about 300 people participating in the exam. After the number was handed out, the person from Tianyue Peak slowly walked into the stone forest. He looked at the black rocks that were as tall as a person and did not pay much attention to them. After a martial grand master condensed a saber light and struck with all their might, they could shatter the rocks into countless pieces. Furthermore, this was without using a martial technique. If they used a martial technique, the might would be even greater. Xiaoqun drew his saber and spots of red light gathered on the saber. This person cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. Fire-attributed cultivation techniques were known for their ferocious might. There should not be any problems. Shatter for me. This Tianyue Peak disciple shouted loudly and leaped into the air. The saber light descended from the sky, looking very imposing. However, when the saber light landed on the black rocks, it gave off a keng-chang sound. There was not even a crack on the rock. How could it be like this? When the saber light dissipated, this person looked at the black rocks that did not have any marks on them. His eyes were filled with confusion. The chief examiner struck out with his palm and the rock that was as hard as iron was shattered into countless pieces. He said indifferently, "Number 1 failed, step down." "No, I cannot step down. I am already 19 this year. If I fail again, I will never have another chance. Please give me another chance. I did not use a martial technique. If I used a martial technique, I would definitely be able to do it," this person pleaded anxiously to the chief examiner. The chief examiner waved his hand and a shockwave surged out. This person was immediately thrown into the air by a huge force and landed outside the drill grounds. I said it very clearly, everyone only has one chance. I do not wish to repeat myself, so I will tell everyone else. Hu Qi. Suddenly, a black dart was shot out from the high platform of the drill grounds. The chief examiner gently caught the dart and removed the note on it. After a while, he said, "I just received the rules. The first stage does not allow the use of martial techniques. If you do, you will be disqualified as well." Chapter 221. The moment the news came out, the drill grounds burst into an uproar. Everyone present already knew that this black rock was not an ordinary rock. It was not simple, it was several times harder than ordinary rocks. Their hearts were already beating like drums. When they heard that they were not allowed to use martial techniques, they found it unbelievable. Not only did the inner disciples find it unbelievable, even the two vice examiners beside the chief examiner had shocked expressions on their faces. They were very clear on the origins of the black rock. Even the two of them would have to use a quarter of their strength to chop it in half. The chief examiner's face turned black as he said sullenly, "Silence, continue the test. If you continue to make a ruckus, I will use my own method to silence you." Although there were still people who were dissatisfied, under the might of the chief examiner, no one dared to say anything. Candidate number 2 walked out with a grave expression. This person was rather smart. After he walked around the black rock, he asked the chief examiner, "May I touch this rock?" The chief examiner nodded, "Yes, but you cannot use your essence to cheat. Do not take too long either." This person quickly touched the surface of the rock. He was clearly very cautious. After a while, he withdrew his hand and slowly drew his saber. Dang! Without any hesitation, he decisively gathered his chi and made his move in one breath. There was no hesitation at all. With a shwa sound, the saber broke through the top of the rock and sliced downwards continuously. A joyful expression appeared on this person's face. He could not help but increase the force in his hand. Ka. When the saber was a quarter of the way to the bottom of the rock, it suddenly got stuck. No matter how much force this person used, the saber could not move forward nor could it be pulled out. It was completely stuck. Bang! The chief examiner sent out another palm strike. The palm strike flew through the air, creating a sonic boom in the air. The black boulder that was as tall as a person suddenly shattered into pieces. The saber in that person's hand loosened. He could not withstand the inertia and was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Candidate number 2, you do not pass. Candidate number 3, continue, the chief examiner said unhurriedly while that person had an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. It was indeed a pity that he was so close to splitting the black boulder in half. Unfortunately, he was so close that he did not succeed in the end. Xiaochen watched the examinee number 2 leave dejectedly. His expression turned grave as well. Why is this test so strict? That person is a middle-stage superior grade martial grand master. If they were unable to use their martial skills, most of the people present would probably face the same fate, being eliminated in the first round. Xiaochen turned his gaze to the high platform. There was an old man sitting in the middle of the platform. He looked senile, but his blood and qi were soaring. Even from a distance, one could feel his strong and long life aura. This person was the first elder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's main hall's Elders Assembly, Jiang Qi. He held the highest position in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was the one who threw the dart earlier. Xiaochen had a suspicious look in his eyes. What is this old man thinking? The first stage is already so difficult. Are you trying to eliminate all of us? What is the first elder thinking? Why did he suddenly increase the difficulty by so much? The Wanren Peak's Peak Master asked suspiciously from the other side of the high platform. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will be a problem if we can even select 10 core disciples. What exactly happened? Senior brother Leng, you have the best relationship with the first elder. Do you know any inside information? The core disciple exam this time was indeed strange. Even the peak masters did not know such a change would occur. Leng Tianyue frowned slightly and glanced at the first elder Jiang Qi. He muttered to himself, could it be because of that? Looks like I have to make some preparations after the exam ends. When the Jade Maiden Peak's peak master, Chu Shangyun, saw Leng Tianyue muttering to himself, she said, Senior brother Leng, do you really know any inside information? Tell us about it. Leng Tianyue smiled embarrassedly and shook his head, don't overthink it. What inside information could I possibly know? Let's just continue watching. Clearly, the crowd did not believe his words. However, since Leng Tianyue did not want to say it, they could not force him. Everyone was of the same status, they could not force him. Lu Ryue's pretty face was filled with doubt. She was not sure what had happened. She looked into the distance and saw Xiaochen on the drill grounds. She muttered to herself, I hope nothing bad happened. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Occasionally, there would be dispirited sounds coming from the drill grounds. The first stage of the exam had already been going on for a while. However, only 10 people had passed. Furthermore, these 10 people were peak superior grade martial grand masters. Their foundations were very solid. They were able to split the black rock in half in one breath. Number 100, Tianyue Peak's Zhang Lai. The chief examiner read out loudly. It's Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai is coming out. I have long heard of this person's name. Recently, he has been rising very quickly in Tianyue Peak. I heard he is the son of the clan head of the top clan in Yunyang City, the Zhang clan. He has a good family background and high talent. As long as such a person is willing to work hard, he will definitely become strong. He is already a strong person. Tianyue Peak holds a competition every month. Among the ordinary inner disciples, no one in Tianyue Peak is a match for him. To be able to obtain the first rank among the inner disciples of the strongest faction in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he is basically guaranteed to be the first rank in this exam. Haha, it is too early to say this. Let's wait for him to pass this stage first. If he cannot even pass this stage, he will not even be able to obtain the qualifications to be a core disciple. The moment Zhang Lai appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands all started discussing him. In a distant spectator stand, a group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples with 3 golden lines on their sleeves also paid attention and looked at the drill grounds. These core disciples were the last 50 core disciples. After Zhang Lai and the others completed the 3 stages, they would have to choose their opponents and fight to determine their core disciple status. Zhang Lai. I hope I do not meet with this person later, a Beichen Peak core disciple said worriedly as he looked at Zhang Lai. Another core disciple added, it would be great if he could not pass the foundational stage. That way, we would be completely at ease. The 50 core disciples all had some uneasiness on their faces. After all, after enjoying the superior treatment of a core disciple, if they were to return to being an ordinary inner disciple, they would not be able to accept such a huge difference in their hearts. Only one person had a calm expression, resting with his eyes closed. He held a saber in his hands and hugged it in front of his chest. He did not pay any attention to the sounds around him. It was as though everything had nothing to do with him, he was incomparably indifferent. Zhang Lai slowly walked to a black rock. He withdrew his aura and did not release it. His gaze was incomparably calm. After a while, his aura suddenly became sharp. A bright light flashed in his eyes, it was like a sharp saber being unsheathed, showing off its sharpness. Ka-Xie. A black boulder standing in front of Zhang Lai suddenly shattered, turning into countless stone fragments that flew everywhere in the air. Zhang Lai waved his hand and sent out a palm wind. An intense qi whirlwind appeared in front of him. The stone shards flying at him fell to the ground and scattered. What's going on? Why did the rock shatter? The surrounding examinees all thought in astonishment. They did not even see when Zhang Lai made his move. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment as well. What's going on? He was 100% sure that Zhang Lai did not draw his saber, but the hard rock shattered just like that. Saber intent. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This was definitely a state of the saber. Furthermore, Zhang Lai had comprehended this saber intent to small perfection. Congratulations, senior brother Leng, you have accepted another good disciple. He actually managed to comprehend his own saber intent at such a young age. His future is limitless. Tianyue Peak is really full of talents. How enviable. Small perfection saber intent. It seems like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a genius in the past few hundred years. Leng Tianyue smiled faintly as he replied to the other peak masters. However, he was very surprised in his heart. He knew that Zhang Lai had comprehended saber intent. Originally, Leng Tianyue thought that Zhang Lai would use it as a trump card. He did not expect Zhang Lai to use it right from the start. Why? Given Zhang Lai's character, he would not be so ostentatious. On the drill grounds, Zhang Lai suddenly turned his head back. A bright light shone in his eyes. He had finally caught the sharp gaze from earlier. What he saw was an extremely ordinary squarish face. Mu Heng revealed a slightly astonished expression. After a while, he smiled at Zhang Lai in relief. Then, he withdrew his gaze and turned back into an unremarkable passerby. Zhang Lai imprinted Mu Heng's appearance in his heart. He thought to himself, I finally found you. I did not expose my trump card in vain. You put pressure on me, I can do the same to you. Chopping the hard black rock in half without using a martial technique was not difficult for Zhang Lai. However, before he went up, he remembered the sharp gaze that tore through the air. Although he told himself to forget about this gaze, no matter how much he tried to comfort himself, this gaze had already left a mark in his heart. If he didn't resolve it perfectly, he would never be able to. If he did not deal with it perfectly, he might leave behind a heart demon during a fight. Thus, Zhang Lai chose to reveal his trump card. He calculated that the other party's gaze would leak out unintentionally. The development of the matter was exactly as Zhang Lai expected. Number 2, Zhang Lai, passed the test. Next. The test continued and the number of people who failed increased. The number of people who failed in the first stage far surpassed the previous ones. This was something that everyone did not expect. By the time number 200 was reported, there were actually 60 people who successfully chopped the rock in half. The high elimination rate caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Number 220, Beichin Peaks Mu Heng. The chief examiner continued to read. Mu Heng passed through the crowd and slowly walked out. He was like an unremarkable little blade of grass. Initially, no one noticed him. Now that he walked forward, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Chapter 222. What's going on? This person is actually only an inferior grade martial grand master. Very quickly, someone sensed his cultivation realm and could not help but exclaim. The most basic requirement of the core disciple exam was that inner disciples had to be a superior grade martial grand master before the age of 19. Many inner disciples were stuck at this threshold. When they saw that Mu Heng was only an inferior grade martial grand master, they all started to doubt him. The chief examiner was expressionless as he looked at the restless crowd. Under the blazing sun, when the crowd felt his gaze, they felt a chill run down their spines. If you have any doubts, please seek an explanation from the elders' assembly after the exam is over. Whoever is making a ruckus, scram immediately. Mu Heng's ordinary face did not change because of the words of the others. He walked straight to a rock and took a deep breath. Xiao. Mu Heng raised his right hand and used it as a saber. He tilted his body slightly and chopped down. The air was like a curtain of water as it was split by Mu Heng's palm. The black rock was slowly sliced in half. Mu Heng's movements were very slow. It was a stark contrast to Zhang Lai's ferocious saber intent. Everyone could see it clearly and were dumbfounded. The mysterious black rock that even a superior grade martial grand master would find hard to cut with their full strength was actually easily sliced in half by an inferior grade martial grand master. This was out of everyone's expectations. The people who were originally critical of Mu Heng's participation in the core disciple exam were now completely speechless. All that was left in their hearts was shock. Mu Heng withdrew his hand and a small crack appeared in the middle of the black rock. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to discover that the rock had already been split in half. Bang! The chief examiner sent out another palm strike and shattered the rock. He said, Number 220, Beichin Peaks Mu Heng, pass. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai's gaze and smiled faintly before walking out. Xiao Chen looked at Mu Heng's back and entered deep thought. This was the first time he saw someone cultivate the physical body to such a strong level. Mu Heng's strength might not be as strong as Xiao Chen's, but his ability to use the strength of his physical body was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. If it was Xiao Chen, he would have no problem shattering this black rock with a full power strike of 6,000 kilograms. However, it was impossible to do what Mu Heng did, to control his strength to a point like a blade, like a thin stream or a cloud. It's fine. There are all sorts of ways to cultivate the physical body, just like martial techniques. I was just making a fuss over nothing, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. After he thought it through, he thought to himself. Number 240, Qing Yun Pixi Chen. After a long time, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn. Lu Suifeng's number was 280th, even further behind Xiao Chen's. When he heard Xiao Chen's name, he said encouragingly, Brother Yi, do your best. When Lu Suifeng heard Xiao Chen's name, he could no longer hold back the hatred in his eyes. He stared at Xiao Chen, wishing he could jump down and slap this person to death. When Song Ke saw Xiao Chen, he could no longer hold back the hatred hidden in his eyes. He stared at Xiao Chen, wishing he could jump down and slap this person to death. Ever since Song Ke met Xiao Chen for the first time, his originally happy life had slowly turned into a tragedy. Originally, he was only one step away from becoming one of the youngest martial monarchs in the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Now, not only did he have hopes of advancing to martial monarch, but because of his heart demon, he lost all hope of advancing. Furthermore, he lost an arm and his strength decreased significantly. He became a laughing stock. If it were not for the few big shots of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protecting Xiao Chen, he would have found an opportunity to kill Xiao Chen long ago. How hateful. A minor character actually has so many connections. Song Ke clenched his remaining hand tightly as he thought to himself hatefully. Song Ke turned his head and looked at the calm Lu Ryue. He said in a gloomy voice, "Peak Master Lu, your disciple is coming out. I wonder if his performance will surpass Zhang Lai's. There should be a pleasant surprise." Lu Ryue smiled casually and turned her head. "No matter how great a pleasant surprise there is, it will not be as great as the one you lost an arm." Song Ke's expression changed. He immediately suppressed his anger and said, "That brat better not have any weakness in my hands. Otherwise, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death." Lu Ryue smiled faintly. "I do not know if my disciple will suffer a fate worse than death. However, I know that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Isn't that right, old bastard?" At the end, the smile on Lu Ryue's face vanished. She cursed fiercely. She could not stand Song Ke's endless mockery. Bang! "Girl, who are you calling an old bastard?" Song Ke smacked the table and glared at her. Lu Ryue did not show any fear. Her pretty face was covered in frost. "I'm just calling you an old bastard. So what? Do you want to fight? I don't mind teaching you some principles." Lu Ryue's talent was startling in the first place. After she completely absorbed the essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave her, she consumed the flowing light flower. Now, her strength was infinitely close to that of a martial king. She was not afraid of the one-armed Song Quebec. "The two of you, stop quarreling. Fighting in front of the elders' assembly is not good for either of you," the other peak masters quickly advised when they saw the tension between the two of them getting stronger. Leng Tianzheng looked at Song Ke and said, "Junior brother Song, you are already so old. Don't fight with the younger generation. Be more magnanimous. If you lost an arm, let's see if you would say that." Song Ke was so angry that he trembled. However, he did not dare to flare up in front of Ling Tianzheng. He did not have the guts to do so. Under the persuasion of the crowd, the commotion in the spectator stands slowly calmed down. Inside and outside the drill grounds, the ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands and the inner disciples doing the introductions were all staring at Xiao Chen. In terms of fame, Xiao Chen had the most legends in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion recently. In the few months since he arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he first played around with the peak martial king of Bian Peak, Song Quebec. Then, he injured many Wanren Peak inner disciples in the Hall of Contributions and even defeated the core disciple, Yang Qi. After that, he disappeared for a period of time. However, after he reappeared, he became even more famous. He miraculously completed a high-level mission of the sect and obtained an excellent evaluation. His ranking soared by 500 ranks. The second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak, Lin Feng, wanted to take revenge. However, he was defeated with one punch and became a laughing stock. All the things that happened were unimaginable. No one dared to believe that Xiao Chen was only a martial grand master. There was another rumor saying that every time Xiao Chen made a move, he would use some tricks and go against the morals of a cultivator. Compared to the first rumor, the crowd believed the latter rumor more. Now that they had the opportunity to witness Xiao Chen make a move in public, they could verify the truth of the rumor. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who had already passed the test, looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. Even though they were cultivating in the mountains, they had heard some rumors about Xiao Chen. However, the two of them were proud and arrogant people. They did not believe the rumors. This was especially so for Zhang Lai. He even snorted disdainfully. "I will let you know that snatching your spot back then was a matter of course. Only the truly strong can receive the best treatment. This is an unchanging principle since ancient times." Zhang Lai grasped the saber in his hand tightly. There was a bright light in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chen in the drill grounds. Xiao Chen's eyes were like a mirror, his heart was as calm as still water. His mind was very clear. The surrounding gazes and discussions did not affect him at all. There was only one chance and he could not use martial techniques. Xiaoqian did not dare to be careless. He carefully scanned the black rock with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the surface of this rock was extremely smooth, it was even harder than steel. However, that was not a problem. 50% of his strength should be enough. Feeling confident, Xiaoqian drew his saber decisively. He withdrew his saber light and sent out a saber light. Xiao! The sharp saber light flashed in the air. With a huang-dang sound, Xiaoqian sheathed his saber. There were no changes to the surface of the black rock, which was surprising. Ha 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 ha! I was wondering how powerful it was. It turns out that it is only a so-so. What a pleasant surprise. Song Kei's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the black rock. Originally, he thought that this would not be a problem for Xiaoqian. However, when he took a closer look, he discovered that there were no changes to the surface of the rock. It looked like even horses stumble. This brat was too careless. It was such a good opportunity to mock him. Without even thinking, Song Kei started laughing loudly. Hua! The moment Song Kei spoke, there was a crisp ka-cie sound as though it was responding to Song Quebec. The black rock split into two halves. The intense energy was like a hurricane. It tossed the two pieces of rock into the air. After they flew for a long time, they landed heavily on the ground. Number 240, Qingyun Peak Xiaoqian, passed. After the rock landed, the chief examiner's voice rang out. Song Kei's face alternated between green and red. He did not know where to put his face. He felt that he was slowly turning from a laughingstock to a joke. This time, Lu Riyue could not even be bothered to add insult to injury. She directly ignored Song Quebec. It turned out that Xiaoqian used the technique of drawing the saber in this attack. He did not have a martial spirit, so the speed at which he gathered essence was at least 50% faster than other cultivators. With a thought, the spinning qi whirlpool in his dantian immediately emitted a huge amount of essence and gathered it on the saber. With such a fast speed at which essence was gathered, in addition to the technique of drawing the saber, the speed of this attack was very fast. After all, Song Kei was quite far from the drill grounds. Furthermore, he was feeling uneasy. Even if he was a martial king, he would not be surprised to make a mistake in such a situation. Xiaoqian raised his head slightly. He felt a concerned gaze from the tall platform. He smiled at Lu Riyue, who was in the distance, and walked into the crowd of inner disciples who had already passed the test. The test on the drill grounds continued. There were people who passed the test one after another. Of course, there were even more people who failed. Soon, it was Lu Suifeng's turn. When Lu Riyue saw Lu Suifeng slowly walk out of the crowd, she felt conflicted again. Lu Suifeng was already 19 years old. If he did not pass the test, he would not have any more chances. She only had this one younger brother. She did not want to see him fail. Chapter 223. Lu Suifeng smiled faintly at Lu Riyue and nodded at Xiaoqian. Then, he quietly looked at the black rock in front of him. After consuming the flowing light flower that Xiaoqian gave him, Lu Suifeng's martial techniques and cultivation techniques had improved very quickly. He had already stabilized his cultivation as a peak superior grade martial grand master. As long as he did not make any mistakes, it should not be a problem for him to pass this stage. Open! Lu Suifeng shouted and drew the small saber at his waist. The saber gave off a blazing light as it hacked violently on the hard black rock. Z! Z! The saber cut into the rock and slid down continuously. Lu Suifeng had already succeeded halfway. However, the expression on his face did not relax at all. There were many inner disciples who had their sabers stuck in the middle of the rock after they cut it, resulting in them failing the test. The image of Wang Rong's mocking face flashed in Lu Suifeng's mind. He increased the force in his hand. With a shwa sound, he quickly split the rock in half. Qingyun Peak's Lu Suifeng, test successful. Lu Suifeng wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over to Xiao Chen. He bumped fists with him and said joyfully, "I succeeded." "Congratulations." Xiao Chen said sincerely. Lu Suifeng withdrew his smile, "I cannot congratulate you now. There are still 2 more stages to pass. Continue to work hard. Don't be happy too early. Even if you pass the foundational stage, I will chase the 2 of you down in the arena battles." Zhang Lai suddenly walked over and stared at Xiao Chen. "Especially you. As long as I am in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you can forget about becoming a core disciple." The current Zhang Lai could be said to be flushed with success in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. His future was boundless. The only thing he could not let go of was the matter of him entering Tianyue Peak through the back door. As long as he completely defeated Xiao Chen and proved his worth, he would be able to get rid of this worry in his heart. Originally, Xiao Chen did not have much of an impression of Zhang Lai. However, when he heard others mention Zhang Lai's identity, he immediately recalled the matter of the Zhang clan cultivators plotting against him in Evil Wind Valley. Repay kindness with kindness and take revenge with hatred. This had always been Xiao Chen's principle. No matter how the Zhang clan treated him, Xiao Chen would repay it sooner or later. It was just that he had been cultivating in Qingyun Peak and did not have the time to care about this matter. Now that Zhang Lai had delivered himself to him, Xiao Chen had no reason to let him off. He smiled faintly and said, "That is what I told you as well. Let's wait and see." Zhang Lai coldly snorted and left. After a while, the first round of the core disciple exam was finally over. The chief examiner counted the number of people and counted them carefully. Out of the 300 inner disciples, only 100 were left. The first stage of the examination had eliminated 2/3 of the people. Just thinking about it made people feel terrified. After counting the number of people, the chief examiner brought everyone to the other side of the drill ground. After they stopped, they saw a piece of land that was more than 800 meters long. It was covered with a thick layer of black cloth. It was impossible to see what was underneath the black cloth. Hua! 2 deputy examiners rushed forward and quickly removed the black cloth. Instantly, a square formation filled with spear blades appeared before everyone's eyes. The sharp spear blades faced the blazing sun and flickered with a bright light. When one looked at it, it caused their scalp to go numb. A small portion of the 2-meter-long spear blades were inserted into the ground. The 20-centimeter-long rhombus-shaped spearhead flickered with a cold light under the blazing sun. It was incomparably sharp. The distance between the spears was rather wide, about 1.5 meters. The square formation formed by tens of thousands of spears was about 1,000 meters long and 400 meters wide. The chief examiner looked at the people who passed the first stage and said, "The second stage tests movement techniques. If you can last for 2 hours on this spear formation, you will pass." The moment the chief examiner finished speaking, the expressions of the 100-odd people immediately changed. Some were happy and some were worried. Those who normally focused on movement techniques or cultivated high-ranked movement techniques had expressions of joy on their faces. Those inner disciples who focused on other aspects had unsightly expressions. To be able to enter the inner sect of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, their movement techniques were naturally not weak. However, if they did not spend a lot of time on their movement techniques, they would feel uneasy if they wanted to last for an hour on the sharp spear blades. Last for an hour? "I'm afraid it is not that simple," Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the huge formation. If they only wanted to last for an hour, the range of the spear formation would not be so large. Furthermore, although it was difficult to last for an hour, if there were no external interference, he believed that most of the people present would be able to pass this test. Pooh! 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 Footsteps could be heard. 10 white-robed Jade Maiden Peak elders walked over quickly. After that, they split into groups of 3 and stood at the 4 corners of the formation. When the chief examiner saw this group of people, he said, "After you land, you lose. Aside from that, there are no other rules. The time starts now." So, So. Figures flashed and everyone quickly jumped up. Xiaochen leaped up gently and found a foothold. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and spun around like a flood dragon before landing firmly. Pooh! There was a miserable cry. Because an inner disciple did not control his strength well, the sharp spear blade pierced through his shoes. He lost his footing and immediately fell down. The Jade Maiden Peak elders guarding at the side immediately flew over to where this person landed. They brought him out of the formation and took off his shoes and socks to treat his wounds. The sudden situation gave everyone a better understanding of the sharpness of the spear blades. They could not help but become even more cautious. Lu Suifeng leaped up gently and landed beside Xiaochen. He said in a low voice, "Yi Chen, why do I feel that something is wrong? This formation is too big. I know those Jade Maiden Peak elders. They have a very high position in Jade Maiden Peak. Furthermore, they all cultivate healing martial techniques and cultivation techniques." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He was on high alert as he said in a deep voice, "Just adapt to the situation. This second test will definitely not be so simple." Xiao Chen was thinking further ahead. The chief examiner's last sentence also caught his attention. Did the so-called no rules mean that he could attack others as he pleased while standing on the formation? Although he did not have such a strong heart to attack, he still had to be wary of others. He had to keep an eye out. Standing on the sharp spear blades, aside from testing the strength of a cultivator's movement technique, it also required a strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, it would be very easy to lose one's footing. Just standing on the sharp spear blades alone was already difficult. If one could not maintain their balance and jumped around, the spear blades would quickly injure their ankles and cause them to fall to the ground. Thus, one could not lose their footing. If there was an unstable situation, one could not jump onto the other spear blades. One had to calm down first and stabilize one's footing. The blazing sun hung high in the sky and the harsh sunlight mercilessly shone on everyone. There was not even a slight breeze in the huge drill grounds. It was very frustrating. A few inner disciples lost their footing due to their frustration. They had no choice but to jump onto the spear formation. Soon, the spear blades pierced through their soles. After their soles were injured, they immediately fell to the ground. Then, the Jade Maiden Peak elders carried them out of the formation, completely losing their right to continue the test. The sweat on Lu Suifeng's forehead flowed continuously into his eyes. It was very uncomfortable, but he did not dare to use his hands to wipe it away. It was not easy for him to maintain his balance. If he made a casual move now, it would be disrupted. Then, there would be a chain reaction and he would fall. However, it was very uncomfortable to ignore the sweat on his forehead. The sweat in his eyes caused his eyes to bleed continuously. His body started to sway slowly. Who? Just as Lu Suifeng could not hold on any longer, a cool breeze blew. It was very refreshing under the blazing sun. It blew away the sweat in his eyes. Lu Suifeng opened his eyes. The uncomfortable feeling had completely disappeared. He looked at Xiao Chen beside him with a grateful expression. This cool breeze was naturally the palm wind that Xiao Chen sent out. With the small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art, he could walk on the river without getting wet. To him, this formation was nothing. Currently, there were only about 10 or 20 people who could do it as easily as Xiao Chen. As time passed, something appeared in the gazes of these people. Finally, someone could no longer hold it in. He shouted and quickly leaped towards Xiao Chen, "Attack!" Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, when he saw the clothes these people were wearing, he felt somewhat surprised. Originally, he thought that Zhang Lai would be the first to make a move. He did not expect the inner disciples of Bian Peak to make a move first. Huang Dang. For Bian Peak disciples drew their sabers and hacked at Xiao Chen. To be able to clear the first stage and jump freely on the spear, these 4 people were not simple. They were not ordinary superior grade martial grand masters, they were all peak martial grand masters. They were only a step away from advancing to martial saint. Yi Chen, what should we do? Lu Suifeng was somewhat flustered. Movement techniques were not his forte. It was already difficult for him to stand on the spear. If he wanted to fight, there was no hope for him. Xiaoqian smiled faintly, there is no need to panic. They are just a bunch of jumping clowns. If they were fighting on flat ground, Xiaoqian would have to spend some effort to deal with these 4 people. However, on the spear, as long as he wanted to, he could knock them down within 10 moves. However, he had to take care of Lu Suifeng. He could not leave the spear below him and could not move freely. Hu Qi. 4 saber lights hacked at Xiaoqian from 4 different angles. The dazzling saber light was incomparably piercing under the sunlight. Xiaoqian gently pushed off the spear tip and spun around. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand with a huang dang sound. An even more intense saber light moved as fast as lightning, chopping down 4 times. Bang! 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 The weapons containing strong essence clashed in the air. Saber lights flew everywhere, giving off 4 metallic sounds. Xiaoqian was fighting 1 against 4, but he was not at a disadvantage. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiaoqian landed firmly on the ground. On the other hand, the Biyun Peak disciples were knocked back by the force of the saber. These 4 people were quite impressive. They somersaulted in the air and after the force dissipated, they landed back on the spear. They pointed their sabers at Xiaoqian. Chapter 224. Senior brother Yu Qian, this person is not easy to deal with, a Biyun Peak disciple said to the leader. Yu Qian revealed a grave expression and said, there is no need to worry. The Peak Master already said that as long as we can disrupt this person's core disciple exam, he will give each of us 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. With this 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones, even if we cannot pass the core disciple exam, it will not matter. It will be enough for us to cultivate. Furthermore, we still have another chance next year. There is no need to worry. If necessary, we can use a method where both sides suffer. When the other person heard this, he purposely glanced at Xiaoqian and said, that's true. 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones is enough for me to break through to martial saint. I will be able to pass the core disciple exam easily next year. The 2 of them chatted in front of Xiaoqian like there was no one else around. Xiaoqian had a calm expression as he grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. His state of mind did not waver because of their conversation. Yi Chen, be careful. Lu Suifeng suddenly said. It turned out that the 2 people in front were purposely speaking to attract Xiaoqian's attention. The person behind Xiaoqian took advantage of this opportunity to make a move silently. This person smiled coldly in his heart. Once I get within 3 meters of you, you will have no chance. Go down. Mount Tai suppression. A huge mountain peak appeared behind this person. One could faintly see some faintly discernible birds and beasts circling the mountain peak. Not bad. Using the Mount Tai suppression as a peak martial grand master, he was able to materialize such an agile mysterious phenomenon. If it was purely based on mysterious phenomena, he was already as strong as Song Quebec. The corner of Xiaoqian's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was very calm as he evaluated this person's martial technique. His spiritual sense was spread out within a radius of 500 meters. All the actions of the 4 Biyun Peak disciples were under his surveillance. There were no blind spots at all. The mysterious phenomenon was not bad. Unfortunately, a strong martial technique required great strength as a foundation in order to bring out its might. Otherwise, it would just be for show. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated quickly. The bones in Xiaoqian's body gave off cracking sounds. He placed the lunar shadow saber back into the universe ring and clenched his right fist tightly. Xiaoqian felt a boundless energy as he turned around and punched out. The image of a huge tiger appeared behind Xiaoqian. The tiger let out a long roar, instantly raising Xiao Chen's aura to its peak, as if he was the king of all beasts. Bang! With a punch, the mountain shattered. The mysterious phenomenon of the person who sneak-attacked Xiao Chen instantly broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned completely pale. His body was like a kite with a broken string, swaying in the air as he fell. Just as he was about to be pierced by a spear, a white figure flew out and grabbed him, landing outside the formation. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art and ferocious tiger leaving the mountains allowed Xiao Chen to gather all the strength and essence in his physical body. His physical body's strength was 6,000 kilograms of force. The vast essence of an inferior-grade martial saint was equivalent to 5,000 kilograms of force. When the two were added together, this punch contained more than 10,000 kilograms of force. With such horrifying force, the so-called Mount Tai suppression was just a joke. A regular inferior-grade martial saint would not dare to receive this punch head-on. Junior brother Yao. I'll kill you. Splitting the mountains and splitting the earth. Clouds splitting cross-chop. Clouds flipping and breaking the sea. Seeing that their junior brother Yao's sneak attack failed and that his mysterious phenomenon even broke and he was severely injured, the remaining three lost their rationality and charged at Xiao Chen. They executed all sorts of moves, trying to break Xiao Chen's soul. The three peak martial grand masters all executed their best moves. Naturally, their might could not be underestimated. The originally scorching air was now so hot that it made breathing difficult. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. He crossed his arms and the dragon and tiger merged into his body. A flood dragon and a ferocious tiger circled around him. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated at the same time. In an instant, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of Xiao Chen's body. He looked very calm and imposing. Boundless energy quickly accumulated. There was the might of a tiger and a dragon, but it was not released. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon, not afraid of the mountains and rivers' roar. Bang! The three people's best moves landed on Xiao Chen's body at the same time, giving off loud sounds. However, they were blocked by a formless barrier and could not advance any further. Explode! Xiao Chen shouted and the energy he accumulated erupted like a volcano. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The air rippled like water, creating countless ripples. In the face of this unceasing torrent of energy, the remaining three people from Biyun Peak were unable to put up any resistance and were sent flying. During this period of time, Xiao Chen's dragon and tiger body sculpting art had already reached small perfection, the fourth layer. Thus, he could unleash a portion of this crouching tiger hidden dragon stance. When it reached great perfection, he could unleash all his energy. When he executed the dragon hissing tiger roar fist, its might would be even more horrifying. Mu Heng, who had been resting with his eyes closed like a pine tree in winter, suddenly opened his eyes. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. What a strong physical body! Dragon and tiger body. This cultivation technique for tempering the body should be of the same rank as my cultivation technique. However, his physical body is not as strong as mine. When my purple jade body tempering art circulates at full power, my physical body is comparable to 100-year-old frost iron. My palms can even cut through metal and break jade. However, these are probably not his trump cards. Mu Heng thought about many things in a short while. It seemed like there was another opponent for the first rank of this core disciple exam. When the Tianyue Peak disciples saw everything in front of them, they were all astonished. It was already very difficult for them to stand on the spear's edge. They did not expect Xiao Chen to be able to bring out such a strong combat prowess. Wu Bing, who was beside Zhang Lai, thought for a while and said, "Junior brother Zhang, should we call over some of our senior brothers? We can make the first move and gain the upper hand. With the strength that he has displayed so far, he will be the biggest obstacle to you obtaining the first rank." At this moment, 10 of the stronger Tianyue Peak inner disciples walked over. They were the same as the Biyun Peak disciples, they could move freely on the spear's edge. Their strength was at the peak of the crowd. The person leading them looked at Zhang Lai and said, "Junior brother Zhang, if you have any ideas, you can tell us directly. Before we came, the peak master already instructed us that if there were any sudden incidents during the exam, junior brother Zhang can dispatch us." When Zhang Lai heard this, he felt joy in his heart. He did not expect the peak master to trust him so much. However, after muttering to himself for a while, Zhang Lai gave up on this idea. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brothers are too polite. I will not let down the peak master's expectations. I will definitely obtain the first rank in this exam. However, that Yi Qian is not our main enemy. If he is only as strong as he is now, I can easily defeat him. Our biggest opponent is him." Zhang Lai changed the topic and pointed at the low-profile Beichen Peak's Muheng. When Muheng felt Zhang Lai's gaze, he looked over and smiled indifferently. He did not pay too much attention to him. The people at the side were somewhat surprised. He is just an inferior grade martial grand master. Is there a need to pay so much attention to him? Zhang Lai did not explain too much. He said, "The situation might change later. Wait for a while. If I guess wrong, we will make our move immediately." The sudden attack of the 4 Biyun Peak disciples caused the disciples of the other peaks to become more cautious. No one knew who would suddenly make a move behind their backs. A cultivator from Qianduan Peak carrying a huge saber on his back stood quietly on the spear tip. The huge saber on his back was close to 2 meters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters thick. It was a huge saber worthy of its name. Just its weight alone was 250 kilograms. Even though he was carrying such a heavy saber, he did not move at all while standing on the spear's edge. He was as light as a feather and did not feel any pressure at all. This caused everyone to be astonished. When someone at the side saw the Tianyue Peak disciples discussing something, he whispered to that person, "Senior brother Gao Yang, there seems to be some movement from Tianyue Peak. Should we do something?" Gao Yang's face was very broad, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He gave off a heroic feeling. He glanced at Zhang Lai and the others from Tianyue Peak and said indifferently, "Let's just wait and see. Fighting on the spear tip does not give our Qianduan Peak disciples any advantage." The same conversation took place in the other peaks as well. Basically, every peak had a disciple they were proud of. They might not be as strong as Zhang Lai and the others, but they were strong enough to suppress the crowd. Everyone was discussing countermeasures to protect themselves in case of any mishaps, to prevent anyone from making a move. Lu Suifeng watched as Shao Chen easily defeated the 4 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him with surging momentum on the spear tip. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Both of them were superior grade martial grand masters, but their strengths were worlds apart. "Yi Chen, are you alright?" Lu Suifeng asked. Shao Chen replied, "I'm fine, I just exhausted some essence." "Be careful, there is still one more person from Biyun Peak who has yet to make a move." After sending the 3 flying, Shao Chen had been paying attention to the remaining Biyun Peak disciples with his spiritual sense. He felt that one of them had a very strong aura, even stronger than Yu Qian's. However, he hid it very well. Originally, Shao Chen wanted to rush forward and drag this person out. However, after thinking about it, there was still Zhang Lai eyeing him covetously from the side. There was no need to expose too much of his strength, so he gave up on the idea. Time went by, second by second. In the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Half of the time required for the test had already passed. There were still 80-odd disciples from the various peaks remaining. If there were no accidents, these 80-odd people would not have any problems persisting for another hour. Zhang Lai frowned, he felt that the test would not be so simple. However, an hour had passed, and there was still no movement. This caused him to feel suspicious. "Never mind, I don't care anymore. I will make the first move and gain the advantage." A murderous intent flashed in Zhang Lai's eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at Beichen Peak's Muheng. A boundless saber intent materialized in the depths of his eyes. "Xiao!" A few strands of saber chi appeared in the air. They were like sharp blades, easily tearing through the obstruction of the air. They created shockwaves as they shot towards Mu Heng. Mu Heng had expected Zhang Lai to suddenly make a move. However, he did not expect Zhang Lai's saber intent to be so strong, able to send out saber chi from thin air. Bang! 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 Mu Heng used his palm as a saber and hacked at the saber chi flying at him. There was a metallic clang as the saber chi flying at him was easily shattered by Mu Heng. Chapter 225. Attack. Deal with him first. Zhang Lai had expected that Mu Heng would not be defeated so easily by a few strands of saber chi. This was just the appetizer. Following Zhang Lai's words, 10 Tianyue Peak disciples who still had some strength left stepped on the sharp spear blades and pounced at Beichen Peak's Mu Heng. I will lure them away. You all do not have to make a move, Mu Heng said to the Beichen Peak disciples behind him who wanted to help. Mu Heng stomped heavily on the spear blade under his feet. Under the force of gravity, the spear blade actually distorted. Then, it shot out of the ground with a xiu sound. Mu Heng, who had already used the rebound force of the spear blade to jump into the air, caught the spear blade. He smiled faintly as he looked at the group of people rushing at him. Then, he threw the spear blade forward. Bang! The spear blade that was flying in the air suddenly shattered, turning into countless tiny pieces of metal. As it spun at high speed, it created a gust of wind, turning into a sharp killing weapon. Cloud Gathering Peak. Zhang Lai shouted and executed the first move of the Lingyun saber technique, Cloud Gathering Peak. Suddenly, clouds appeared above the formation. A strange peak rose up and blocked all the metal pieces flying at it. Dang! 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 Countless sounds rang out. When the clouds scattered, the crowd discovered that this strange peak was the saber in Zhang Lai's hand. The momentum of the saber was very ferocious, instantly knocking down all the metal pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Heng leaped more than 100 meters away. He casually waved his hand and pulled out another spear. Then, he chopped it in half with his palm and tossed it out with a so sound. The two halves of the spear spun rapidly in the air like a flaming wheel. It continuously attracted the surrounding air, forming a 3-meter-long tornado. Zhang Lai said, "Help me block this move. I will chase after him." So. 4 inner disciples jumped out from behind Zhang Lai, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. They drew their sabers at the same time and a 10-meter-long saber light soared up and struck the tornado. Zhang Lai did not care about the result of this attack. He did not stop and dodged the gap between the tornadoes, quickly flying towards Mu Heng. Seeing Zhang Lai chasing after him alone, Mu Heng revealed a smile. He pushed off the spear tip and there was an explosion. The spear blade immediately shattered into countless pieces and flew backwards. Bang! Every time Mu Heng took a step, one of the spear blades under his feet would shatter, turning into countless small pieces of metal. As they moved at high speed, they tore through the air and shot towards Zhang Lai like a torrential storm. With a glance, Zhang Lai saw countless lethal pieces of metal covering the sky. If he wanted to continue chasing, he would have to break through the storm formed by these countless pieces of metal. If I do that, I will have to exhaust a lot of essence. I feel like I fell into Mu Heng's trap, Zhang Lai thought to himself. However, he might not know that I cultivate a superior grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. The amount of essence I can store is definitely more than his. Thinking of this, Zhang Lai's face revealed a trace of mockery as he lightly shouted, "Sweeping mountain destroys clouds." This was the second move of the Lingyun saber technique. A mysterious phenomenon appeared, a mountain peak appeared out of nowhere. To everyone's astonished gazes, that mountain peak actually started to spin continuously. Rumble. As the mountain spun, the ground of the entire drill ground began to shake. Some unlucky inner disciples fell off the spear's edge on the spot. When Shaoqin saw Zhang Lai execute 2 moves of the Lingyun saber technique, he was astonished. He did not expect Zhang Lei's talent to be so high. However, being able to produce a mysterious phenomenon does not mean that his comprehension of the Lingyun saber technique is deeper than mine, Xiaochen thought to himself. The mysterious phenomenon was a kind of supplement to the martial technique. However, before the mysterious phenomenon was completed, if one used it rashly and it was broken, one's essence would be greatly injured. Back then, when Xiaochen fought against Chu Chaoyun, he suffered greatly. Chu Chaoyun only used half a move to break his moon bright like fire mysterious phenomenon. Xiaochen's essence was greatly injured and he no longer had the ability to continue fighting. Thus, in future battles, Xiaochen was very cautious when he used the mysterious phenomenon. There were only two ways to break the mysterious phenomenon. The first was to find the flaw in the mysterious phenomenon, like what Chu Chaoyun did. The second was to break the mysterious phenomenon with brute force, using absolute strength to shatter the opponent's mysterious phenomenon, like what happened to Xiaochen earlier. It was unknown what method Mu Heng would choose. The spinning mountain peak was a few hundred meters tall and had an unknown width. It stirred up the wind and clouds, causing the sky to darken and the ground to darken. It even covered the blazing sun. The raindrop-like pieces of metal struck the mountain peak with a ding-dang-dang sound. However, they did not have any effect as they all fell to the ground. Mu Heng turned around to take a look. There was no astonishment on his face. He stared at the image of the mountain peak. In his eyes, there was only this mountain peak left. The mountain peak got closer and closer, but Mu Heng still did not have any expression on his face. It was as though he did not know that when this mountain peak got close to him, it would easily crush him to death. I still can't find it. It is too difficult to find the flaw in the mysterious phenomenon, Mu Heng sighed and shook his head. Although the mysterious phenomenon that Zhang Lai executed was not perfect, it was not easy to find the flaw in it. Since I can't find it, then I'll shatter it. Mu Heng shouted and his body soared into the air. A purple glow appeared on his skin, like a jade-like glazed jade. Break for me. A palm strike without any fancy moves landed on the mountain peak. There was a loud bang, and the spinning mountain peak finally stopped. The instant the mountain peak clashed with the palm strike, it created a surging shockwave. Ripples appeared in the air and spread wildly in all directions, like the surging waves of the sea. The shockwave did not differentiate between friend and foe. If they were struck by it, at least half of them would fall off the spear tip. The pillars of the various peaks could not protect themselves at this moment, they all made a move. Bang! 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 There was an unending string of explosions on the drill grounds. When the crowd in the spectator stands saw this scene, they were all astonished. This exam was more intense and ferocious than any of the previous ones. Hu Qi. Xiaochen swung his saber and chopped the surging shockwave in half, easily resolving the crisis. He continued to stare at the two people in the air. The image of the mountain peak in the air had already disappeared. Zhang Lai held his saber and blocked Mu Heng's seemingly ordinary strike. However, the force behind this seemingly ordinary palm strike was actually slightly stronger than Zhang Lai's. The mysterious phenomenon did not break. However, he managed to block it. This forced Zhang Lai to not dare to continue creating mysterious phenomena, Xiaochen muttered. The two of them were not using their full strength in this exchange. After all, it was not the final showdown yet. They were just testing each other out. Of course, if there was an opportunity to knock the other down, they would be happy to do so. Zhang Lai held his saber and retreated a few steps. He jumped a few steps on the spear tip before he slowly stabilized himself. He landed not far from the Qianduan Peak disciple. Seeing Mu Heng land steadily, Zhang Lai was mildly astonished. He was actually at a disadvantage when he tested the waters earlier. Although he only used 30% of his strength, it was hard to guarantee that Mu Heng would not hold back. Mu Heng's attacks were not fancy at all, he did not even use any martial techniques. After a few moves, they were all straightforward attacks, relying purely on the strength of his physical body. Do you want to continue fighting? I am willing to accompany you at any time. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai and spoke for the first time. Continuing to fight head-on was definitely not a wise decision. This was not the final stage of the arena battle. If both sides were injured, it would only benefit the others. Zhang Heng also considered the crux of the matter. Pu Ci. Before Zhang Lai could speak, the Qianduan Peak disciple, Gao Yang, who was carrying a huge saber on his back, drew the huge saber from his back with his right hand. He left an afterimage in the air as he attacked Zhang Lai. There was a loud explosion in the air. This person's speed was actually close to the speed of sound. He crossed a distance of 100 meters in a breath of time. The huge and heavy saber directly chopped at Zhang Lai. Gao Yang had not expected this at all. Earlier, he had not revealed any killing chi. By the time Zhang Lai felt the killing intent and heard the sonic boom, the huge saber was only half a centimeter away from the back of his head. Zhang Lai, who had comprehended saber intent, was much more sensitive than regular cultivators. At this critical moment, he pushed off the tip of the spear with his feet. The spear sank into the ground with a hua-hua sound. Zhang Lai's body also fell. His flying long hair was chopped in the middle, floating in the air. He had narrowly avoided this saber strike. Gao Yang immediately withdrew his saber and retreated, returning to the group of Qianduan Peak disciples. His expression was calm, there were no fluctuations. How dare you sneak attack me? Zhang Lai turned around and shouted angrily at Gao Yang. Junior brother Zhang, are you alright? Wu Bing asked anxiously as he led the other 10 Tianyue Peak disciples over. Zhang Lai landed on another spear and tied up his hair again. He revealed a murderous intent as he looked at Gao Yang and said indifferently, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid some people will be in trouble. Gao Yang did not show any fear or panic. He revealed a crafty smile on his heroic face as he pointed at Xiao Chen and Mu Heng. He said, your opponent is not me, it is him and him. If you do not want to reveal all your trump cards before the arena battle, you can fight me. Although Gao Yang seemed to have a heroic background, he had a sharp mind. He could see through the stakes before him very clearly. Zhang Lai snorted coldly, trump cards? Are you even worthy of revealing my trump cards? Xiao. A few strands of saber chi appeared silently in the air. They tore through the air and created shockwaves as they flew towards Gao Yang's face. Dang! Dang! The huge saber spun very quickly, blocking in front of Gao Yang like a door. It blocked all the incoming saber chi. However, he was somewhat familiar with the strength of these saber chi. When the saber chi struck the body of the saber, it trembled continuously. Gao Yang felt his arm go numb and the saber nearly fell off. He quickly held the saber with both hands. When Zhang Lai saw the situation, he laughed coldly, with just this bit of strength, you dare to reveal my trump cards? You overestimate yourself. Chapter 226. In the distance, Lu Suifeng saw the sudden situation. He said suspiciously, why are the two of them fighting? I know that Gao Yang. This is the third time he is participating in the core disciple exam. He is very strong, but he should not be a match for Zhang Lai. Xiaoqin smiled and said, this person is very scheming. Earlier, he seemed to be acting weak on purpose. There is no reason for him to block those strands of saber chi so forcefully. What is the logic behind this? Is he not afraid that Zhang Lai will really kill him? Lu Suifeng said suspiciously. Xiaoqin withdrew the smile on his face and said seriously, this is where his brilliance lies. He should have some trump card that can kill him in one move. Maybe he had already planned this from the moment Zhang Lai landed in front of him. Who? Just as Xiaoqin spoke, the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. A strong wind blew, kicking up the yellow sand on the ground and causing dust to fly everywhere. Zhang Lai, who was originally preparing to attack Gao Yang, turned serious. An essence barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the sand outside. He said suspiciously, what's going on? Why is there such a strong wind? Is the weather changing? Gao Yang looked at the sudden strong wind. Zhang Lai had stopped attacking because of it. He could not help but feel disappointed in his heart. What a pity. When the strong wind dissipated, a black flag appeared before everyone's eyes. It flew over from the horizon and soon arrived at the drill ground. The banner had a black background and white words. It was lined with yellow gold. There were 2 large words written on it, Heavenly Saber. There were simple and unadorned patterns and a spiraling golden dragon carved on the black pole. The speed of the banner was very slow. However, the force it carried was very shocking. Everywhere it passed, the air was like a curtain of water, gently rippling. An inner disciple did not understand what was going on. In the end, the flag touched him and he was immediately knocked back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. A Jade Maiden Peak Elder immediately caught him. He had completely lost the right to participate in the exam. Scatter. Everyone was startled and quickly scattered. When they saw the black flag, they quickly made way for it. Soon, the flag flew to a spot not far from Xiao Chen. At this moment, the chief examiner on the ground suddenly said, "Only by obtaining the black flag can you be considered to have passed the test. Whoever obtains the flag can immediately end the test." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the banner that everyone had been avoiding earlier immediately became a hot commodity. Everyone made a move, using all sorts of methods to snatch it. Lu Suifeng, who was behind Xiao Chen, also wanted to make a move. This was because the flag was the closest to Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. If they made a move, they would have a high chance of obtaining the flag. "Don't make a move yet," Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped him. Lu Suifeng asked confusedly, "Why?" "After you get it, jump down immediately, and you can end the assessment. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Xiao Chen pointed and said, "Take a look. Have any of the truly powerful people from the various sects moved?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, it was indeed as Xiao Chen had said. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, Gao Yang, and the others did not move. It was as though this matter had nothing to do with them. "I got it," a Gangyu Peak disciple said excitedly as he grabbed the flagpole. Boom! Just as he was about to jump down from the formation, all sorts of saber techniques and fist winds flew at him. All sorts of attacks came like a landslide, airtight. Aside from the Gangyu Peak disciples who did not make a move, the disciples of the other peaks all executed their best moves. With so many attacks, even an inferior grade martial saint would not be able to block it. How could a martial grand master block it? Before that disciple could land on the ground, he was already severely injured. His entire body was covered in wounds, and he was dripping with blood. The black banner flew out of his hand and returned to the air. Lu Suifeng watched from the side with fear in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao Chen made a move to stop him. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground would be him. How pitiful. This person will need to rest for at least 3 months before he can recover. This is too cruel. He did not hold back when he attacked. What exactly is going on with this core disciple exam? When the inner disciples in the spectator stands saw such a miserable scene, their hearts were filled with astonishment. In the past core disciple exams, they were also very intense. However, this time's exam was simply miserable and incomparably cruel. The exam could only end after one obtained the flag. With so many people present, there would definitely be more than one flag. Thus, there was no need to rush. Whoever obtained the first flag would definitely be attacked by the crowd. This was the principle of the shot hitting the bird that sticks out. In the earlier situation, even if it was Xiao Chen himself, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and followed the direction the flag came from. He extended it continuously until he found the owner of the flag on a tall tower about 1,000 meters away from the drill grounds. A black-clothed man faced the blazing sun at the top of the tall tower. There were 5 flags on his back, fluttering in the wind. The sunlight blurred this person's appearance. His chi and blood were flourishing, rushing to the sky. Together with the flags beside him, his aura was overwhelming. He had the might of 1,000 horses and 1,000 soldiers, as though he could trample through the sky. The distance of close to 2,000 meters was already the limit of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Thus, Xiao Chen could not see the full appearance of this person, he could only see a rough silhouette. This person is at least a peak martial king. The heavenly saber pavilion is indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are peak experts everywhere, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense detected 5 black flags around that person. The flags were spinning continuously, and there was a rotating air current in front of each flag. So, in the next moment, the 5 flags pierced through the obstruction of space and headed for the formation in the drill grounds. At first, they were as fast as lightning. However, when they got closer, they slowed down. When they slowed down, that was only relative to a high-ranked cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary people and low-ranked cultivators, they were several times faster than a horse carriage. Xiao. This time, the stronger inner disciples on the spear tips did not hold back. Essence surged around them and they all shot out, leaving behind afterimages in the air. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he said, "Yi Chen, are you still not going to make a move? There should be a limit to the number of flags. After shooting out one batch, there will be one less batch." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Go and snatch them. It is not time for me yet." So. Another 10 flags shot out from the air. A strong wind blew on the formation and dust flew everywhere. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Even those who wanted to hold back made a move at the same time. Yellow sand filled the air above the formation, and a strong wind blew. Figures flashed in the air, chasing after the flags in the air. The battle was incomparably intense. Occasionally, there would be people who were caught in the dark and lost the right to take the test. However, even in such a situation, there were still a few people who did not make a move. They stood quietly on the spear tips, not anxious at all. It was as though they had already forgotten the requirements of the test. Aside from Xiao Chen, Zhang Lai, Mu Heng, and Gao Yang, there was one person from each of the other 3 peaks who had not made a move. These 7 people represented one peak. In reality, they were the strongest 7 people in this test. I finally got it. A Tianyue peak disciple hugged a black flag and landed on the ground. He did not care about the bloody wounds on his body. He revealed a joyful smile on his face. Immediately, a Jade Maiden Peak elder came over and checked his wounds. The chief examiner nodded and noted down his number. Finally, someone succeeded in the second stage of the test. So. The intense battle continued. There was an endless stream of people jumping off the formation, successfully passing the test. However, there were even more people who were covered in wounds. They fell down empty-handed, failing the test. Lu Suifeng grabbed a black flag and immediately revealed an excited smile. He executed his movement technique with all his might, doing his best to avoid the attacks around him. He was just one step away from dodging the attacks of these people. A few figures chased after him. At this moment, Lu Suifeng had already used up all his strength. There was no way for him to move around in the air. The situation was dire. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! A boundless flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. The flames were like arrows, shooting towards the few people in the air. The speed of the flames was very fast. These people did not have the time to dodge in the air and were struck. They cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to land quickly. Something is strange. These flames are not ordinary. However, now that it is exposed, it will be easier to deal with. The other 7 people who remained on the formation muttered to themselves. When Xiao Chen's spiritual sense felt Lu Suifeng land safely, he relaxed completely. Although he had exposed one of his trump cards, it was worth it. When the strong wind scattered, the 15 black flags were finally snatched away. The people of Tianyue Peak were indeed strong. Out of the 15 flags, they managed to snatch half of them. When the remaining people saw the 7 people who did not make a move, they knew that the atmosphere was not right. They all tacitly jumped down and gave up on the core disciple exam. The place was extremely quiet. No one would have imagined that just a minute ago, this place was in chaos. Only the yellow sand below the formation was dyed red with blood, silently telling the story of the tragic battle earlier. The gazes of the inner disciples in the spectator stands, the inner disciples who did not pass the core disciple exam, the various peak masters and main hall elders were all focused on these 7 people. The first place of this core disciple exam will definitely be given to one of these 7 people. This exam is really extraordinarily intense. This is only the second stage, and more than 200 people have been eliminated. There are actually only 20-odd disciples left. If there were 50 spots like before, these people would have all passed. There will definitely not be 50 spots. With one look, it is clear that this exam is not simple. I think there will only be 10 spots at most. I wonder how many flags will fly over in this round. If there are not 7 flags, how many of these 7 strongest people will be eliminated? The ordinary inner disciples in the spectator stands all had complicated expressions as they looked at the 7 people on the platform. Due to various reasons, they had no chance of becoming a core disciple. However, when they saw this inner disciple exam, they felt lucky in their hearts. The blood below the spear formation was not for nothing. It was left behind by the inner disciples who participated in this exam. There were a few people who nearly died. Aside from those who gave up on their own accord, almost no one came out unscathed. Chapter 227. Although the identity of a core disciple was very tempting, such an intense battle caused fear in everyone. Hu Qi. Suddenly, another strong gust of wind blew. 5 black banners flew towards the spear formation from afar, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. When they felt the number of flags flying towards them, the 7 of them could not help but feel nervous. There were only 5 flags. That meant that 2 of them would have to leave. Gao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He was already 19 years old. If he did not succeed this time, he would lose all hope of becoming a core disciple. He could not afford to lose. It was not that he did not want to fight for the first 15 flags. However, he knew that if he made a move early, he would definitely suffer a fierce retaliation. Even if he obtained the flag, he would expose his trump card. It would be very disadvantageous for him in the arena battles. So, the remaining female disciple of Jade Maiden Peak, Wang Mei, made the first move. Her petite body left a white shadow in the air. She instantly grabbed a flag and dropped it. Senior Sister Wang, sorry for the offense. The remaining inner disciple of Gangyu Peak, Zhao Heng, said to Wang Mei. Then, he immediately flew forward and grabbed the other side of the flag. The 2 of them did not waste any words. They each grabbed one end of the flag and started fighting in the air. Xiaochen did not look at the 2 of them, nor did he look at the flags in the air. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the last Biyun Peak disciple, Lu Jun, rising peak and surging clouds. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang-dang sound. The snow-white blade contained the state of the Lingyun saber technique. It was like a lone peak piercing through the clouds, pointing angrily at the sky. Although this saber did not give off any mysterious phenomenon, its might was not much weaker than the one Zhang Lai executed. In fact, in terms of pure strength, it was even stronger. There was only a slight difference in aura. Mountain-splitting stone. Out of Xiao Chen's expectations, Lu Jun did not choose to dodge Xiao Chen's powerful saber strike. Instead, he chose to clash head-on. Bang! When the sabers clashed, 2 resplendent saber lights exploded in the air. Even the air trembled in the direction where the weapons clashed. A huge force passed through the saber and was transmitted to the 2 of them. The 2 of them each took a step back and switched to another spear tip to stabilize themselves. They were evenly matched. Actually, Xiao Chen was at a slight disadvantage in this saber strike. The grade of rising peaks and surging rocks was higher than that of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. However, it was only a draw. A proud smile appeared on Lu Jun's face. You didn't expect this, did you? I cultivate the pure yang cultivation technique, a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. In terms of the thickness and quality of my essence, no one in the same cultivation realm can surpass me. I will defeat you fair and square. Die, 3 flowing cloud shadows. Lu Jun's body trembled and 3 figures appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Each of the 3 figures sent out a saber strike. The saber lights linked together and surged towards Xiao Chen like a gushing river. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. You managed to comprehend something of your own in the 3 flowing cloud shadows. Furthermore, you are able to link them perfectly. You do have the capital to be proud. Rolling peaks destroying clouds. The image of a mountain flashed on Xiao Chen's body and entered his body. Instantly, Xiao Chen's aura changed. He was like a mountain rising from the ground, rushing towards the sky. Xiao Chen spun around and the lunar shadow saber in his hand moved from top to bottom in the air. It created an intense shockwave and sucked in the 3 figures that Lu Jun created. Pu Ci. When Xiao Chen's body stopped spinning, a horrifying wound appeared on Lu Jun's chest. Blood spurted out continuously. Lu Jun looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said in pain, "You, bang." Xiao Chen lashed out with a whip kick, creating an intense wind as he mercilessly kicked him out. Unfortunately, sometimes, the amount of essence does not mean everything. Zhang Lai, who was not far away, was like a wooden man. When he saw all this, it was like thunder exploded in his mind. The Lingyun saber technique can actually be used like this. My Lingyun saber technique uses the mysterious phenomenon to complement my martial technique. However, his mysterious phenomenon is reserved and not released, focusing on the inner strength of his body. One is internal and one is external. In the end, they are different paths that lead to the same goal. There is no difference in who is stronger or weaker. The key is still one's comprehension. Zhang Lai thought about many things. However, I have comprehended saber intent. The moves that I executed earlier did not contain saber intent. When I infuse saber intent into my body, its might will definitely be stronger than his. After dealing with the final Biyun Peak inner disciple, Xiao Chen waved his hand, wanting to pull over the black flag that passed by him. Qi! Qi! However, before Xiao Chen could grab the black flag, a few strands of strong saber qi appeared out of nowhere and chopped the black flag into 5 pieces, completely destroying it. Xiao Chen's face sank. He looked at Zhang Lai, who was 200 meters away. He did not expect his opponent to be so decisive. He actually destroyed one of the 5 flags. Zhang Lai felt Xiao Chen's gaze and smiled confidently. I will deal with you in this stage. Let's see whose Lingyun saber technique is stronger. Zhang Lai actually destroyed one of the flags. What is he trying to do? This fellow is too confident. There are 7 people and 5 flags. It is not enough in the first place, and he actually destroyed one. Many of the inner disciples in the spectator stands could not understand Zhang Lai's actions. This was not the finals yet. There was no need to force himself into a dead end. Bang! Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Chen and Zhang Lai, Gao Yang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly made his move. A piercing light suddenly appeared on his 2-meter-long saber. Berserk Dragon burst. With a roar, the soles of his feet began to explode continuously. With each explosion, his speed would increase by a fraction. After 5 explosions, his speed had already reached an unimaginable level. Furthermore, the target that he wanted to attack was somewhat surprising. It was actually Wang Mei and Zhao Heng, who were fighting intensely. The 2 of them were at the crucial moment of their fight and could not get away. I want this flag. Gao Yang laughed loudly and swept his huge saber. A vast energy knocked Wang Mei and Zhao Heng back without any mercy. The two of them vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and fell to the ground. They looked at Gao Yang with extreme dissatisfaction and cursed, "Gao Yang, you are too shameless." So. Gao Yang grabbed the black flag and ignored the curses of the two. He revealed an excited expression, "Everyone, I will make a move first. You all take your time and have fun." Gao Yang leaped a few times on the spear tip. The effect of the berserk dragon burst had not worn off yet. In the instant a few explosions occurred, he had already moved several hundred meters. He was just one step away from landing. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That person revealed a faint smile as he blocked his path and looked at him silently. "Mu Heng, what are you trying to do? There are still 3 more flags, one for each of you. Why are you blocking me?" Gao Yang's expression changed as he spoke in a sullen voice. Mu Heng did not waste any words and directly said, "Put down the flag and you can scram. Dream on." Gao Yang roared ferociously and there was another explosion under his feet. His speed was so fast that no afterimages could be seen. He was already very close to the speed of sound. Mu Heng's expression did not change. His entire body glowed with a purple light. His skin looked like it was made of jadeite, as though it was transparent. Suddenly, Gao Yang appeared behind Mu Heng. His huge saber carried a tremendous force as he hacked at the unresponsive Mu Heng. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts leaped into their throats. The martial techniques of Qianduan Peak were famous for their berserk nature. In terms of strength, they were undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 peak techniques. If this saber strike landed, even if one was not chopped in half, they would be severely injured and unable to get out of bed for half a year. To any cultivator, wasting half a year was something that they could not bear. Dang! There was a sound of metal clashing. The purple light on Mu Heng's back trembled. His body received this saber strike without any damage at all. Gao Yang was stunned. Gao Yang was stunned. Mu Heng turned around at lightning speed and raised his right hand, catching the huge saber that Gao Yang wanted to retreat with. No matter how strong Gao Yang was, he was unable to break through Mu Heng's right hand. The maximum speed of the berserk dragon burst is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, you are unable to break through my defense. Everything is for naught, Mu Heng said indifferently as he looked at Gao Yang, who was dripping with sweat. I fell for his trap. If I had attacked him continuously from the start, with my speed, he would not be able to catch up to me. I might even be able to break through his defense before the berserk dragon burst ends. Sometimes, a moment of hesitation would result in a completely different outcome. How hateful! Gao Yang said angrily. He released his hand and abandoned his huge saber. While he still had essence, he could support a few more berserk dragon bursts and quickly retreated. Ka-Xie. Mu Heng broke Gao Yang's 2-meter-long and 3-centimeter-thick saber gently. The huge saber was like a fragile blade, it shattered into countless pieces of metal and fell to the ground with a ding-dang-dang sound. Seeing Gao Yang's figure getting further away, Mu Heng smiled faintly. His body disappeared from the air and appeared in front of Gao Yang in the next instant. He said indifferently, "Game over." Mu Heng's right palm glowing with a purple light struck Gao Yang's chest in a ghostly manner. This palm strike did not look fancy, but it contained a horrifying physical strength. It was no weaker than Xiao Chen's full-powered strike. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. The sound of bones breaking came from Gao Yang's chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. Gao Yang's face scrunched up in pain. He pointed at Mu Heng angrily and said, "You lied to me." Bang! Mu Heng kicked Gao Yang's shoulder and used this force to return to the formation. He held the banner in his hand and looked at Gao Yang on the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I was indeed playing with you." Gao Yang had been smart for a long time, he had calculated everything. Not only did he lose his chance, but he was also played by someone. He was so angry that he trembled. He could not catch his breath and fainted. What Mu Heng used earlier should be the Beichen Peak secret technique, 7-star transposition. It can achieve the effect of teleportation for a short distance. This Gao Yang is in a bad mood. He sneak attacked others a few times. In the end, he was played like a fool. He deserves it. You can't say that. The competition this time is too cruel. There is nothing wrong with using some tricks. He is just not as skilled as others. Chapter 228. However, what's going on with Mu Heng? Why did he jump up after obtaining the banner? The people in the spectator stands did not have much sympathy for Gao Yang. After all, his actions were not good. Schwa. Schwa. Just as everyone was discussing the earlier matter, Mu Heng did something shocking. He broke the banner in his hand as well. Xiao. Zhang Lai and Xiao Chen made a move at the same time. Each of them broke a banner. Of the remaining 5, only one banner remained, floating in the air between the 3 of them. What are they trying to do? If the 3 of them obtained the banner, they could have ended the test. Why do I have a feeling that they are trying to bring forward the decisive battle? I really do not understand this test. It is only the second stage, and it is already so intense. What is going on? Now, the 3 of them have been forced into a corner. Only one of them can obtain the banner. The remaining 2 will be eliminated. Not only did the people on the ground not understand the situation, but the other inner disciples in the spectator stands and the peak masters of the various peaks also did not understand why the decisive battle was brought forward. On the highest seat of the elders in the drill grounds, the second elder beside the first elder, Jiang Qi, smiled gently and said, "These 3 people seem to understand our intentions. I wonder who the first elder thinks more highly of." With the strength of these 3, they could easily get into the top 10 in any of the past core disciple exams. They are all very strong. It does not matter who wins or loses. Jiang Qi's deep gaze was like a pool of clear water. No one could guess what he was thinking. The third elder beside him said, "Big brother Jiang Qi, if the peak masters knew about what we did, would they have any objections?" The first elder said expressionlessly, "No one is allowed to object to the things that I have decided." When the other elders heard this, their hearts tightened. They all shut their mouths and stopped discussing this issue. On the formation made up of countless spear blades, Xiao Chen, Mu Heng, and Zhang Lai each stood in a corner. Their auras gathered continuously. The qi and blood of the 3 of them were very vigorous. As their auras gathered, the air in the drill grounds became somewhat viscous, making it difficult to breathe. Between the 3 of them, the force attached to the slowly fluttering flag finally disappeared and it slowly descended to the ground. Their gazes never left the flag, and a strange light flashed in each of their eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, 3 strong gusts of wind appeared in the air, blowing away the sticky air and swirling up countless yellow sand. The 3 of them moved at the same time, each using their own movement techniques to grab the falling banners. 7-star transposition. Traceless water treading. Blue dragon tail whip. Mu Heng's figure strangely disappeared from the air. Zhang Lai gently pushed off the ground and there were ripples on the ground, leaving behind afterimages. A blue dragon flowed out of Xiao Chen's body. With a light shout, he streaked across the sky. The 3 of them executed their best moves and flew towards the descending black banner. In the end, Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art was better. A green light descended and grabbed the banner. A heaven-ranked movement technique was indeed a heaven-ranked movement technique. Even though he had only practiced it to small perfection, there were not many cultivators of the same cultivation realm who could surpass Xiao Chen in terms of movement techniques. Almost at the same time, when Xiao Chen grabbed the end of the banner, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng had already descended. They stretched their hands out to grab the banner. Xiao Chen pulled gently, and the banner streaked through the air and landed behind Xiao Chen. The 2 of them grabbed nothing but air. 100 transformations peak. 1,000 mountains 10,000 shadows palm. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng did not hesitate and made their moves at the same time. Each of them executed the third move of the Lingyun saber technique, instantly turning into hundreds of layers of mysterious mountains, covering the sky and turning it dark. On the other side, Mu Heng circulated the purple jade body tempering art. Hundreds of purple shadows flashed around him, making it hard to distinguish which was real and which was fake. There was no way to make a move. Xiao Chen revealed a grave expression. These two were not ordinary superior-grade martial grand masters. One had comprehended saber intent, and his talent was exceptional. The other had tempered his physical body and turned it into a saber. His pure offensive power was not inferior to Xiao Chen's. No matter where he was, he would be a demonic genius. 100 transformations peak. I think I know it as well. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. Hundreds of illusions of mountains appeared behind him as well. However, these illusions disappeared in a flash and instantly entered his body. The snow-white lunar shadow saber suddenly lit up with a resplendent glow. This was not a saber light, it was the pure mysterious phenomenon of the Lingyun saber technique infused into the saber. The essence in Xiao Chen's body also infused into the saber. The glow became even more dazzling, it was like a miniature sun. The dark sky immediately became incredibly bright. Break for me. Xiao Chen shouted and hacked ferociously at the endless mountain range. Rumble, rumble. A series of earth-shattering sounds resounded continuously. The mountain range trembled and the entire drill ground started to tremble. The air currents started to compress continuously. Some of the spear blades on the ground could not withstand the pressure and were pulled out of the ground, flying into the air. Bang! The mountain range disappeared and Zhang Lai appeared in the air with a pale complexion. He slowly descended. The sunlight from the sky shone down once again, illuminating this space with a fiery heat. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen's movements did not stop. After he knocked back Zhang Lai, he quickly turned around and transferred the lunar shadow saber to his left hand. He circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and the bones in his body started to crackle continuously. The muscles on Xiao Chen's body visibly increased in size. A huge tiger image appeared behind Xiao Chen. The tiger roared continuously, causing Xiao Chen's aura to rise to another level. Ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, 100 beasts charging. When the hundreds of figures around Mu Heng got close to Xiao Chen, they merged together. Their aura also rose to the peak. They did not give way to Xiao Chen's aura, which was like the king of all beasts. Explode for me. Mu Heng roared angrily. His purple jade-like right palm carried the power of the hundreds of figures as it clashed with Xiao Chen's fist without hesitation. Boom! When the fist and palm collided, it was like a thunderclap resounded in the silent drill grounds. It reverberated in everyone's ears, causing their eardrums to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators even temporarily went deaf. A shockwave surged out in all directions like a surging wave. Those spear blades flying in the air were directly crushed into powder and scattered by the wind. Who? The two of them were knocked back, and in an instant, they retreated a few hundred meters. Xiao Chen's body spun once in the air, and gently landed on the edge of a spear. After that, he slowly grabbed the black banner that he had been protecting behind him. Mu Heng was not as calm. Every time he retreated, he would shatter a spear blade. He broke 100 spear blades before he stopped. One palm and one fist. The two of them relied on the strength of their physical bodies. They were basically evenly matched. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it was actually just one exchange of moves between Xiao Chen and the two of them. Everything took only a few breaths of time. The three of them each stood in a corner and started to recuperate their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. The surging formation immediately calmed down. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Ha! Indeed, after a while, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng both shouted and charged at Xiao Chen. Now, the two of them knew that they were no longer a match for Xiao Chen by themselves. They could only work together to take him down. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a gentle smile. Suddenly, he let out a long roar. A lofty feeling rose in his heart. Since he left the Shao clan, he had not fought to his heart's content. All the opponents he met were either too strong or too weak. Coincidentally, he met two opponents who were evenly matched today. Then, he might as well fight to his heart's content. After blocking Zhang Lai's attack with his saber, Xiaochen clenched his left fist and clashed with Mu Heng's palm wind. On the formation, the three of them were on the spear tips, moving up and down continuously. The sounds of saber wind, punches, claps, tiger roars, and all sorts of other sounds came out continuously. After a while, the three of them exchanged more than 100 moves on the formation. Everywhere they passed, the spear tips under their feet all shattered. A strong wind blew and yellow sand filled the air. Soon, Xiaochen managed to last more than 500 moves under the barrage of attacks from the two. He did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Instead, he became more ferocious from a distance and his aura soared. The crowd in the spectator stands could only see the blurry figures of the three through the yellow sand and the sounds of weapons, fists, and kicks clashing. It was such an exciting battle, yet they had to watch it through a layer of yellow sand. They felt an unbearable itch in their hearts. It was a pity. This Xiaochen is really strong. Under the attacks of the two of them, he did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Qingyun Peak's Xiaochen truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng are not bad either. A regular inferior grade martial saint would not be a match for the two of them. How can they be bad? There is no need to talk about Zhang Lai. He is already publicly acknowledged in Tianyue Peak. He is already one of the top 10 core disciples of Tianyue Peak. I heard from the people of Beichen Peak earlier that Mu Heng is the son of the Beichen Peak's Peak Master. He spends most of his time cultivating in the back mountains, turning himself into a saber and using his strength to prove his Tao. Every time his cultivation increases, his strength increases exponentially. I wonder how long Xiaochen can last. I believe he will not be able to last more than 500 moves. Indeed, after all, he is fighting one against two. His essence expenditure is double that of the two of them. The longer it goes, the greater the difference will be. However, for him to be able to last for so long, his strength is indeed horrifying. While the people in the arena were fighting, the people outside the arena were not idle either. They all expressed their views and opinions. After this battle, even if Xiaochen lost, the rumors about him would fall apart. As the saying goes, the laymen watch the excitement, while the insiders watch the ropes. The few peak masters in the spectator stands were completely shocked. They were incomparably astonished by Xiaochen's strength. His aura is long and drawn out, and he is able to multitask. His saber techniques and fist techniques are perfectly coordinated. This fellow is truly horrifying, the Gongyu Peak's Peak Master sighed. The Jade Maiden Peak's Peak Master, Chu Xiangyun, also had an expression of admiration on her pretty face. The strength of his physical body is comparable to Mu Heng's. His saber techniques can suppress Zhang Lai's. His essence seems to be inexhaustible. I wonder how strong he will become after he becomes a martial saint. The Biyun Peak's Peak Master, Song Ke, had not said anything since he made a fool of himself earlier. When he saw Xiaochen's true strength, he thought to himself anxiously, his potential is too horrifying. If he is given time to grow, who knows what horrifying realm he will reach. At that time, the consequences would be dire. I have to find an opportunity to kill this person. Chapter 229. When the Beichen Peak's Peak Master, Mu Feng, saw Xiaochen, he was astonished as well. He originally thought that Mu Heng would be able to obtain the first rank easily. Now, it looked like it would be difficult. However, this was good as well. If he could poke Mu Heng's spirit and make him restrain himself, it would only be beneficial for him in the future. Ling Tianzheng saw all this. After a while, he sighed and said, Ryue, you really accepted a good disciple this time. Tianyue Peak has dominated the first rank of the core disciples for 10 years. Now, it is time to hand it over. Lu Ryue revealed a cheerful smile on her flirtatious face. Seeing Xiaochen's growth, she was probably the happiest person. Martial Uncle Leng, you are too polite. Tianyue Peak is filled with talents. This time, we still have the most number of people who passed. Haha, let's see. Zhang Lai has not used his saber intent on a large scale. Junior brother Mu's son should still have some trump cards that he has not used yet. The result of this battle has not been determined yet. Ling Tianjing smiled gently and changed the topic. Even if they lost the first rank in this exam, Ling Tianjing would not care too much about it. After all, the overall strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still there. There was an endless supply of new disciples. They would still be able to suppress the other peaks. Bang! Bang! As the crowd discussed, there were two more loud sounds coming from the drill grounds. Countless spear blades shook a few times and were pulled into the air. After that, they were burned into powder by the shockwave. The strong wind died down and the yellow sand scattered. The three of them moved back and their figures slowly appeared before the crowd. Mu Heng's complexion was pale and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. The blazing purple light on his body also slowly dimmed. Zhang Lai's clothes were tattered and there were many saber wounds all over his body. Some of the wounds were very deep and blood flowed out continuously. He was in a sorry state. Xiaochen held his saber in one hand and the banner in the other. Sweat flowed down his face continuously. There were also some saber wounds on his body. However, they were not fatal. With his strong physical body, he had mostly recovered. Xiaochen's long robes fluttered in the wind. His long, black hair fluttered in the wind. The snow-white saber gave off a cold light and the banner in his hand fluttered. Xiaochen's aura flourished as his qi and blood surged into the sky. He felt incredibly delighted and wanted to fight another 800 rounds. You are very strong. If you can withstand this move of mine, I will take the initiative to withdraw from this competition, Mu Heng said indifferently as he gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. Zhang Lai remained silent for a while. He took out some medicine from his space ring and slowly applied it to his wounds. He said indifferently, me too. If you can receive my final move, I will forfeit this core disciple exam. Xiao. Xiaochen waved the banner in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. He said, it doesn't matter. Whoever comes first wins. The banner in my hand belongs to him. Me first. Zhang Lai said softly. His aura started to slowly gather. He grasped the saber in his right hand tightly and infused the saber intent he comprehended into his aura. Suddenly, a boundless strong wind blew behind Zhang Lai. Everywhere the strong wind passed, some of the air currents were sliced apart, giving off a zzz sound. Zhang Lai's saber intent actually merged with the strong wind. With your talent, you should have already comprehended the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique. However, my everlasting startling cloud is infused with my small perfection saber intent. Its might is incomparable. I hope you can block it. Just as Zhang Lai finished speaking, wisps of mist appeared above the formation out of nowhere, blocking everyone's line of sight, preventing them from seeing what was happening inside. Not only that, this fog could even obscure one's 5 senses and spiritual sense. Xiaochen thought to himself in shock. Zhang Lai's saber intent must be in the fog as well. Indeed, in the next moment, Xiaochen felt a killing intent coming from all directions within the clouds. When the clouds touched his skin, they immediately started to attack his protective essence, giving off a zzz sound. Xiaochen placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly, continuously increasing the strength of his essence. Within the clouds, the 5 senses were blocked. When he extended out his spiritual sense, all he felt was the boundless clouds. Xiaochen was like a blind man within the clouds, he could not see anything. This move put Xiaochen in a disadvantageous position. Xiaochen simply closed his eyes and stopped using his eyes to observe his surroundings. He was going to deal with the changes by remaining unchanged. Zhang Lai, who was hidden in the clouds, locked his aura on Xiaochen. When he felt Xiao Chen's movements, he revealed a faint smile. No matter who it is, after their senses are blocked, they will not be able to receive this attack of mine. Everlasting startling cloud. The surrounding clouds slowly scattered and gathered towards the saber in Zhang Lai's hand. White spots of light leaped about on the black saber blade. Boom! When all the clouds disappeared, the saber in Zhang Lai's hand had already absorbed all the saber intent in the clouds. The light of the entire saber had reached an incredible level. The most important thing was that this saber had already appeared less than a meter in front of Xiao Chen. The tip of the saber was pointed at Xiao Chen. The saber gave off a strong wind, blowing Xiao Chen's hair back violently. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was only a few breaths of time. Zhang Lai swung his saber and the clouds surrounded the formation. In the next moment, the clouds disappeared. Zhang Lai had already arrived before Xiao Chen with a stunning saber strike. It was very strange. Among the people present, only a few discovered the secret. The instant the clouds appeared, Zhang Lai used the time when Xiao Chen's senses were blocked to silently fly to a spot 10 meters in front of him. Before the saber blade touched Xiao Chen, that resplendent saber light turned into a tiny saber chi and shot towards Xiao Chen's forehead. So, at the crucial moment, Xiao Chen finally opened his tightly shut eyes. That tiny saber chi was faster than the speed of sound. At such a close distance, by the time Xiao Chen opened his eyes, it had already arrived in front of his eyes. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet, and his entire body spun rapidly. His spinning body created a shockwave, and tiny cyclones appeared in the surrounding space. The thin saber chi chased after Xiao Chen, quickly extending through the air. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared in the air. The thin thread-like saber chi seemed like it would catch up to Xiao Chen in the next moment. However, it could not catch up. The corner of Zhang Lai's lips curled up. He raised his right hand, which held the saber, and the thin thread started to become thinner. He looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. It's useless. No matter how fast you run, you will not be able to escape from my everlasting startling cloud infused with small perfection saber intent. Xiao Chen's entire body continued to spin. He did not waver because of Zhang Lai's words. The thin thread-like saber chi eventually became so thin that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Then, it completely disappeared into the air. Xiao Chen had already learned the everlasting startling cloud. Naturally, he would not think that the everlasting startling cloud had already run out of energy. The next burst of energy was the true essence of the everlasting startling cloud. Xiao Chen's body continued to spin, rising higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. The Lingyun saber technique itself was a superior grade Earth-ranked martial technique. This was especially so for the final 3 moves. They were close to the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it had infused all of Zhang Lai's saber intent. How strong would this everlasting startling cloud be? Even Xiao Chen himself did not know. If he wanted to block this move, aside from the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique, twisting road around peak, Xiao Chen had no other way to do so. However, this twisting road around peak did not allow Xiao Chen to make a breakthrough. He only had a flash of inspiration and comprehended something. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he took the risk and executed it based on his intuition. If he failed, Xiao Chen would be severely injured by the everlasting startling cloud infused with saber intent, wasting half a year of his time. If he succeeded, he would comprehend the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique, twisting road around peak. From then on, he would have another true killing move. With a 50-50 chance of victory, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to bet on it. With his current comprehension ability, he was still unable to comprehend the twisting road around peak. It was clear that once he comprehended the twisting road around peak, its might would be extremely horrifying. Now that this opportunity was right in front of him, if he did not use it, he might have to wait another 10 years before he could comprehend it again. Appear! Zhang Lai shouted, and the thin line that originally disappeared in the air became like a laser saber chi. It appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the entire formation, continuing to move forward. Who? Outside the drill grounds, a wall 2,000 meters away from Zhang Lai was pierced by the saber chi. The entire wall immediately cracked and collapsed in the next moment. Fortunately, the attack area of the thin line was only a small area. When it disappeared, Xiao Chen's body started to grow taller. At this moment, he was already several hundred meters above the ground. Die! Everlasting startling cloud, explode! Zhang Lai roared ferociously, and the saber chi that was as resplendent as a laser suddenly scattered. It turned into countless beams of light and exploded in all directions. Boom! 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 The beams of light were like fireworks exploding. It was like the most beautiful scene in the world. However, the more beautiful something was, the more deadly it was. This beam of light was no exception. Good. Zhang Lai's saber intent is indeed horrifying. Originally, the everlasting startling cloud could only be executed on a flat surface. Now, it has no blind spots. Furthermore, its might is very strong. It is already very close to a heaven-ranked martial technique. I guarantee it with my status as the Biyan Peak's Peak Master. Even if Yichen does not die, he will be severely injured. He will not be able to dodge it. Song Ke, whose eyes originally had no color in them, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw this scene. It was as though he was afraid that others did not know. His voice was shockingly loud. Lu Riyue also felt conflicted. She did not expect the everlasting startling cloud to be so horrifying. With her strength, she would have to put in a lot of effort to block this move. Could Xiaoqin dodge it? Every strand of the boundless light contained a horrifying force. It could easily pierce through the defense of a martial grand master. Furthermore, it did not have any blind spots. There was no way to dodge it. Since he could not dodge it, he might as well break it. Xiao Chen's body stopped spinning and he shouted, "Road twisting peak." Chapter 230. So. Xiao Chen, who was high in the sky, pointed his saber at Zhang Lai, who was on the ground. He locked onto Zhang Lai with his spiritual sense and his body moved in a slanted line, moving towards the ground like a meteor. Everywhere Xiao Chen passed, a mountain slowly appeared from the top to the bottom of the mountain along with Xiao Chen's figure. There were strange flowers and plants on the mountain peak. The forest was shady and there were birds and beasts flying around. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he found that there were actually countless buildings at the waist of the mountain. He could vaguely see countless figures practicing martial techniques in the middle of the mountain. Every time the mountain peak grew, it was clear that Xiao Chen's speed had increased by one level. In the spectator stands, all the elders and peak masters were astonished. This is the mysterious phenomenon of the small perfection realm. There are no flaws at all. The lights flying towards Xiao Chen were all submerged in the mysterious phenomenon that Xiao Chen created, disappearing without a trace. As for the lights in other directions, they all exploded. They were like claps of thunder, resounding through the clouds and roaring continuously. Finally, they merged into one. The air seemed like it was sliced in half like a curtain of water. It only mended after a long time. Unfortunately, it was not in Xiao Chen's direction, so it was useless. Hu Qi. The mountain peak completely formed. Xiao Chen's speed instantly broke through the speed of sound. There was a sonic boom in Zhang Lai's ears. In a flash, he landed firmly 200 meters behind Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai stretched out his hand and gently touched his forehead. There was a small wound there. To him, it was negligible. I've lost. Zhang Lai knew that Xiao Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, the saber would have pierced through his forehead. Although he was dissatisfied, he still jumped off the spear tip. Boom! Zhang Lai staggered and fell to the ground. That last saber strike had used up all of his mental energy. In the end, he still failed and could no longer hold on. Immediately, the Jade Maiden Peak elders came over and quickly carried Zhang Lai out to treat his injuries. Your turn. Xiao Chen said as he looked at Mu Heng, who was not far away. Mu Heng smiled faintly and jumped down from the spear tip. There's no need. Your final move is a small perfection mysterious phenomenon. I cannot block it. You have expended too much of your essence chi. I will not take advantage of you. In the future, I will defeat you fair and square. Twisting road around peak, so the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique is like this. No one has used it for several hundred years already. That's right. Zhang Lai's 16th move, Everlasting Startling Clouds, was already terrifying enough. I didn't expect it to be nothing in front of the 17th move. Mu Heng is very magnanimous, directly giving up and not taking advantage of others. With such magnanimity, his future accomplishments will not be low. Senior brother Mu has raised a good son. The peak leaders on the platform expressed their opinions regarding the battle from before. Only one person remained silent, with a dark expression on his face. Needless to say, this person was the one who used the Biyun Peak's Peak Master to guarantee Xiao Chen's defeat, Song Quebec. Right after he spoke, Xiao Chen used the twisting road around peak to slap him in the face. The story was truly full of twists and turns. Junior brother Song, it looks like you cannot speak so casually in the future. Ha ha. The Qianduan Peak's Peak Master joked. Before Song Ke lost an arm, he was extremely arrogant and domineering. He did not have a good relationship with the peak masters of the other peaks. Now that they saw him suffer a few setbacks, they could not help but make fun of him. Song Ke snorted coldly, what ability does he have? Mu Heng just gave up. If Mu Heng did not give up, this brat would have lost the right to take the test. When Lu Ryue heard this, she immediately retorted, all the Biyun Peak disciples have been eliminated. Why are you still sitting here? Are you trying to make things difficult for yourself? Song Ke's face turned red. He smacked the wooden table violently and said, since when is it up to you to decide whether I stay or go? So. Just as the two of them were arguing, the first elder Jiang Qi, who was on the platform, shot out another black dart at the chief examiner. Did the situation change again? Everyone stopped their discussion and asked suspiciously. On the drill grounds, the chief examiner caught the black dart with a schwa sound. He opened the note on it and after a while, he looked at the crowd and said, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, the elders' assembly has decided to make an exception for the three of you to pass the second stage. We will stop the test for now. 3 days from now, we will start the arena battles. Dismissed. Furthermore, I believe everyone has already guessed that the test this time is different. There are only 10 spots for the core disciple test this time. However, the reward will be 5 times that of the previous ones. I hope everyone will work hard when they return. Mu Heng, who was originally preparing to leave, could not help but stop when he heard this. He shook his head and smiled, if I cannot obtain the first rank, the purpose of the test is not that important. On the formation, Xiao Chen held the banner and jumped down gently. He looked at the elders' seats on the high platform. There was a pensive look in his eyes. What are they preparing for these 3 days? Late at night, the moonlight shone through the window into Xiao Chen's courtyard. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on his bed and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He slowly recovered the essence, qi, and spirit that he exhausted during the day. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian spun continuously. Drops of crystalline liquid slowly fell from the qi whirlpool. Xiao Chen felt the speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's circulation. Xiao Chen felt the speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's circulation, and Xiao Chen thought to himself, it looks like I am about to break through to the 4th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Something big will happen after this test. I have to make preparations in advance. If I have the opportunity to break through to the 4th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, I can go all out and prepare for a rainy day. At midnight, the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest silently flashed with a white light. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Bai's body, which was as smooth as snow, appeared quietly. Then, it quickly leaped through the window and headed out of the courtyard. Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked in the direction Bai left. He smiled faintly and did not bother with it. These days, Bai would go out every night. At first, Xiaochen was somewhat worried. However, he discovered that it did not go far. After stealing a bottle of wine from Xiao Yang, it would go to the back of the mountain to cultivate. It would return punctually before daybreak. That was all. Xiaochen could relax. To the restless Bai, the place it disliked the most was the spirit blood jade. Xiaochen was happy to let it go out for a breather. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochen continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. He was making his final preparations for breaking through to the fourth layer of the purple thunder divine incantation. Bai, who was outside the courtyard, ran out happily. It turned into a white figure and made its way to Xiao Yang's room with great familiarity. It gently opened the window to Xiao Yang's room without making any sound. When it came out, it carried a bottle of wine and drank it happily. After it finished drinking the wine in the bottle, a blush appeared on Bai's face. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it looked very charming and beautiful. Its intelligent eyes were filled with charm. Bai quickly went to the back of the mountain and found a place with dense spiritual energy. Then, it sat down cross-legged like a human. The dense essence in its body slowly circulated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. The mist was hazy and the surrounding spiritual energy was like a torrential storm. Under the moonlight, the raindrops of spiritual energy had an indescribable gentleness and beauty. The rainwater instantly entered Bai's body. Slowly, Bai's body became as transparent as glass. Below its body, there was a blurry white spot of light that was very eye-catching. It jumped around happily, swallowing the spiritual energy that entered its body. As the amount of spiritual energy it absorbed increased, the spot of light slowly grew larger. Amidst the haziness, that spot of light, it could no longer be called a spot of light. Instead, it was a small ball of light that gave off a gentle glow. The small ball of light changed continuously, forming all sorts of shapes. Finally, it struggled to form a small human figure. However, before it could maintain this state for a minute, the human figure scattered into countless spots of light and turned back into a ball of light. The mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation was a high-ranked immortal grade secret manual for demonic cultivators. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation, in terms of cultivation speed, it was much faster than the Purple Thunder divine incantation that Xiaochen cultivated. If Xiaochen was here and discovered what Bai was doing, he would be greatly astonished. This was because Bai was actually undergoing transformation. The spirit beasts of the Tianwu continent could only undergo transformation after they reached martial monarch. Furthermore, the process was not only extremely painful, it was also very shocking. The chances of failure were also very high. However, once the transformation succeeded, it would be a qualitative leap for a spirit beast. Not only would their outer appearance change, they would also become no different from humans. Furthermore, their spiritual intelligence would also improve. Their bodies would also be able to cultivate human martial techniques and cultivation techniques. For a spirit beast that could only rely on its instincts to fight, its strength would increase by at least twofold. The path of transformation had a very low success rate. Once it failed, it would turn to dust. Although most spirit beasts yearned for it, very few would choose this path. Furthermore, even though spirit beasts succeeded in transforming, they could not completely integrate into human society. Most of them would join the myriad fiend palace of the fiend race. That was a sect passed down by the ancient fiend race. As long as they were there, they would have a place to stay. The raindrops formed from spiritual energy slowly scattered. Bai stopped cultivating and raised his head to look at the night sky. A trace of melancholy flashed in his intelligent eyes. Under the gentle moonlight, Bai hugged his wine bottle and walked unsteadily towards Xiaochen's courtyard. 3 days passed very quickly. The Purple Thunder divine incantation had already stabilized at the 3rd layer. As long as Xiaochen was willing, he could break through to the 4th layer at any time. On this night, Xiaochen practiced the Lingyun saber technique in the courtyard, consolidating the twisting road around peak that he had learned. A cool breeze blew in the courtyard, and leaves flew everywhere. All sorts of illusions of mountains appeared and disappeared continuously. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He carefully thought about the scene of that day. The path I walk is different from Zhang Lai's. I want to withdraw the mysterious phenomenon and focus on the energy within. However, the twisting road around peak that day only materialized the mysterious phenomenon but did not merge it perfectly. If I could merge it into my saber technique, its might should be able to improve. Even the small perfection mysterious phenomenon is not without flaws. Before a true bladesman, it could be easily broken. Thus, I have to think of a way to merge the twisting road around peak mysterious phenomenon into my saber. Chapter 231. Boom! Just as Xiaochen was thinking hard, there was a resplendent firework in the dark sky of the Lingyun mountain range. The dazzling firework reached an altitude of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. When the firework exploded, it turned into the appearance of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder, the Saber Emperor. It gathered in the night sky. In the next instant, the Saber Emperor's figure scattered. Thousands of meteor-like lights flew in all directions. Some of the meteor-like lights flew for thousands of meters before falling. Some flew for tens of thousands of meters, but they did not dissipate. In an instant, they spread throughout the entire Great Qin nation. The Saber Emperor's convening order. Xiaochen exclaimed in shock as he looked at the scattering firework in the sky. This was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second convening order. It was second only to the Heavenly Saber convening order that the sect sent out during a calamity. It covered the entire Great Qin nation. As long as it was a disciple wearing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's identity token, regardless of where they were in the Great Qin nation, they would rush back as soon as they received the convening order. In the past 1,000 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had only used the Saber Emperor's convening order twice. During the demonic calamity 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not use it. What exactly happened this time for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to use the Saber Emperor's convening order? Like Xiaochen, countless people in the Great Qin nation sank into deep thought. Early the next morning, Lu Suifeng and Xiaochen rode the green bird to the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. This time, Lu Suifeng did not make the mistake of losing his sense of direction. In less than an hour, they arrived at the drill grounds. Originally, Lu Suifeng thought he was early enough. Who knew, the 18 inner disciples who passed the test had already been waiting for a long time. Not only that, the spectator stands were filled with people. When Lu Suifeng looked around, he saw a dense crowd. A rough count gave at least 3,000 or 4,000 people. Most of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner disciples were present. Aside from the inner disciples, there was also a large group of core disciples and true inheritors. They were all seated in their own pavilions. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Xiaochen did not understand. He asked Lu Suifeng in a soft voice, "What's going on? Why are there so many people here today? There are more than twice as many people as the previous time." Lu Suifeng also whispered, "Did you see the Saber Emperor's summoning order last night?" Xiaochen nodded and said, "I saw it. However, the Saber Emperor summoned us. What does this test have to do with us?" The Saber Emperor's convening order was indeed a big matter. To put it in perspective, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was one of the top sects in the Great Qin nation. If they used the Saber Emperor's convening order, it would be a big deal in the Great Qin nation. But what did this have to do with their assessment? The foundational stage had already ended in advance the last time. Today's assessment only consisted of the arena stage. In Xiaochen's opinion, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take first place among the 20 people. Although the fight with Zhang Lai and Mu Heng was delightful, Xiaochen had yet to bring out his full strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident of ending the fight in 10 moves. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people watching an arena battle with a predetermined outcome. However, not only were there no fewer people today, there were even more people than 3 days ago. Lu Suifeng suddenly understood and said, "That's right, you have been cultivating bitterly for the past 3 days. You have no idea what is happening outside. You will understand after I explain it to you. On the second day after the last test ended, the Heaven Viewing Platform made an announcement in advance. The main hall will be recalling all the core disciples undergoing experiential training outside. Today, there will be a ranking battle to choose the 90 strongest core disciples. Hence, we are not the main characters today. What exactly is going on? Why do I have to find all the core disciples? Xiao Qin thought suspiciously. He was not worried that these people would not be able to make it back in one night. In every big city in the Great Qin nation, there were relay stations that connected directly to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As long as one spent a considerable amount of spirit stones, they would be able to rush back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion within half a day. However, Xiao Qin could not figure out why the core disciple ranking battle would be on the same day as the ordinary inner disciple exam. Xiao Qin asked, did the announcement say why they would be choosing the 90 strongest core disciples? Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, they did not say. It should be a very important mission. Otherwise, they would not have used the Saber Emperor summoning order to summon them so urgently. Those who did not return within a day after receiving the summoning order would all be severely punished. As they spoke, many black dots appeared in the sky above the drill grounds. As the black dots got closer, everyone discovered that these black dots were actually ferocious flying spirit beasts. The spirit beasts quickly descended. When they were 100 meters in the air, some cultivators jumped down from them. Bang! 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 Their feet landed heavily on the ground, they were not injured at all. After they landed, these people headed for the pavilion specially prepared for the core disciples. The core disciples who had not gone out for experiential training were already waiting there. That is Qianduan Peak's Lin Yun, ranked 18th on the wind cloud list. He cultivates a pure fire-attributed true yang art. His saber techniques are very tyrannical. After not seeing him for half a year, his strength seems to have increased again. He is now a peak superior grade martial saint. Ranked 10th is Jade Maiden Peak's Yun Kursen. I wonder what layer her soft music art is at. Ranked 2nd is Tianyue Peak's Yilingfeng. He has not returned for more than a year already. Unexpectedly, he is a medial grade martial saint now. I wonder if the first ranked Murong Chong will arrive. He was already a peak inferior grade martial saint last year. I wonder how strong he is now. As more and more people jumped off the spirit beasts, someone immediately recognized these people. They were all core disciples in the top 100 of the wind cloud list. When they came out one by one, they all exclaimed in surprise. The 20 people on the drill grounds also focused their attention on this group of people. Xiao Qin casually glanced around and discovered that this group of people was indeed very strong. Every one of them had a very strong aura. Furthermore, most of them were inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, a small number of them were peak inferior grade martial saints. It looked like the top 90 core disciples were most likely chosen from the top 100 of the wind cloud list. The top 10 already have such an aura. In that case, how strong would the first ranked person be? Xiao Qin thought to himself. Hu Qi. Suddenly, there was a sonic boom in the air. A black dot flew over quickly from afar. Its speed was close to the speed of sound. As it moved through the air, it gave off sonic booms that reverberated in the air above the drill grounds. Bang! The person who arrived was still 1,000 meters away. The intense sonic booms were still reverberating in the air when the figure landed on the ground. He was dressed in moon-white robes. He had handsome and exquisite facial features. He held a saber in his right hand and his aura was withdrawn. He had an indescribable charm as he slowly walked towards the pavilion. Murong Chong. Murong Chong is really back. This is a flying martial technique. I can't see through his strength at all. The crowd in the spectator stands cried out in surprise. Many of the female disciples blushed and their eyes lit up. They jumped up cautiously. When Xiaoqin saw this person, he could not help but reveal a grave expression on his previously calm face. Although the top 10 core disciples that Xiaoqin saw earlier were very strong, if they were to fight, Xiaoqin had a 50% chance of victory. If Xiaoqin could go all out, he would even have a 60% chance of victory against the second-ranked Yilingfang. Only this person gave him a feeling that he could not defeat him. Among the younger generation, Xiaoqin had only experienced this feeling from Lu Riyue back then. Could this person be compared to Lu Riyue back then? The reason why it was not the current Lu Riyue was because Lu Riyue was already very close to becoming a martial king. She was only a step away from reaching the realm that everyone in the younger generation looked up to, unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Although Xiaoqin could not see through this person's cultivation realm, from his aura, he could roughly guess that he was a middle-stage superior-grade martial saint. He was still a distance away from peak superior-grade martial saint. Which peak's inner disciple is Murong Chong from? Why have I not heard of him before? Xiaoqin asked out of curiosity. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he had an uncomfortable expression on his face. He said, "He is a free person, he does not belong to any peak." Xiaoqin observed Lu Suifeng's expression and knew that Lu Suifeng still had something to say. Free person? What do you mean? After anyone entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect, the first thing they had to do was choose a peak. After that, they could customize their identity token and become a true inner disciple. How could there be someone who did not belong to any peak? If he did not belong to any peak, then why did he come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Could it be just for the dense spiritual energy of the Lingyun mountain range? No one would find it strange. Since he could enter the inner sect, naturally, he would place more importance on the high-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the various peaks. An environment with dense spiritual energy would always be secondary. Lu Suifeng paused for a while, as though he had made a decision. He sighed and said, "I'll tell you the truth. Murong Chong used to be a disciple of our Qingyun Peak. There is also Wang Rong, whom I met in the library. He used to be a disciple of Qingyun Peak as well. Murong Chong and my elder sister are fellow disciples. They grew up together. 2 years ago, after he failed to woo my sister, he left Qingyun Peak in a fit of anger." Xiaoqin was somewhat surprised. He did not expect there to be such a story. He could not help but take a few more glances at Murong Chong, who had already walked up to the pavilion. After all the core disciples arrived, the chief examiner slowly appeared on the drill grounds. He looked at Xiaoqin and the others and said, "Each of you will have to participate in 15 battles. Every victory will give you 1 point. Defeats will not give you any points. The person with the most points after the battles will be the number 1 core disciple. He will be rewarded with 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones and an inferior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. The remaining 9 will receive the same rewards. 500 inferior grade spirit stones and a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. At the same time, your ranking in the ranking hall will automatically increase by 100. The rewards were indeed more than 5 times more than the previous years. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin did not care about any of it. Regardless of whether it was a spirit weapon or inferior grade spirit stones, he did not need too many of them. What he needed the most now were rank 6 body-tempering medicinal pills or natural treasures that could temper the physical body. Next were high-ranked cultivation techniques that could temper the physical body. Chapter 232. The arena for the competition was in the middle of the drill grounds. There was nothing special about it. Most of the opponents that met Xiaoqin chose to give up. Out of the 15 matches, Xiaoqin did not fight in 13 of them, obtaining victory. Only Mu Heng and Zhang Lai chose to continue. Unfortunately, even when the two of them worked together for the past 3 days, they could not do anything to Xiaoqin. In a one-on-one fight, Xiaoqin used 60% of his strength and ended the fight within 50 moves. Xiaoqin returned victorious in all 15 matches. Without any suspense, he obtained the first rank. The second rank would be between Mu Heng and Zhang Lai. The two of them were roughly equal in strength. After fighting for a long time, there was no clear victor. In the end, Mu Heng relied on the advantage of his physical body and had a slight advantage in endurance. He defeated Zhang Lai and obtained the second rank. By noon, all the matches had ended. This year's core disciples were finally chosen. Lu Suifeng managed to obtain the 10th rank by a hair's breadth, finally getting his wish. Go and rest first. After the core disciple ranking competition is over, you will have another match with the core disciples ranked in the top 10, the chief examiner reminded everyone. Originally, Xiaochen was planning to leave after receiving his reward. However, when he heard the chief examiner's words, he stopped. This was not bad. It would be good to see how strong the top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list were. In the spectator stands, the chief examiner arranged a row of seats for Xiaochen, Mu Heng, and the rest of the new core disciples, separating them from the other inner disciples. Following the appearance of the 500 core disciples, the atmosphere in the spectator stands was ignited. It was like the atmosphere of the end-of-the-year ranking war. However, in reality, this sudden match could be seen as the end-of-the-year ranking war from a certain point of view. The top 100 core disciples were basically the same as the top 100 of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Compared to the end-of-the-year ranking war, the only thing this ranking war lacked was the number of participants. As for the quality of the participants, it would definitely be higher. Thus, it was rather interesting. Yi Chen, I feel that with your strength, if you participate in this core disciple ranking war, you will be able to enter the top 10, Mu Heng suddenly said. Zhang Lai said with some dissatisfaction, you must be joking. Everyone in the top 10 is at least a peak inferior grade martial saint. From martial grand master to martial saint is the first big hurdle that cultivators face. Even if there is only a slight difference, the difference in strength will be like the difference between heaven and earth. They can condense their essence and attack outside their body. Furthermore, their attack power will increase by several times. There was indeed a natural difference between a martial grand master and a martial saint. Zhang Lai was right. If a peak superior grade martial master defeated an inferior grade martial grand master, or even a medial grade martial grand master, it would not be strange. However, it would be extremely difficult for a peak martial grand master to defeat a newly advanced inferior grade martial saint. Although the martial heaven continent wasn't completely unheard of, these people were all geniuses rarely seen in 100 years. Perhaps they had an innate bloodline or inherited martial spirit. Or perhaps they had a cultivation technique or martial technique that was much stronger than their opponent. Only then could they achieve such an effect. If it was a regular inferior grade martial saint, with Xiaochen's strength, Zhang Lai felt that he could defeat him. However, the people in the top 10 were all peak inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, all of them had fought hundreds of battles before they could reach the top 10. Compared to the common inferior grade martial saints at the foot of the mountain, they were on a completely different level. Just their cultivation technique alone was much stronger than a regular inferior grade martial saints. Xiaochen had an indifferent expression towards the discussion of the two. He did not intend to argue with them. No matter what they said, it would not be as convincing as a battle. There would be a battle to prove himself. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai and said, don't be unconvinced. 3 days ago, when the two of us worked together, he could only bring out 60% of his strength. If he attacked without holding anything back, he would be able to hold his own against a medial grade martial saint. Zhang Lai did not believe that Xiaochen only used 60% of his strength. His and Mu Heng's combined combat prowess would definitely be equal to a medial grade martial saint. If Xiaochen only used 60% of his strength and was able to hold his own against them, did that not mean that a medial grade martial saint was no match for him? Impossible, he was only a peak martial grand master. How could he be compared to a medial grade martial saint? Zhang Lai shook his head and did not continue discussing this issue. There were 10 arenas on the drill grounds. The rules of the competition were the same as Xiaochen's earlier one. It was also a point system. The top 90 would be determined based on the number of points accumulated. The strength of the core disciples could not be underestimated. Most of them had their own consummate techniques. Furthermore, They were all people who used the saber. Xiaochen did not find it boring as he watched the matches one by one. Instead, he gained some experience. However, as Xiaochen continued watching, although the battles were exciting, there was nothing special about them. Facing the scorching sun in the south made him feel bored. Jade Maiden Peak's Yunkursen is going up. She was ranked in the top 10 of the previous Wind Cloud list. Her Heavenly Melody saber technique is very hard to defend against. I wonder who her opponent is. Her opponent is the 18th ranked Yan Feng. He is also a ruthless character. However, he should not be a match for Yunkursen. After watching for so long, the top 10 finally made their appearance. It is getting a little boring. Same. If it were not for these top 10 people making their appearance, I would not even be here today. When Yunkursen made her appearance, the somewhat dull spectator stands immediately became very lively. There were all sorts of discussions. Xiaochen looked at the girls slowly walking up the arena. Yunkursen was dressed in white. She was not considered pretty, but she was delicate and pretty. She looked very simple and natural. A peak inferior grade martial saint. Her cultivation is the lowest among the top 10. The Heavenly Melody saber technique she practices should have something extraordinary about it. Otherwise, she would not be able to enter the top 10, Xiaochen analyzed in his heart. Xiaochen suddenly thought of something. He asked Lu Suifeng, how come I don't see Chu Xinyun? She is also a core disciple, right? When Chu Xinyun was mentioned, a smile immediately appeared on Lu Suifeng's face. He explained, Xinyun, she obtained her core disciple status by relying on her status as an alchemist. Most of the disciples on Jade Maiden Peak are like that, they belong to another organization. There are very few people like Yunkursen who relied on their combat prowess to become a core disciple. So that was the case. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's method was rather humane. Alchemists contributed greatly to a sect. They could even be said to be a scarce resource. You seem to be very familiar with the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak. How many moves do you think Yunkursen will need to defeat her opponent? Xiaochen smiled faintly. Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly. He said, Yunkursen, she basically spends most of her time training outside. All the contribution missions she took were in places far away. I have not spoken much to her. While they were speaking, Yunkursen and Yan Feng had already walked onto the arena. Under the direction of the referee, they stood still and the crowd stopped chatting. Senior Sister Yun, sorry for the offense. After the two of them bowed, Yan Feng spoke politely. He drew his saber and instantly sent out 10-odd saber chi. The saber chi tore through the water-like air and flew towards Yunkursen. Yunkursen was not an ordinary opponent. Hence, the moment she stepped onto the arena, Yan Feng did not hold back. He sent out 10-odd saber chi with all his might, attacking from all sorts of tricky angles. His figure also instantly rushed forward. There was a flash of white light and Yunkursen's figure drifted far away. Her body was so soft, it was like she did not have any bones. She easily dodged all the saber chi. Yan Feng smiled gently and happened to appear where Yunkursen landed. I already predicted that you would land here. This is my true killing move, spatial tearing cross chop. Yan Feng swung his saber and a cross-shaped saber chi quickly formed in the air. The air was like a curtain of water. Cracks appeared in the cross-shaped chop, it was clear how strong this move was. This attack was very accurate, it was aimed at the angle at which Yunkursen would land. It was very difficult to change her position in midair. Even if she managed to dodge it, she would be in a passive position for a long time. Yunkursen's expression was still very calm. Suddenly, her body fell straight down. It was like a leaf falling to the ground suddenly turning into a piece of metal, it was very strange. Who? The instant Yunkursen landed, she suddenly increased her speed and managed to catch up to the cross-shaped saber chi. She pushed her feet off the ground and her body instantly shot tens of meters away. She still managed to easily dodge Yan Feng's attack. What a profound movement technique. In one moment, she is as light as a swallow, as light as a feather. In the next moment, she is as heavy as a mountain. Furthermore, she is very adept at switching between the two states. When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he could not help but praise. Lu Suifeng said, "This is the rare peak Earth-ranked movement technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Thundercloud Art. Normally, only true inheritors or people with outstanding talent are qualified to practice it. However, if one wants to have any achievements, they will need a high comprehension ability." When Yan Feng saw that Yun Kursen dodged his meticulously planned move, he had a slightly disappointed expression on his face. He shouted and his figure left a long trail in the air as he hacked at Yun Kursen with his saber. Dang! This time, Yun Kursen did not choose to dodge. She did not draw her saber, instead, she raised her right hand. The weapons clashed and gave off a melodious sound. Yun Kursen did not move at all as she blocked this attack. When Yan Feng saw that Yun Kursen did not even draw her saber, he revealed an angry expression. He said, "Senior Sister Yun, we have not met for half a year. Am I not even qualified for you to draw your saber?" Yun Kursen said unhurriedly, "Don't get distracted. If this was a battle to the death, you would already be dead." Yun Kursen's indifferent attitude completely enraged Yan Feng. He shouted and held his saber with both hands. A 2-meter-long saber light rose up from the saber and pushed Yun Kursen back continuously. Chi! Chi! Under the huge pressure, Yun Kursen could not block it with one hand. After a while, her body was pushed to the edge of the arena. If she fell off, she would lose the right to participate in this match. Still not drawing your saber? In that case, get down. Yan Feng shouted loudly and withdrew the 2-meter-long saber light. The aura of his body suddenly rose to its peak and knocked Yun Kursen back in an instant. While Yun Kursen was in the air, her expression was unhurried. She held her saber hilt with her right hand and slowly drew her saber. Chapter 233. Wang! An ear-piercing sonic boom spread from the arena to the entire drill ground. As the sound waves spread in all directions, everyone in the spectator seats felt their eardrums vibrate and their heads spin. Xiaoqin calmed himself down and was astonished in his heart. What a horrifying sonic boom! He was already more than a kilometer away from the arena, yet he could still feel it so strongly. Yan Feng, who was at the center of the sonic boom, was instantly hit. He temporarily lost his hearing and his qi and blood surged. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Boom! With a flip of her right hand, Yun Kursen drew out her saber and sheathed it. The sound wave that had already spread out in all directions created ripples in the air and formed a huge whirlpool. Then, it actually returned to the saber. The instant the saber returned to its scabbard, the sound wave that had gathered once again exploded out, giving off a louder and more horrifying sound wave than before. However, although the sound was louder this time, the inner disciples in the spectator stands did not feel anything. This was because the sound wave had gathered into a line and struck Yan Feng's body. Blood leaked out of all the pores in Yan Feng's body. His face was frighteningly pale. He knelt on one knee with a pu tong sound and watched as Yun Kursen slowly descended. Yan Feng smiled bitterly. Yun Kursen, it has only been half a year and you are not even qualified to draw your saber. The next time we meet, will you not even be qualified to draw your saber? Yun Kursen's white clothes fluttered in the wind and her expression did not change. She said, "As a bladesman, it is not important whether I draw my saber or not. Don't bother with these superficial things. Otherwise, it will be difficult to comprehend your saber intent." This round, Yun Kursen wins. The referee in the arena said. Seeing Yun Kursen leave, Yan Feng felt a slight bitterness in his heart. A long time ago, he could still stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Now, he could only see her back. The Heavenly Melody saber technique is indeed horrifying. She actually defeated Yan Feng with just half a move. Yun Kursen is still the same as before, always surprising people. Yan Feng's defeat was rather unjust. He was too caught up in whether his opponent would draw her saber or not. He still had some trump cards that he had not used yet. This is also because his mental state is not mature enough. After all, Yun Kursen's previous ranking on the Wind Cloud ranking was below his. Now, he is somewhat unable to accept this. You can't say that. For a cultivator, mental state is sometimes more important than any cultivation technique or martial technique. It is also a part of a cultivator's strength. Although this duel was short, and everyone felt that it was not enough to watch it, it did not affect the quality of the competition. The discussions in the spectator stands never stopped. As Zhang Lai watched Yun Kursen leave, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "This woman is not simple. Her state of the heavenly melody saber technique has already reached great perfection." When Xiao Chen heard this, he secretly nodded in his heart. The composition of a martial technique was divided into the route of true qi circulation in the meridians, the angle and footwork of the attack, and the concept contained in the martial technique. For example, the state of the rushing thunder saber technique was purely the state of thunder. The Lingyun saber technique had two states, the state of mountains and the state of clouds. A martial technique could only be considered to have reached great perfection when all three were merged. However, the comprehension of a state required comprehension ability, luck, and patience. It was incomparably difficult to comprehend. If one focused on pursuing a state, they would end up stagnating. They might even regress. Thus, most cultivators would not overly pursue a state before their cultivation reached a certain level. Yun Kursen was able to comprehend the state of the heavenly melody saber technique to great perfection when she was a peak inferior grade martial saint. This proved that this girl's talent, comprehension ability, and luck were all things that ordinary people could not compare to. Zhang Lai glanced at Mu Heng, then at Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "Do you still think that he can make it into the top 10 of the core disciples? Not to mention the difference in cultivation realm, those who can make it into the top 10 are all geniuses. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which is filled with talents, it is impossible to enter without some real skills." Mu Heng muttered to himself for a while before saying seriously, "Yun Kursen is very strong, very strong. However, she is still not a match for Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen looked at Mu Heng in surprise. He did not know where Mu Heng got his confidence from. Although he was not afraid of Yun Kursen, after watching the earlier match, he did not have absolute confidence in defeating her. Stop talking big. Yun Kursen only used half a move to defeat the 16th ranked Yan Feng. She still has many trump cards that she has not used yet. How can you be so sure that she is not a match for Xiao Chen? In terms of cultivation realm, Xiao Chen is only a peak martial saint. In terms of states, the heavenly melody saber technique is close to great perfection. It is not weaker than Xiao Chen's Lingyun saber technique. Is it not easy to tell who is stronger? This time, before Zhang Lai could say anything, the other newly advanced core disciples retorted. Furthermore, there was evidence to back up their claims, making it impossible for them to argue. Mu Heng smiled faintly, "There is no point in saying so much. In the future, you will naturally know if what I said is true or false." Lu Suifeng leaned over and whispered, "Yi Chen, if you really go up against Yun Kursen, how confident are you of victory?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, 50%. If that is all she has, I can increase it by another 10%. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was incomparably shocked. He was very clear about Xiao Chen's character. When he said 50%, it would only be higher and not lower. It would definitely not be lower than 50%. The matches in the arena continued. The top 10 core disciples of the Wind Cloud list all went up. Their strength did not disappoint the crowd. The 5th-ranked Li Yuze used only 3 moves to deal with the 15th-ranked Lien Yun. His speed is abnormally fast. The 4th-ranked Yun Feima defeated the 20th-ranked opponent with 1 saber strike. It looks like his tearing blood technique has already reached the 10th layer. The 8th-ranked Ling Aoshuang also used only 3 moves to deal with his opponent. It was as Zhang Lai said, none of the top 10 core disciples were weak. They were much stronger than the others. They basically dealt with their opponents within 5 moves. Up until now, aside from the first-ranked Murong Chong, who had yet to fight, the other 9 core disciples in the top 10 had already fought, displaying their strength. There was one more thing that attracted Xiao Chen's attention. He did not know if it was the Elders' Assembly's arrangement or something else, but the top 10 core disciples did not fight against each other. In Xiao Chen's opinion, the top 10 core disciples had already surpassed the others. It was almost impossible for the others to defeat them. Their opponents were only themselves. It is Murong Chang's turn. His opponent is Yan Qihua, who is ranked 11th on the Wind Cloud list. He was also one of the top 10 core disciples in the previous Wind Cloud list. None of his opponents could last more than 10 moves. Yan Qihua is indeed strong. Unfortunately, he ran into Murong Chong. He will definitely lose. Let's see how many moves he can last. I have not seen Murong Chong make a move for a long time. This is exciting. Last year, Murong Chong only appeared for a while at the end of the year. He rarely returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after that. This is a bladesman who spends all his time cultivating bitterly. If it were not for the Saber Emperor's summon, he would not have returned. Up in the arena, Yan Qihua's expression changed when he heard the discussions around him. He felt upset in his heart. He looked at the blue-clothed Murong Chong standing proudly and said, "Regardless of what the others say, I only have one purpose standing here. It is not to last a few moves against you but to defeat you." Murong Chong smiled coldly and said, "Before you speak, consider your own strength first." Both sides bow and stand still. The match begins. Who? Right after the referee spoke, a cool breeze blew in the arena. There was a melodious sound coming from the wind. This was the sound of a saber being drawn. Yan Qihua was startled. He had not expected Murong Chong to ignore his status and make the first move. He felt flustered. Fortunately, Yan Qihua had a good mental state. After a while, he calmed himself and prepared to receive Murong Chong's attack. However, when he looked to the front, he did not see Murong Chong. Yan Qihua quickly looked around. Aside from the cool breeze, there was no one else in the arena. Where is he? This time, Yan Qihua was completely flustered. How could a living person disappear right under his eyes? It was too strange. Don't panic, he cannot possibly leave this arena. Since he made the first move, he will definitely reveal his killing intent. As long as I grasp the direction of the killing intent, I will be able to block his attack. Yan Qihua repeated in his heart. He extended his perception and moved his feet continuously. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. Pu Ci. Suddenly, a long wound appeared on Yan Qihua's chest. Blood spurted out. His eyes were wide open, he had an incredulous expression. How did I get injured? Qi. Qi. The cool breeze in the arena suddenly stopped. The air currents in the air froze. Murong Chang's handsome face appeared before Yan Qihua. He revealed a cruel smile. Murong Chang's eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent. Suddenly, he pounced over like a gushing river. Scram! Murong Chong sheathed his saber and kicked Yan Qihua's chest, sending him off the arena. Why can't I feel such a surging killing intent? What's going on? Yan Qihua, who was struggling on the ground, could not figure it out. When the referee saw the situation, he immediately announced, "Murong Chong, victory." Yan Qihua's pale face recovered his wits. He shouted, "That's impossible. How could I lose? I have not used the trump card that I practiced for a year. Murong Chong, do you dare to receive an attack from me fair and square? Do you dare or not?" Murong Chong did not even look at Yan Qihua, who was on the ground. He said coldly, "Idiot, you have to be able to use a killing move for it to be considered a killing move. You can't even use it, yet you are not embarrassed to shout so loudly." Looking at Murong Chang's back, Xiaoqin sank into deep thought. What a horrifying clear wind chop. I originally thought that my great perfection clear wind chop was sufficient as a trump card. It looks like I am still far from it. Chapter 234. Wang Qinyan, a direct disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, frowned when he saw Lin Feng's matches. What is Lin Feng doing? He has lost 9 out of 15 matches. Is he doing this on purpose? Luo Kudi, who was at the side, also felt a little strange when he heard this. In the previous match, he would have easily defeated an opponent ranked in the top 100. Wang Qinyan said, when you go down later, ask him what's going on. Tell him to try his best to get the 90 spots. I have a feeling that this mission will be very helpful to us. After the mission, our strength should increase by a level. The duels in the arena continued. The gap between the top 10 on the wind and cloud list and the people behind them grew larger and larger. They were not on the same level at all. As the sun set in the west, the battles in the arena were nearing the final round. The top 10 on the honor roll had yet to meet. Now, it was certain that this was deliberately arranged by the elders. He just didn't know how they would be ranked if they had the same number of points. As expected, none of the top 10 are mediocre. They are much stronger than I imagined. Zhang Lai sighed after pondering for a while. Seeing that Zhang Lai was still conflicted on this issue, Mu Heng did not say anything more. The strength of the top 10 had indeed surpassed his expectations. However, he still believed that Xiao Qin had the strength to fight for the top 10. There was no reason for it. It was just an intuition. Lu Suifeng suddenly said in a low voice, have you noticed that Lin Feng, the quick blade of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, has already lost 10 matches in a row? What is he thinking? Is there such a thing? Xiao Qin really didn't notice, but no matter what he wanted to do, he couldn't do anything. In the past, when Xiao Qin fought against him, he might have had to resort to electric tricks to win quickly. However, after consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability increased greatly. His strength was much stronger than when he first came out of the underground world. It was a qualitative leap. Xiao Qin said indifferently, don't worry about him. If he wants to challenge me, I will give him a pleasant surprise. When the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire western sky red, the battles on the drill ground finally came to an end. The top 10 core disciples on the leaderboard had won all 15 battles and were tied for first place. The result was somewhat regrettable. After all, what everyone wanted to see the most was an evenly matched high-level battle. Under the direction of the chief examiner, Xiao Chen and the other 10 newly promoted inner core disciples slowly walked to the center of the drill ground to welcome the challenges of the last 10 core disciples. Although the level of this battle wasn't high, it was still worth watching. For the sake of maintaining their status as core disciples, those people would use all sorts of methods to fight with all their might. As for Xiao Chen's group of 10, if they were to lose, although they wouldn't lose their qualifications as core disciples, they would lose the rewards they had previously received. The purpose of this was to prevent them from cheating. Such a rule ensured that both sides would have to fight with all their might and not hold anything back. Otherwise, both sides would suffer great losses. That's strange. Why is Lin Feng from the 10,000 Fathoms Peak also up there? He is the second strongest core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak. Even if he can't get one of the 90 spots, he shouldn't be at the bottom. You can't even understand this. You are too stupid. The 10th ranked core disciple can choose his own opponent. He lost to Yichen previously, so he must be feeling unsatisfied. This time, he is here to get back at him. That is interesting. Lin Feng is also an inferior grade martial saint. His quick saber is quite famous in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He should be evenly matched with Xiao Chen. That should be the case. I heard that Yichen used some tricks to win the last battle. That's why Lin Feng is very unconvinced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have voluntarily admitted defeat this time and dropped his ranking to around 300. The crowd was somewhat surprised at Lin Feng's appearance. However, when they thought about the reasons behind it, they were not too surprised. After all, every cultivator had their own pride. The 10 newly promoted core disciples and the 10 last-ranked core disciples were separated by a few meters, standing in a row facing each other. Lin Feng's hand was on his saber hilt. His black eyes revealed a murderous intent as he stared at Xiao Chen. He withdrew his aura, accumulating it continuously. If looks could kill, Xiao Chen would have died 100 times already. The chief examiner walked to the center and looked at both sides. Then, he pointed to the person on the right and said, "If you are defeated this time, you will lose your qualifications to be a core disciple. I hope you will grasp this opportunity and do your best. Now, from left to right, choose your opponent one by one." When the first person from the left, Zhang Yu, heard this, he revealed a joyful expression. To be able to choose his opponent first, the advantage was self-evident. The expressions of the three people on the right were much more unsightly. It was easy to imagine that their opponents would be Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and Xiao Chen, who no one was willing to fight. Zhang Yu immediately stepped forward and pointed at Lu Suifeng. "I choose him as my opponent." Lu Suifeng was indeed the weakest of the 10. However, Xiao Chen did not think that Lu Suifeng would definitely lose. His chances of victory were 50-50. Don't hold anything back. The opponent might use his full power the moment he starts, Xiao Chen said in a soft voice as he walked past Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng nodded gently. The fact that the other party chose him first made him feel unsightly. Everyone was a hot-blooded person, they were not willing to be looked down upon in front of everyone. Zhang Yu was only a superior grade martial grand master. Compared to Lu Suifeng, he did not have much of an advantage in terms of cultivation realm. He was more experienced in combat. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen said. After Zhang Yu went up, he immediately executed his trump card, wanting to catch Lu Suifeng off guard. Lu Suifeng was prepared for this long ago. He fought back tit for tat, not letting Zhang Yu gain any advantage. The two of them had similar cultivation realms, neither of them had a clear advantage. In the end, it would be a battle of mental states. The one who could maintain his composure and not reveal any openings too early would be the one to obtain the final victory. After the two of them exchanged 200 moves, there was still no chance of victory. Zhang Yu started to feel anxious, the pressure on him was much greater than Lu Suifeng's. Lu Suifeng's moves became increasingly ferocious. His gaze was calm and his heart was as calm as still water. He withstood Zhang Yu's storm-like attacks and finally found an opening. He immediately executed Qingyun Peak's secret technique, Profound Wind Chop. He knocked his opponent off the arena in one fell swoop, obtaining victory. The chief examiner walked over to Zhang Yu. Under Zhang Yu's unresigned gaze, he removed the golden core disciple identity token from his waist. Next, continue. The duels continued. With Zhang Yu as an example, the remaining core disciples were more cautious. The duels were in a stalemate, both sides had their wins and losses. "I choose him." When it was Lin Feng's turn to choose his opponent, he immediately picked Xiao Chen after he went up the arena. There were no surprises. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and landed firmly on the arena. When Xiao Chen went up the arena, the rage in Lin Feng's eyes calmed down. He gathered his aura and raised it continuously, holding it back. "If I cannot defeat you within 5 moves, I will admit defeat," Lin Feng said word by word when he saw Xiao Chen's indifferent expression. Xiao Chen found it funny. He said indifferently, "Defeating me in 5 moves gives you a sense of accomplishment? Seeing that you have prepared so much, even dropping to the bottom 10 to fight me, I will give you this opportunity. Duel, begin." The moment the referee spoke, Lin Feng's aura, which he had been suppressing, exploded out. The aura of an inferior grade martial saint surged towards Xiao Chen like a torrential flood. Torrential storm. After learning from his previous experience, Lin Feng did not give his opponent the chance to make the first move. After he suppressed his aura, he immediately executed the martial technique that he was proud of. Xiao Chen swung his saber and a 6-meter-long saber chi flew towards Xiao Chen like a torrential storm. A strong wind blew in the arena, one could faintly hear the sound of a torrential storm. Lin Feng had underestimated this person. He had already comprehended the state of wind and the state of rain in this saber strike to small perfection. The horrifying saber chi had the speed of the wind and the density of the rain. The wind and rain intertwined, and the torrential rain poured down. The rain made use of the wind to become even more ferocious. The berserk saber chi did not give Xiao Chen any time to think. It arrived before him in an instant. Before the saber chi got close, the ferocious saber wind caused Xiao Chen's clothes and hair to flutter. When it landed on his face, he felt a slight pain. Dang! Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He drew the snow-white lunar shadow saber and released a surging saber light, shattering the first saber chi. Saber chi was the biggest difference between a martial saint and a martial grand master. A martial grand master could only condense saber light. However, a martial saint could condense saber light again and launch a long-distance attack. In terms of essence quality and quantity, there was not much of a difference between Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. In fact, the quality of Xiao Chen's essence might even be slightly stronger. However, there was a difference between saber light and saber chi. When his opponent condensed saber chi with 50% of his strength, Xiao Chen needed to condense 60% of his strength to block it. However, Xiao Chen's essence recovery speed was much faster than his opponent's. Thus, he did not care about the consumption of essence. He smiled gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen's figure flickered on the arena, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was hard to tell which was the real one and which was the fake one. In the arena, strands of saber chi were shattered by Xiao Chen, scattering in all directions. Although Lin Feng knew that this move would not be able to cause any substantial damage to Xiao Chen, he did not expect that Xiao Chen would break it so easily. Swallowing wind drinking rain. Lin Feng shouted and the torrential rain and winds suddenly stopped. The remaining saber chi returned to Lin Feng's body with a shua sound. Xiao Chen appeared and looked at Lin Feng leaping over. He said softly, "For more moves." "Less nonsense, I will deal with you with this move." Lin Feng said ruthlessly, veins bulging on his face. The moment Lin Feng spoke, his saber had already landed on Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. The chi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. 6 drops of pure essence liquid were extracted and instantly turned into surging essence. They flowed into the meridians in his arms and into the saber.